Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our October 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. If we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Presente.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And CAO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Madrone, we have two modifications. Item G1 is being pulled and will return at a later date, likely late November, early December. And item G6 is being pulled and will return next week. And also, the board is taking a hard lunch from from noon to 1 this afternoon.
Not 10 to 1?
Not 10 to 1. No, we've got too much to do.
All right, yes. I also wanted to mention that we are taking a break from noon to 1. And also today we have a huge agenda. For those of you who have previewed our agenda ahead of time, you can appreciate what I'm talking about. So we have limited public comment to 2 minutes throughout the day just to try and get through all of our business. And with that, please join us for the salute to the flag. Great. So as always, we'll start with the consent agenda. And I'll ask first if there's any questions, clarifications from the board, and then I'm going to read a resolution. Questions, clarifications? Seeing none with the board, I'm going to go ahead and read this resolution in honor of one of our employees, Rebecca Snow. You know, these folks over at the library, they have incredible longevity. I think probably more longevity than anybody else, but also DHHS has tremendous longevity with its employees as well. Whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Eligibility Specialist 3, Rebecca Snow, is retiring after 20 years with the department. Is Rebecca here today? Yay, Rebecca. Great. Always nice when you can be present. I know sometimes with retirement, it's like, no, I'm out of here. We're done, right? So good to see you today. Whereas Rebecca was hired as an Eligibility Worker 1 in January of 2002 and promoted to Eligibility Worker 2 a year later, and whereas in late 2013 she was promoted to Eligibility Worker 3, later changed to Eligibility Specialist 3, a position she held for the remainder of her tenure at the department. And whereas Rebecca is known around the office as someone who excels at finding answers and maintaining resources, as well as always working to improve attitude and morale within her unit. And whereas her supervisor said Rebecca has always cared deeply about the customers that we serve and the workers she spent her days with. And whereas one coworker said the extra effort Rebecca has taken over the years to create a positive work environment and ensure people were recognized for their efforts will be sorely missed. And whereas another coworker said, quote, Rebecca enabled me to do my job and in turn have a positive impact on the community of Humboldt County. And it is due to her support that we have had many successes. Adding that for Rebecca, a normal day was getting someone into housing, making sure children had access to fresh food, and helping individuals graduate from school anywhere from kindergarten to college. And whereas staff agree that with Rebecca there was no judgment, only compassion, and that she had a positive impact on the community of Humboldt County, helped many families, and will be genuinely missed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses our gratitude for Rebecca Snow's years of dedication to the county, her co-workers, and the customers she worked with, and wishes her a long and happy retirement. So.
Board of Supervisors, Chairman. I'm very excited to be here today. 20 years ago, I never would have imagined that I'd be standing here before the Board of Supervisors being recognized for 20 years of service to the county. My family and I, and that's my family in the back row there, part of them, my youngest son decided that going to LA to watch the Cowboys and Rams play was important. And I also have a son watching via Zoom in Vermont, where he is a teacher. We came to Humboldt County, 1997, a military family, found ourselves homeless because of circumstances beyond our control. But because of the Welfare to Work program, the subsidized housing, we started our success story at that time. Working at Long's Drug Stores, a employee of the county came in and handed me an application and encouraged me to fill it out. And 20 years later, here I am. 4 years after starting the job, I was told that the time I had spent at Redwood College was not just filling out a long application, but it was a test that I had been taking. I had no idea. But I feel honored to work with the heroes of DHHS who spend their time every day helping the citizens of Humboldt County, treating them with courtesy, kindness, and respect, so that they may also have the same success story as I did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Public comment on this specific issue, we'll take that right now. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board. My name is Eric Kanega. I'm a program manager at Social Service Branch, and I've had the pleasure of working with Rebecca since 2006. And as you heard her say her kind words today, what I remember her for is her beautiful, big heart. Her empathy for our community has really sustained the morale in the units that she's worked in, and it transcends into the workforce, and I couldn't be prouder to work with someone who cares so much about our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else that wanted to comment on this specific item, this would be a good chance. I see somebody approaching the podium.
It is me.
Yay. Welcome.
Hey there. My name is Bridget, and I am Rebecca's daughter. And I just want to say how proud I am to have her as my mother. As she speaks about being homeless and the trials and tribulations that we had gone through, we had lost a brother, a son, and she still powered house through it. And I am just so tremendously proud of her, and I do thank all of you, and we are so honored to be here today in front of all of you, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ryan Bishop, Deputy Director of Social Services Branch. I just wanted to say thank you to Rebecca for her years of service and her infinite wisdom as a lead worker. She's the resource that helps us function as a whole. Our lead workers are such critical to training our staff, and just wanted to say thank you so much, and congratulations.
Woohoo. All right, that's great. You know, I will say that, Rebecca, you are the very reason why we're considering putting bumper stickers that says, "I work for the county," right? I mean, it is your exemplary behavior, attitude, and everything that we're constantly amazed at. And I don't know a lot of people realize the incredible dedication that county employees give to this work that we do. So thank you for your service, very much so. All right, with that, we'll bring it, yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
I want to say congratulations, although I don't know you. I see your family wiping their eyes, and they're just so proud of you, I can tell. And so I want to say congratulations. And having the county staff you're your fellow workers speak so highly of you. I can tell that the impact you've made on the people that you work with is tremendous, and you will be missed by the people in the community and by your coworkers. So congratulations.
Supervisor Bohn.
I remember you from Long's Drugs. I don't know if that makes us both old or me just old. I'm not sure, but yeah, the family's great and everything else. But I think what this should be is a big note to HR, because the one thing, the empathy level. You do a job. Everyone does a job. You exemplify. You do a job much better if you've lived what you're trying to solve. And you can cut right to the chase of, the BS and what's true, and you know what's going on and who wants help and everything else. So I appreciate, you're a model that we try to replicate every day, and it's getting harder and harder of trying to get people to help people and pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And I look at a majority of the volunteers that work in Betty's Center are people that have gone through the program, because there's that empathy level and stuff like that. So I want to thank you for everything you've done here for the last 20 years, but I want you to go out there and live your life now with your family, and you go to that damn Dallas and Rams game with your kid next time. I mean, this is, so anyway, is he a Dallas or a Rams fan?
Dallas.
Yeah. You could have done better with that one, Mom, but no. Anyway, thanks to you and your family for coming and honoring you today.
Great. And Supervisor Wilson.
I want to echo what Supervisor Bohn said with relationship to bringing your lived experience to this work. I think it's really important. I mean, more than that, it's the uplifting of yourself and the ability also to receive those services and help, and then reflect that back into the community is just amazing. Just really thankful for that. I mean, it's a tired speech from me, but for these folks here. But the fabric of society has its frayed ends, and it's really important that the staff everywhere within this institution is working hard to mend those frayed ends, to keep that fabric together, and the menders, the people who are really doing that are the most important folks, because otherwise it just all falls apart. And so I just really want to appreciate the dedication. It just takes so many folks to do this, and it's really important to have people as inspiring to keep everybody going. So thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you so much for being there to directly work with the people who need services in our community and treat them with dignity. And I just think that's so powerful. And often when we hear from community members who have interacted with eligibility about whatever their needs are, it's often that we hear when people are not able to receive services anymore, resources, and yet I've never heard a single complaint about not being treated with respect and dignity and kindness. So, we don't always hear all of the wonderful stories that come out of all of your departments, everyone who works for the county, but we do hear consistently, or at least I have heard consistently in my personal experience, has also been that I've been treated with care and kindness, and it makes something that could be intimidating or even humiliating a really worthwhile experience, and an opportunity to just get what you need to get to the next day. So anyway, I'm just so grateful to you for passing that on. It sounds like you've really been that model for newer colleagues, and that sentiment and that dedication to service will continue in your department because of folks like you. So thank you so much, and have a happy retirement.
Great, and now we'll go ahead and do general public comment on the consent agenda. And I'll start out with Zoom. And there's only two phone numbers there. One has a hand up, and that is 7718. Star 6 to unmute, and you've got 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, Kim Sawatsky from Mexico. I did want to comment on a few items here. I wanted to comment on the supervisor's expenses. I always check on that one. Last time it was through the roof. This time it's down into what I'm more used to seeing, which is less than $1,200 total for all of you. Last time there were some of you that had 2 or 3 times that amount in each personal one. Glad to see that's back down. I did want to make mention here that there's a notice of vacancy for 2 at-large members, 2 alternate members, and at-large member on Measure Z, 3 positions, advisory committee positions available there. Hopefully sometime we will repeal and replace Measure Z, and then these people actually have some money to work with rather than just having things that are pre-set up and having no ability to go forward. Ability for flexibility to spend the money for other jurisdictions such as the municipalities. I did want to make mention there's one rather large item. It has to do with your motor pool. I think it was, I'm trying to scroll down here and see it, like $600,000 more or something like that going into your motor pool system. And I assume maybe you're doing some upgrades and getting to some electric vehicles. It was $621,722 increase in the budget, and hopefully those are going to upgrades to more environmentally conscientious vehicles or something of that nature. It's quite a bit of money, and it'd just be nice to hear
30 seconds.
From someone that's exactly what's happening. Make them opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, commenter, and I think that's it in our Zoom. And so we'll go to those here in the audience today. If you would like to speak on our consent agenda, this is the opportunity to do that, and please let us know which item on consent you're speaking on, and you will have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Gordon Clatworthy, running for First District Supervisor. I'm talking about the presentation of the fiscal year 2021 audit. Through the past years, 2019 audit, we had, what's that?
It's on the regular agenda, the audit report.
Oh, well then,
That'll be coming up later.
I will meander about.
All right, thank you. All right, consent agenda, anybody else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back here to the board. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I wanted to also mention the at-large position for the Measure Z committee and the 2 alternates, and encourage anybody that is interested in that to contact Tracy D'Amico at the clerk of the board, and that we'll be talking about that on the 28th, November 28th, here at the board chambers. And so if you're interested in that position, please get a hold of Tracy and apply. And it's if you're looking for some kind of public service, this is a really worthwhile. And applications are online. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And then, so 1 at-large can be anywhere in the district, and it would be decided by all 5 members here. And it doesn't have to be, it can be anywhere in Humboldt County. And then the 2 alternates also can be anywhere in the county. So please, if you're interested, please do that. And as always, we always thank all of our members of our boards and commissions. It's very important to our jobs.
Great, thank you very much for that. And I also wanted to give the audience a sense of how the timing's going to work today on this large agenda. We have a lot of time sets, although we're going to be able to fit in a couple items right now before 10 o'clock. And then we go away for closed session till about 2:30, and then we'll be back and we'll take up Measure V, and then we'll take up the Climate Action Plan. So those things will happen after 2:30, the best we can tell right now as of this moment. So with that, any other comments from the board on the consent agenda? Supervisor Bushnell?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
So a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. And if we could have a roll call vote, please. Or does everybody have their tabs up? Okay. Okay,
we'll
get
do
it up
roll
for the next
call.
one.
And we'll start with you, Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you very much for that. And so as I said, we're going to go and jump ahead in the agenda past all these time sets. The first one's going to be at 10 o'clock, so we have about a half an hour. So we'll go to item H1, letter of request to the Attorney General for relief from inflated fuel costs in rural California.
Chairman.
Yes. Yes. Please, go ahead. I see that. I see that. I see that. We're going to that next. This will only take a couple of minutes. I've got a half an hour here. I believe so, but maybe I'm wrong. So with that feedback from my fellow board members, I'm going to go ahead and jump to J1 because we do have the principals in the audience, and I've been told that that one actually should be rather quick with Director Ford. Do you want to come up, Director Ford, and present it? CIO Hayes.
Just a point of order. Did you do public comment on non-agenda items?
No, I did not.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and do that, John, and then we'll jump right into this lot line adjustment. So thank you, everybody, for helping me to manage this meeting. You know, it's never really embarrassing to ask for help and to get help, so thank you all, appreciate it. Yes, public comment on non-agenda items. We'll go ahead and do that right now. We'll start with Zoom, and we have one hand up in Zoom so far, and that is 0151 *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning. So I just want to say that there's so much going on that needs to be done. The weather is getting cold. I made a telephone call to the HHHC folks, the Humboldt Homeless and Housing Coalition, a few weeks ago to find out what shelters were in place or going to be in place for cold weather. And I was told that there was really nothing in place yet, but that that you folks had arranged to hire some agency to do it. But I don't know of that agency, and we have people that we know that are without housing. We know people that are being evicted because all of the rapid rehousing and the relocation and the assistance for a number of people for over a year was not given to people in Southern Humboldt. So Southern Humboldt is really in a crisis, and it's not fair, it's not right, and it can't happen again. And for us to not know what's going on is completely inappropriate because everybody in Southern Humboldt should know where the resources are, and having a cold weather emergency shelter so that you have to freeze at 38 degrees but not 32 degrees is ridiculous. We have enough
30
land,
seconds.
we have enough, and we have enough properties that are for sale, including some of mine. So somebody, I hope, will think about that, be at the meeting November 2nd and for HHHC, and I hope you have a good day. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, commenter. And next we'll go to 7718, *6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
I would like to emphasize what Doug just said also, ditto to that. It's 85 degrees where I'm at down in Mexico, but I understand it's quite cold home. And it seems like every year we don't seem to have our ducks in a row as far as having that set up prior to this time, and all of a sudden it hits and we're still not set up. So maybe that could be followed up on, make that a priority. Just want to let you know your Zoom and your meeting lag time's about 2 minutes this time. I did also want to make comment on, I noticed that somebody did a letter to the editor from Arcata on a certain topic and stated, well, I'm the chair of the Planning Commission, and that implied that the opinion had been approved by the Planning Commission. So I did caution you and the other municipalities on stating I am the chair of the Planning Commission, state that, I guess, of the Arcata Planning Commission, but I'm not speaking for them until an action's taken, because sometimes the public takes that as being a vote. I did also want to reiterate that some interesting things are happening out in Blue Lake, and we will keep tracking them. We have a very involved group of people out in Blue Lake who are showing concerns for the direction some of the things the city are doing, and we will continue to follow up on that. And it's amazing what can happen in a city or a small municipality when a whole bunch of people decide to participate in the public process. It's an opportunity to speak and participate today on non-agendized items.
Thank you, commenter. And now we'll go to those in the audience here today. This is public comment on non-agenda items. And if this is a non-agenda item, please come forward. Welcome, Vernon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the board, Madam CAO, County Council, ladies and gentlemen of Humboldt County. My name is Vernon Price. You have before you this morning a flyer that writers are wanted for a local magazine about homelessness. No name or personal information is required to submit. We're asking people to share the short stories, poems, photographs, or illustrations about your experience. This is a gentleman that is doing a master's in social work at Humboldt State University, otherwise known as Cal Poly. And submissions can be given to the Hope Center here in Eureka. I would like to take the last 1 minute and 20 seconds to give an honorable thank you to our Madam CAO for doing a line of help this morning to a person that was unhoused. She didn't just make a stop to make a phone call. She pulled over to the side of the road, got out of the car to see what she could do to help. And I just want to say thank you for that. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you so much, Vernon. Anybody else with public comment on non-agenda items? 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you again. Gordon Clatworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. We just had the retirement resolution for Rebecca Snow, who told us that when she moved here, she was unhoused, and she relied on public housing to get on her feet, and she's been a great asset to the community. And now here we are years later, and we have an extreme lack of housing, public or otherwise. I think that's one of our biggest challenges, and it's one of the things that we need to meet going forward is our lack of housing. Housing provides everything from better health care to jobs. It gives people the ability to spend money when they're not worried about where they're going to live. Housing needs to be a priority, and I'm going to keep bringing it up every time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on public comment on non-agenda items? And seeing none, we'll come back to the regular agenda where I was before. And with that input from the board, we're going to go ahead and go to J1, which is the lot line adjustment for Green Diamond, and Director Ford is here to present.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'm going to ask the County Counsel's office to read the ordinance into the record.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the McKinleyville area. PLN-2022-17598, Green Diamond Resource Company, Alto, Sukanek lot line adjustment and zone boundary adjustment.
Great. Thank you very much, Council. Director Ford.
Thank you. Could I get the share screen, please? This is a very simple request. And I'll try to make that a little larger. Basically, what is happening here is that this property line is being relocated over to here. This will provide space around this house for fire-safe clearance. This property line is being moved up here. This will provide additional space for the access to these 3 parcels down here. This parcel is ultimately being dedicated for the community forest. This is currently zoned TPZ. It will go to AG, which is consistent with the zoning of the parcels to the west and to the south. It presents no issues, given the fact that the community forest will no longer be logged. There's no TPZ issues here associated with this. So with that, we're recommending that you adopt the ordinance and approve the lot line adjustment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Director Ford. Supervisor Bohn.
Director Ford, from what I understand, all parties involved understand this is the lot lines they've been living by for in excess of 100 years or whatever, and there's no neighboring properties or anything else that are in opposition to this at all.
That is correct.
Great. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Green Diamond for their work with the community forest, and both them and Sukanek for their working together here to straighten out this 100-year-old survey mistake, right? So they happen. Back then it was chains and ropes and such, and now we've got laser. So it's understandable that things are going to get better, but this was a big mistake. So I'm glad to see it being corrected and applaud everybody for their work together to do that. Any other board member comments, clarifications? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to public comment unless the applicants want to address the board at all. Seems like this is a no controversial opportunity. Seeing no movement there, we'll go to public comment. And in Zoom, I have one hand up, 7718.
I would like to echo what Steve Madrone said regarding thanking Green Diamond. To have any of these chunks of forest put in community forest and correcting a problem with no opposition is fantastic. Mother Nature says this is great, and I hope it sets some precedents. That means that this will no longer or have a chance of being logged on a 40-year clear-cut basis, and that's fantastic. I strongly applaud Green Diamond, but I would also at this time like to reach out to them to see what they can do to curtail those clear cuts every 40 years or whatever they're doing at what we call pecker poles out there, and strive more to having large old growth forests and donating to the community forests and receiving benefits for everybody involved. Thank you for the opportunity to reach out and thank Green Diamond and for fixing this long-term problem.
Thank you, commenter. And now we'll go to those here in the audience today. Anybody that would like to address the board on this specific item, welcome. Come up to the podium, and you've got 2 minutes. Seeing no movement towards the podium, bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion. Supervisor Bohn.
I'd like to make a motion to basically staff's recommendation, unless you want me to read all that.
No, that's good.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Bohn and a second by Supervisor Bushnell. And we do have our voting, Mike, yes? All right, we've got our voting tabs up, and I'll go ahead and vote myself.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you very much, Nikki. All right, thank you very much, folks. Glad we could get that in this morning. And next, we're going to go to another short one, and I just heard that the gas one may not be short. So I'm going to go to my next option, which is appointment of a member and an alternate to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors for the 23-24 year. And I believe our current board rep is Supervisor Bushnell, and our current alternate is Supervisor Bohn. Is that correct? Supervisor Arroyo? Okay. So I'll leave it to the board. Anybody want to make any comments, suggestions, offers of nomination?
I'd make a motion that, because it's as you get your feet wet and longevity and get in there, I'd make a motion that we stay with the principal and the alternate as they stand now.
I'll second.
And so I assume that means that you're willing to accept that nomination. And yourself? We're all good there? All right, well, we'll go ahead and go to public comment on this then, and I'll start with Zoom. And we have a motion, and 7718, this is your chance for 2 minutes. Welcome.
Keep things moving. I will third that one. Thank you for my opportunity to comment.
Great, good example of brevity. So with that, we'll bring it. Anybody else in the audience here today who would like to make any public comment on this specific agenda item? Seeing none at the audience, we'll bring it back here to the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
I would just like to thank my board for the consideration and allowing me to continue.
Very good. And I think that goes both ways, probably. Thank you for representing us. So, okay, with that, we'll go ahead and we have voting tabs, I believe. So we'll go ahead and get that one done.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Okay, well, that takes care of that one. And we do have 20 minutes. Do we think we can get this one done? Good. Let's go ahead and do this one, which is item number H1, a letter of request to the Attorney General for relief from the inflated fuel costs in rural county. We have inflated fuel costs? All right, so let's go ahead. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I get a lot of calls from constituents about the prices of gas in Humboldt County comparably to other counties in California. Additionally, I have gotten some calls from some distributors that pick up in Oakland and bring into Humboldt County, and I was struggling to figure out how to address that, or who to address that with. And so I reached out to Sean and to Karen Lang, and this is something I came up with, an idea. It's not really, I just want to address and address my constituent concerns. And so I'm just wanting to have the discussion and to see where possibly we could go with this. Additionally, I spoke with Supervisor Bohn on yesterday, I think, only to just get a form that he had found on the AG's website that if you feel like you are having inflated gas prices, that you can fill out a form and send it to the AG. And so now I feel like I have a better path to give to my constituents, which I wasn't aware of at that time. So that's something that I copied, and I'm going to be able to tell my constituents, hey, if you feel like you're being gouged, here you go, send this to the AG. So I just want to have the discussion with my board and bring attention to it. And maybe this letter is not the way the board wants to go, but I'm open to discussion, and it could be changed, and just want to have that discussion.
Great, thank you for that. And can you please forward that to the clerk so she can forward it to all of us, so we all have it as an electronic copy?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any board clarifications, questions on this before we go to public comment? Supervisor Bohn.
And just because I spent a couple years in the industry, we actually have the first gas price gouging law to go into effect in the nation. I think it was brought forward in June, then I think it was just actually brought online recently. I'm sharing there's a form that I was aware of that I'd given to people. I don't know if, and I think we all get the same things, and we all get paid $160 to fill my pickup up the other day. But I think we all get the same thing about the gas prices and everything else. I mean, there was a time where I was accused of controlling all the gas prices in Humboldt County. A former supervisor wrote a letter saying I controlled all the gas prices. Well, just so you know, when I left that company, it was $1.39 a gallon, so obviously they hired somebody better. But with that being said, we're by no means the highest in the state. I mean, San Francisco's higher than we are, and they're 40 miles away from a refinery. Go figure. But part of it has to do with the volumes we sell up here. Stations down south sell a lot more, so the prices change. And I'm not defending or not advocating or anything else like that. But I think the Attorney General probably hears enough about this, and he has, as Supervisor Bushnell, as she saw this, she realized you probably don't want to write a letter saying you need to do something about gas prices 6 weeks after he's just done something about gas prices. So I think making people aware, I think making our constituents fully aware that we understand what the pricing is. And I don't think, the other day, diesel, when I filled up, was $1.50 more a gallon than gas. Okay, I can live with that. But think about the guy bringing our goods to the grocery stores. That's where it's going to hit us the most, and that's where we're seeing it, because we live rurally. So I think making our people aware that we are trying to do everything we can. The state, and the governor and the attorney general took this on because there have been complaints. So we'll go from there, and if the letter needs to be sent, I would support it. I don't know if it would be counterproductive or not, but so.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Bushnell?
So, I've been on this board 3 years, and gas prices have been fluctuating the entire 3 years fuel prices, I guess, have been fluctuating the entire 3 years I've been on this board. And it's been concerns with constituents, as well as, transportation companies and logging companies, and to the points of even transportation companies having to park their trucks and not being able to do their business. And so this is the first time we've talked about it on this board. And yes, I don't want to offend anyone. Of course, I don't want to offend the AG at all, but I do want to bring attention to that. And I don't think every gas station in San Francisco is higher than Humboldt, but I think they're, obviously Supervisor Bohn looked into it, and there are some, but Humboldt is astronomically high comparably in the state of California compared to state of California. When I went cross-country a couple weeks ago, as I left Humboldt, it went cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and then of course when I left the state, it was way cheaper. But and I'm not opposed to changing language or even holding off and just recognizing that the constituents themselves can send a letter, which now I know, which is great. But I do want to bring recognition to the urgency that I'm getting from constituents. I'm sure you all are as well, about the prices of fuel in Humboldt County. And so that is why I brought it. Looking for a path is what I was, hopeful to do.
Well, I appreciate you bringing it forward. I was thinking of doing the same thing, so thank you for your efforts, and thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for your research efforts. Nice to know everybody has access to put in that input. And I did participate in some hearings a few months ago on a bill that passed that did allow the state to, I don't know exactly how it works, but to be able to sort of take some of those massive profits that are being made. I don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but it doesn't change our pocketbooks when we go to the gas stations to get gas or diesel. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I really appreciate the conversation. In addition to what Supervisor Bohn said about the some of the recent actions that the Attorney General has undertaken, there have been, several. I thought honestly, this letter coming forward made me look into it, so it wasn't something I was familiar with before. But I was reading about over the last 4 or 5 years, some of the lawsuits the Department of Justice, the California Department of Justice, has initiated to prevent not only price gouging, but also essentially non-competition within that industry. So between 2017 and 2022, quite a few suits were filed, and several were successful. So it was interesting to look into, and I wanted to note that I'm not sure if this is the report that you were speaking about around price gouging. Specifically, you can any community member can file a report about illegal price gouging, and so I guess I'm not sure how if I as a member of this community, I'm not sure if I would recognize price gouging if I saw it, other than the price going up significantly. So when that is observed by people, they can file that report. And so I think, understanding that and getting that out to constituents is really valuable. So yeah, thanks for bringing this forward.
Supervisor Wilson.
All right, thanks for, this is an important issue for sure. If we're going to talk about moving forward, this is not the letter in its format currently is not one I would probably put forward for a couple of reasons, and but I don't think there's I think there's a lot of room for doing something moving forward. The reasons for not putting this forward, I think Supervisor Bohn mentioned, which is one of them, is there's a lot of movement within the AG's office on this already, and so it's not. It's like when we send these letters, they are they are political capital that we spend whenever we do it, and so we have to be strategic about that. And so really think about, is it of value to us, and someone's going to have to respond to it on the other side. And is this something we want them to spend time on specifically in this moment and with this language? And I think that this letter refers to sort of the issues around the price of fuel within our region and some of the challenges that some folks have, but it speaks to asking around price stabilization programs, which I would be cautious of asking about with relationship to fuel in this space. But I do think that, and I will say that the bill that was passed, the California Gas Price Gouging and Transparency Law, which was signed into law by the governor in March, created the Division of Petroleum Market Oversight, which is what's putting out this thing. And I think I think this is a really good tool. I do think that that the focus on this is less about price stabilization and more about gouging. A lot of this came out of the gouging that people felt during the COVID shortages and what was occurring in that time. And then now, under this idea that we talk about inflation at a time when the corporations, these corporations, fuel corporations in particular, have record profits. That is why we have this discussion around gouging, because we're feeling inflation as consumers, yet the producers are having record profits. And so it makes you wonder what is happening in this space. So I think for me, the focus really is about the exploitation of our population, of our working folks, and everybody else who's not, as I would say, on the upper echelons of society. That's really the fundamental issue. Even when I look at this letter, it talks about the challenges of transportation for folks that live far away from where they work, right? But then there's just the challenges of people who live maybe close to work and pay higher rent, right? And so we need more equalization and stabilization of pricing across the board, and or income across the board than this one finite element. That being said, I think that if we had a letter that supported the efforts of the DPMO in looking at price gouging, both through the state as well as regionally and even locally, I would be very supportive of that. So, thank you. That's all I have.
I think what I heard right there is that Supervisor Wilson would be willing to work with Supervisor Bushnell to get this letter into a form that we would see full support from the board from. Is that, I know I want to get to the public comment before we make a motion, but just I think I'm hearing that kind of suggestion out there.
I'd be happy to work with Supervisor Bushnell on that.
Bushnell's fine, and and I would concur that I would really be happy to work with Supervisor Wilson and his thoughts. Go ahead. Okay.
We certainly would value your expertise as well, Supervisor Bohn, but we can only have two people, so.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay, very good.
I'll say, and as you leave California, you're right, because the biggest problem we have, when we make about 108% of our capacity with our refinery. We haven't had a new refinery built in 35 years. Not complaining, I'm just saying that is an issue with it. So when you turn around and do that, and the Attorney General himself, when all the mergers were happening 10, 12, 15 years ago, I mean, he fought to have the Bakersfield refinery kept open and got it sold, and it still services the San Joaquin Valley. Well, with that number, because we have a critical gas that is only persistent to, I mean, it's only in California. So when we go from winter to summer blend, you always notice the winter to summer blend price thing, and there's any hiccup in the refineries, then you'll see the price going up. And I remember this, we had a meeting with Chevron years ago, and I was asking, why do you guys have these 10-cent raises day after day when there's an issue? And he says, well, that's to slow people from making a run at the pumps. And I argued that, I'll tell you what, promise the people that you'll drop the price 2 cents a day and they won't run at the pumps. They'll wait till 3 days till they're on fumes if that's what you're really worried about. But with that being said, I mean, Supervisor Wilson said political capital and I don't know how much time we want to spend on the letter, but do we really think it's going to? And the optics are great. I think it's good that we've opened it up that people can actually, if they're frustrated about this, there is a form that was brought into law 2 months ago, or actually sooner than that. And now we're going to send the letter saying, and we can massage it so it doesn't feel like it, but he's going to feel like it. You're not doing enough. So and I understand all the equality stuff on all the other things, but I'm just saying, this board talked about this, I think 9 or 10 years ago. This board talked about it 16 years ago. This board talked about it about 24 years ago, because the prices went, minute when they went from 99 cents to $1.05, the world ended. And God, what would we do for $1.05? And I can tell you, part of the gouging issue comes because we've put so many restraints. It's supply and demand, and they're private enterprises, and they'll sit there, and I understand Supervisor Wilson's, they're having record profits, but they'll tell you 85% of those record profits are from the price of crude and not from the retail end of it. I have a hard time believing that too, as it's jacked up through the roof and everything. But if we want to massage a letter and we feel that it'll be constructive, or will it just go into a file that we got another letter on gas prices? So
I think we're shooting for constructive, and so any final comments, clarifications? Supervisor Arroyo?
I would just say in general, I'd rather us not spend the energy on crafting a letter that says, like, thanks so much for that, but we wish it went further in some way, shape, or form. I think bringing it to our attention was good, because we had a good conversation about it and can get this information out to our constituents and be more informed ourselves, or at least I'll speak for myself. I'm more informed about this now. And I think we probably we all said something different about this, which is interesting. We all have a different perspective on the issue of income inequality, or the costs of fuel and all of that. That said, I would see our legislative platform as a potential place for this to show up in the future, because it's our signal that, hey, these are the things that collectively we care about. So issues around this, I think, could go into that process, which is, obviously we will be adopting early next year, but is still being formed right now. So that seems to me like the best avenue. I'd rather we not even give the direction to send a letter unless other people are really passionate about moving forward with that.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Wilson, and then we do have a time set, so.
I can go for that one less letter. I think that'd be awesome. I just did want to point out that we are one of the only, I think we're the only community, certainly in California and probably on the west coast of the United States, other than Alaska, that receive our fuel by barge. I think people, and that kind of creates this, what some might call an island economy. Hawaii receives its fuel by barge, right? We receive our fuel by barge, and then I think Alaska, and I'm not sure if there's anywhere else. And so I don't need a response to that necessarily. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we are the only ones in California that receive our fuel this way. The point is that it's expensive. It has something to do with this situation. I would go further to say that our reliance on fossil fuel is becoming more and more tenuous. And I would really be asking, instead of price subsidization or stabilization, here is what it is here, price stabilization. I think, and we have been, and we need to seek the programs and the support for our citizenry and for our institutions to convert and to transition to renewable energy is probably better for our resiliency in the long run, and also moderate and adjust our personal and institutional use of fuels in general to become more efficient in how we live our lives is also part of the equation. That being said, I don't like being manipulated like anybody else with relationship to prices of fuels, and I think that we've stated that really clearly. So
Great, thank you for that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment and then bring it back to the board. So we'll start with Zoom, 7718, *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Political capital is generated when you compliment somebody on doing a good job rather than using it. So you might want to put that in your bank. Highly recommend you compliment them for this. A little history. I think probably I'm 69, probably nine years old, and the gas price on every corner varied quite a bit because there were gas wars. Down to 19 cents a gallon, if I recall back then. That's gone away. You see more of a collusion amongst the individual gas stations. Their prices seem to stay quite in sync. Our savior here, and I don't think, I could be incorrect, but things like the Humboldt tribe had very reasonable gas prices, which helps keep the prices down overall, a little competition. Costco, I thought they trucked theirs in rather than coming in by barge, but I think Rex could probably have knowledge most likely of how they get their gas in here. We seem to be lacking competition for many years. A certain family was accredited to say, oh, she needs another new hat, so we're going to raise the price. And it was always, Phil, never failed. The first thing that happened was any price went up. It was in the crude, it was reflected instantly in our prices at the pump. But it took a long time when the prices came down to reflect that. So strongly support you sending a letter. Now, the biggest thing I think should be, we're being gouged on our electric, just the same as gas. And I think maybe a separate letter or a follow-up, or you look into this, please look into the gouging of our electric. My understanding we have some of the highest rates in California. Many other rural communities have lower rates. I talk to people who aren't under PG&E some. And so that to me is a bit of more concern than that. So thank you for an opportunity to speak on this particular topic.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0151, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you for bringing this up. I think it's a very important issue. I think what Ken said also about the PG&E, and then how PG&E is even going further with the idea of abatement to people that have trees that are too close to their house or wherever, or to the wire. I don't really know. But anyway, that word is a little bit of alarming to a lot of people. As far as sending a letter, it looks like that's not going to pass, which, I can live with. But at the same time, the comment about anybody individually can send something if they want. My experience with calling into the Board of Supervisors is that comments are made where people are embraced to participate as well, but they don't know how. They haven't heard this. They don't know what's going on. They don't have Zoom. For whatever reason, they are not involved. So to get them involved, we need to have a letter drafted by the supervisors individually that just, that then somebody else in some other nonprofit can put together to have a petition signed for lots of people, starting with great job moving forward, great job now that we're, having so much visibility about this. But we as individuals, let's look at getting 50,000 signatures. There's no reason that we can't. Let's just do it. But we can't do it unless you
30
folks,
seconds.
one or all of you, decide that you will embrace people to set up a petition so that we can have a voice. So let's get the people in this county involved. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And we'll bring it back here to the audience here today. Anybody that would like to comment on this item, please step forward.
Good morning, Council.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me again. It's Frederick Brackenridge. I can't even explain how the gas prices last year affected me in a rural community, because sometimes if there's an emergency that comes up, and you might find yourself on River Bar Road in Hydesville, fleeing from a county employee that's stalking and harassing you just because you met them on Tinder. I had to flee for shelter, and I let the county chairman of 2022 know that, via private messages, and and Coral of the probation office. So this will tie into your 11 o'clock appointment. Transportation, especially for those in need, especially those experiencing domestic violence, can't get to work, can't focus on it, reached out to the community in every way. I even had to write signs saying, you know, look, I'm a father, and because of fuel costs, because of what's going on in our community, and in family court, I'm not able to participate. We're stuck here, and gouging, if that's occurring, that couldn't be more of a finger in the eye, especially to those up atop that know it and have the opportunity to help. So please do what you can to look at this and make sure that if emergencies come up and we have to go to the far ends of the county, you don't ever know which way you're going to go if you're painting in this county, you know, and just to feed your kids, you might end up putting all your money in your tank instead of on the plate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with comment on this specific item on the letter?
Hi, Gordon Clatworthy, running for First District Supervisor. Price gouging was a big issue during the COVID pandemic when the price of oil plummeted to like less than $10. But now it's up, and we don't exist in an island. There are wars happening right now that have skyrocketed the price of oil. And refineries are a big part of cheapening gas prices, having more refineries working for us. But another part is tax. So when you go up, because we're basically the same as Southern Oregon, and yeah, mostly. And you drive up to Southern Oregon, and they don't have as much of a gas tax as California, and the prices are significantly lower there. I don't know. Is it price gouging, or is it just the state of the world? There's a lot going on, so there's a lot to think about there.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else coming to the podium, we'll bring it back to the board. We've had a good discussion. We do have a time set. We've run past. My apologies for that. Let's see if we can wrap this up. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So thank you for the robust discussion, and I'm happy to not send the letter. However, I do want to address my constituents, and it is a big concern. And I do want to recognize that as some of the constituents said, the same is going on with the power bills. You know, they're fluctuating as well. And so while, I can somewhat relate to what Supervisor Wilson said, not everybody lives where things work as well as he says. So, fuel prices are a huge concern. Whether it's price gouging or not, the terminology I used is what my constituents were feeling, and I wanted to address what they were feeling. I want to thank Sean for helping me with the letter, as well as Tracy, and getting the information that I needed. And with that, I would make a motion that we table the letter till, and I may bring it back later, but at this time not send the letter, as I feel that's the board's wishes, but really getting the information out there that Humboldt County is not happy and not feeling great with the gas prices at this time.
Great. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it. It's just to table the letter for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
With
So-
no date of return. Okay, great.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any last discussion by the board? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote on this item.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you very much, everybody. Good discussion, and it's good to know that everybody can respond and send something in. So the good news is that the clock is actually 4 minutes fast, so we're not as far past as we thought, but it is 10:06. Yes.
I know this isn't part of the motion. I know I'm going backwards a little bit. It would be actually nice if our county PR department or whatever could do let citizens know that this forum exists in some way? Can we
Press
do that?
release or whatever
Yeah.
appropriate.
Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have the legislative platform for 2023, and Sean is here to present. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Madrone, members of the board. Not exactly the legislative platform, but this item is an update on legislation, state legislation for 2023. This is our annual end of session report. Yearly, or the county contracts with Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lane, and the fabulous Karen Lang to provide advocacy services on the county's behalf on state legislation. And today's report is an update on how the county has furthered its goals in the 2023 legislative session. It's also the kickoff for the state, for the county's efforts to update its state legislative platform. In the coming weeks, we'll be hosting a series of meetings with county departments and staff, and your board as well, to gauge your, find out your interest for heading into 2024. And so with that, we have Karen Lang is appearing virtually, and I will kick it off to her to deliver a report.
Great. Welcome, Karen.
Great. Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me do this remotely. Appreciate getting the travel time back. I'm going to kind of wrap up where we are with the legislative session having adjourned and the governor completing his work on the bills that were sent to him. They are adjourned for the year, so there will be no more legislative activity until January 3rd when they return for the second year of a 2-year session. All of the bills that I will cover, if they're not enacted, they're technically still alive. If they're an assembly bill that's still in the assembly, they only have until the end of January to get out if they were introduced in 23. The same goes for the Senate. So Senate bills that are still in the Senate need to get over to the second house before the end of January, or they're dead. Any bill that's already to the second house is technically alive until they're dead, until they adjourn for the whole 2-year session ends at the end of August. So we kind of have to maintain sort of a hypervigilance around some bills that were of concern to the county, you know, especially if they're already in the second house. There's a couple like that. Wanted to first just kick it off with saying you have a really fantastic legislative delegation. It's small but mighty, and it really got a lot mightier right at the end of session. Dr. Wood has been a great supporter of the county and actually carried a sponsored bill, which I'll cover in a moment. And then your state senator has ascended, or he will ascend to become the new pro tem of the Senate. It's the highest elected office you can hold in the Senate. He gets to name committee chairs, and he really runs the policy of the Senate. And he's been doing quite a bit of that as a majority leader, but it's never a bad thing to have your legislator be the pro tem of the Senate. And it's extra great because he is a former county supervisor, so tends to have more sensitivity to the issues that you face when we advocate to his office. So we had a great year working with both of their offices. I'll start with budget. Certainly going into the 23-24 budget planning time, it's been a little different than it's been for a long time. We were on a real long uphill, the pendulum was swinging up with funding coming in, and really shocked with how much money came in during the pandemic. But we have seen the course correction, and the state's revenue picture is declining. And yesterday morning, the IRS gave folks another month to file their income taxes for calendar year 22's taxes. That has a huge impact on state budgeting, and it's mainly because of this. The wealthiest Californians, those that they're very, inelastic, or they have, they can afford to pay whatever the gas prices are. It's they just pay it. I'm going to your previous conversation. Those folks also don't pay their income taxes until they absolutely have to. So even though it's like a smaller number of people that haven't paid at this point, it's the richest people. A way to look at it is yesterday morning there was a post about the fact that month over month or year over year for the same month, the income taxes that we collected for the month of October to date was like 290% higher than normal. And that's because that small number of folks that are just getting around to paying have such an outsized impact on what our general fund looks like and what it collects. Our largest sources of revenue to the state general fund are personal income taxes and capital gains. The wealthiest Californians make those contributions, and so it's a small number of people, but an enormous impact on the state budget. It really complicates Department of Finance the work they have to do to prepare the 24-25 proposed budget, because now they have another month to wait for folks to pay their taxes. We're really hoping to finally have a good sense of what our budget picture look like going into November, so we could kind of gauge what the county needed to be real worried about. Certainly, as you deliver so many services on behalf of the state, when the state's funding is in decline, it puts an incredible amount of pressure on counties in both directions. More people need assistance in a recession, and you're getting less support from the state to provide more people services. And so we really try to be as forward-looking as we can on what the revenue picture is like to help you prepare for that. But this postponement for another month could really create some challenges, and also just extends the mystery of what our budget situation is. However, there is one thing that's kind of been exciting in the last 2 or 3 years. There have been some one-off direct budget allocations that the legislature has been open to doing in partnership with Governor Newsom. And so there's been a few line items that have been dedicated to the county, particularly you got some direct funding to help support the offshore wind. And there's been a few opportunities like that. I think that there'll probably be more in 2024, just because it's such an impactful, popular thing to be able to pursue one-time funding that's dedicated to a specific thing in the county. So really looking forward to continuing to work on that with you all in 24. Switching over to the offshore wind activities that we were engaged in, I don't think I've ever had as much regular, constant, in-depth conversations with your staff over the course of the time that I've worked for you as I have this year, just because there's so much going on for you and so much potential opportunity. And I wanted to really give a shout out to Scott Adair and Sean and Alicia, because we were really trying to closely coordinate on a couple pieces of legislation that could have big impacts depending on how offshore wind unfolds. Notably, your senator carried SB 286, which is intended to streamline the permitting for offshore, for the onshore portions of the offshore wind. And we worked very closely with his staff, Senator McGuire's staff, to have a deep understanding of how the bill would work and what the role you would have in it, since the bill would allow the Coastal Commission to issue a consolidated permit. So we worked very closely to reach resolution with the author's office on that component. The county was officially neutral, but there was a lot of work just getting into the policy and trying to understand the impacts on you of that bill and making sure that your concerns were addressed as we went along. And then the other big piece of legislation that got a lot of activity in a really short amount of time at the end of session was AB 1373. The offshore wind developers were sending signals to the administration that they needed to show investors who was going to buy the power if they made the investment in constructing all these offshore turbines. And so the state worked with, there were a lot of folks at the table, and ultimately we thought it was maybe not going to happen, and then it happened. So AB 1373 is the bill. It's carried by Eddie Garcia, who does not represent a coastal part of the state. He represents Imperial County, which is sort of included in 1373 for a different reason. They're going to be mining lithium in Imperial County, and those investors also wanted assurance that whatever energy was generated by lithium and also by offshore wind had a buyer. And so the state is going to stand up, if needed, a central procurement entity that will be run through the Department of Water Resources, but it will work together between the CPUC and DWR, but DWR will be the entity running it, that will basically guarantee that the power gets purchased so that investors have assurance that these, multi-billion, $100 billion projects altogether will have buyers for the energy that's produced. So we worked with the county and the senator's office to try to make sure there are mechanisms to recover impacts for what happens to you as a result of onshoring this stuff, onshoring the wind energy. We needed to do some more work there. The door was open and closed in a brief second, and we were not able to get everything we wanted into 1373. I fully expect we'll continue working on this with San Luis Obispo County, and we started engaging with Imperial County. Sean and I met with Sean's counterpart in Imperial a couple weeks ago to just start the conversation with them about what these three nascent counties need when it comes to this new type of procurement and the new energy that's going to be generated. We want to make sure that you don't suffer as a consequence of these things being developed in the community. So I'm going to plan on continuing working on that going into 24. Switching over to sponsored legislation that has nothing to do with wind. Assemblymember Wood carried AB 1256, which would allow the county to place a tax measure on the ballot for the voters to consider to allow you to raise the sales tax. And we had to do special legislation because there are areas of the county inside city limits that already have a tax override. And if you wanted a countywide sales tax measure, you would hit the limit in I believe 2 cities. And so the measure replicates what's been done in other parts of the state where that ceiling has been hit. And of course, again, just want to reiterate, the voters have to vote on it locally there. It doesn't mean it's just automatically happening, but we needed legislation first to make it work. So Dr. Wood jumped in and carried that bill for us, and the governor did sign it. And I wanted to flag very specifically in connection with ACA 1, and I think that you're probably very aware, ACA 1 will be on the November 2024 ballot. That is Assembly Constitutional Amendment 1, carried by Cecilia Aguiar-Curry. She's tried this several times, but it lowers the threshold for voter approval that is required to do a tax measure for general purposes, and also lowers the threshold for local bond measures. And a very notable component of ACA 1 is that if it's on the same ballot, if ACA 1 is on the same ballot and is approved, that any tax measure that would have otherwise required a 2/3 vote, that it would have, that is, in the future, not going to need a 2/3 vote, it would need 55% because of ACA 1. Anything on the November 24 ballot that's in that situation gets the treatment of ACA 1. So they will, so if you put something on the ballot November 24 and you get 56% approval and ACA 1 also passes, you will be able to enjoy the benefit of ACA 1 in November 24. I hope that makes sense. So that measure will be on there, as will SCA2. I was hearing folks talk about affordable housing when I was listening in. SCA2 strikes from the state constitution the prohibition on using public funds to subsidize low-income housing. It was supposed to be on the March ballot, but the governor made it clear to the legislature he didn't want anything else on the March ballot but his behavioral health services reform package, which I'll switch to. But there were some legislative gymnastics that had to be done at the end of session to move ACA 1 and SCA2 to the November ballot. In addition, ACA 13, another constitutional amendment, will also be on the November ballot. And that measure is a counterpunch to the California Business Roundtable proposal, which is also on the November 2024 ballot. And that measure is going in the opposite direction of ACA 1 and ACA 13, the Business Roundtable proposal will make it exceedingly difficult for you to raise fees for services provided and taxes. It will actually pretty much launch everything into the 2/3 space, where even stuff that right now, if you wanted to get voter approval, it would just need to be on a simple majority. The Business Roundtable is trying to heighten that requirement to a much higher threshold to make it harder for you to increase fees and taxes locally. There's a large coalition in opposition just because it erodes local control in such a grand way. But that's all headed for the November 2024 ballot. And all of that was pushed over there. The roundtable proposal was always going to be on the November ballot. The ACAs that the legislature put on had to be moved to there because there is a proposal from the governor, like this is his thing. He announced it in March of 23, and then the legislature worked on it throughout the year. And it reshapes the Mental Health Services Act. And this is something that was approved several years ago by the voters. It's the 1% tax on millionaires. It generates hundreds of millions of dollars a year that are allocated directly to counties. And the counties get the money based on population. And then there's a local planning process under current law where you have a mental health oversight committee, and you have community stakeholders come in and you plan how to spend the money that's allocated to the county. And those dollars are intended to provide preventative services and provide mental health services in the community, as you design it, as you plan it. The governor came up with a plan, a two-part plan to reshape how those dollars go out the door at counties. So you're going to have to do some, if the voters approve it, you're going to have to convene a different type of planning with a lot more of the funding being dedicated to housing for mentally ill persons. That's a pretty big chunk if you look at the pie chart. That's not necessarily been how you've been required to spend the money before. And in addition to reshaping how the money you get by formula is spent, there's also an added a general obligation bond that will appear alongside of this that will have the state, if it's approved, the state would issue general obligation debt that would fund grants and allocations to jurisdictions that want to build locked facilities and unlocked. But you will be able to construct what are called acute facilities for persons that need to be in a confined setting while they're receiving mental health services from the county. That addition was at the very end of the process where you're going to be allowed to build acute facilities. One of the things we've heard over and over and over again throughout the year on this issue is, one, there are no beds. There are no beds to put folks that need these services. And secondly, even if the state gives you the money to build the beds, there's no ongoing operations money to staff those things. And then thirdly, there's just a staff shortage generally. So there's a workforce issue that also needs to be addressed, which they are trying to work on through some other, through the state apparatus is trying to put resources towards developing a workforce in that, to increase the number of folks going into healthcare and mental health care. That takes a long time. That's not a one-year investment. So there's a lot of meaty issues that you're going to be looking at in March and then in November on the ballots. Those are just sort of like the very top line things. I certainly, right at the end of session, I know Supervisor Bushnell, you were the first in your county to talk to me about it. The accessibility and affordability of fire insurance for homeowners is top of mind here in the legislature. There was and it's in the report, I'm sorry, that if you read it, I apologize for being redundant. There was an effort underway, it was very secretive. There was a bill being drafted that would have tried to bring the insurance market back to a healthy state in California by doing a few different things. The most important part, I think, is trying to depopulate the FAIR plan, which is where so many people have had to go to get fire insurance because it is so either it's wildly expensive, or you just may not even get anybody willing to write you anymore. So you have to go to the insurer of last resort, which is the FAIR Plan. The FAIR Plan is incredibly expensive and not as comprehensive as a regulated line of insurance that you would get, like through State Farm or something. But a lot of the major insurers were really pulling back in the market because they they couldn't write actuarially sound policies in California because of all the losses that have been sustained. So there was an effort to try to bring them back in by, depopulate the FAIR Plan, stabilize the FAIR Plan, and allow them, and this is really where it gets, it's notable, and I just you're not gonna see any change in the market probably for a year, but the insurance industry has always been required to use actuarial tables to set their rates. But that means you're looking backwards, not forward. Under this bill, or excuse me, under these regulations that they're now going to be doing without legislation, they are going to be able to factor in climate change, which means that forward-looking risk modeling to determine the rates. When they were trying to do it in legislation, it fell apart because many legislators did not see enough being done in that proposal to create equity and access. Just because insurance is probably going to be more available, I don't know that it's going to be more affordable. And that's a huge problem for people who are facing incredibly high gas prices and long car rides in your community. And so I'm not sure what's going to happen as far as relief for people paying these astronomical premiums every 6 months or every month. But the insurance commissioner and the governor kind of did a coordinated 1-2 punch. The governor did an executive order telling the insurer, kind of pleading with the insurance commissioner to set some regulations in motion to do the things I've just described. And those are underway. We had a webinar for folks last Friday with the insurance commissioner's public affairs team to walk through how this is going to work and when. These are going to be publicly developed regulations, and so we'll be tracking them and trying to flag opportunities for counties to weigh in. And one of the other questions that we asked is, how do we make sure that insurance companies are incorporating into their tables the expenditures that counties are making to reduce the risk of wildfire and make, to home harden and to do landscape level community hardening, and that should be taken in. So they were, the insurance commissioner's response to us was, make sure that you're communicating that information to the insurance commissioner's office and providing an easily accessible way for members of your community to be able to access that information when they are dealing individually with their insurer. Sorry, it's a messy word to say. So when they get a rate increase or they're told the risk is getting too high, but they've just spent $5,000 hardening their property, pushing back and appealing those rates and communicating with the ombudsperson in the insurance commissioner's office to try to advocate to get rates lowered. There are a few little tools they gave us to share with you, and we included that in our weekly update on Friday. So those are sort of the very biggest things. This legislature is very busy on all fronts, and so I've just barely scratched the surface on the nearly 1,000 bills that the governor has signed, and I'm sure you have questions about individual bills, so I'm going to stop talking at you and hopefully answer questions, or just, I don't know, maybe just go away, whatever you want to talk about, or if you have questions on specific bills, I'd love to answer them.
Great, thank you very much, Karen. So questions from the board at this point? Supervisor Arroyo.
What has the process looked like with respect to ACA one thus far around our role or our involvement? Has it just been something we're tracking? I know it's part of our housing related matters are part of our legislative platform already. So what is that looking like thus far?
I believe you had a letter of support in on it. Do you mean to be supportive now that it's on the ballot?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think what counties can do is officially support it via resolution and share that with the proponents, and we certainly get that to Assembly Member Aguiar Curry's office. That's the thing we've seen counties do is pass resolutions and support, which is allowed. And then CSAC and the league and RCRC, I believe, will also be advocating for its passage. So that's where we are in this stage of the game.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Yeah, we're going to have more comment after public comment, so we'll go ahead and go to the public, and then we'll come back here to the board, Karen, and I'm sure we'll have some more questions and comments. So we'll start out with 7718 in Zoom. Star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Well, now I know why I'm down in Mexico. Now maybe you will start to understand. Your cows are leaving, and if these things pass, you will see an exodus like you wouldn't believe. Those millionaires you're taxing have no reason to be in California. There's so many things that are messed up that should be fixed. I saw 2 healthcare specialists, top notch down here. My walk-in cost with x-rays was less than $300. Your system up there is terrible, and as long as you keep passing things where you can pass this and tax and spend, you're going to find out that those of us don't want to play there anymore. In fact, don't want to even play in the United States. Caution you on these things. The initiative that comes out there probably won't pass the business once, but unless you're allowing 2/3 votes on major cost items, you're down to where you're getting 50% of the people are pissed, and they're going to just pick up and leave. So I caution the county on taking positions where they think tax and spend is going to solve all your things. I can guarantee you it won't. If those of us continue to leave and the exodus continues to happen out of state or out of country, you'll be left with very little. You're in a deficit this time. Just go ahead and take that deficit and make it 4 times what it is or 10 times what it is. And you start facing that rather rapidly within the next 5 years. But be careful what you wish for. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116. Star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is Ash Teeters, Lost Coast Populist. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the offshore winds part that was mentioned with the previous speaker. Yes, I think it's a county that I read up in Oregon that rejected it, and I just urge that that there's some kind of backup plan with it, or something like that, because it seems like California's throwing all its eggs in one basket, trying to ban the fossil fuels and get on this one program here with nothing really as a fallback, and not really getting it up and developed before jumping all in. Also urge that we do local studies on how much power we consume, how much will it actually take to run things, including we're pushing for all electric semis and ships and everything. But anyway, there's another story of this, the 1,600 scientists, including 2 Nobel laureates, declare climate emergency is a myth. There's a coalition of 1,609 scientists from around the world have signed a declaration stating that there is no climate emergency. And they strongly oppose the harmful and unrealistic net zero CO2 policy being pushed across the globe. The declaration itself does not demonize carbon monoxide and does not discuss any harmful effect of other pollutants. The thrust of the declaration challenges the hysteria brought about by the narrative of imminent doom. The declaration put together by the Global Climate Intelligence Group, CLINTEL, made it public this month and urges that climate science should be less political.
Thank you, commenter. Thank you. I know that 2 minutes goes quick. Okay, that's it in the Zoom, so we'll go here to the audience here today. Anybody that would like to make public comment on this specific issue of our legislative platform update, welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
I'm Holly Klingel. Most of you know me, and in fact, the newspaper dismissed me as one of those people that's always got something to say. That's not true. I don't speak unless I truly have something to say, and I want to tell you how grateful I am for all of the progress we've made in mental health services in Humboldt County. I've been actively involved because of a desperate family situation since 2009. And yesterday I found my daughter, and she's safe, warm, dry, and her brain is functioning magnificently, and I am the happiest old woman in the whole wide world. Thank you.
Blessings to you and your daughter. And anybody else? Come forward, please. Hard one to follow.
Gordon Clatworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. The part of my plan is to use something called certificates of participation. It's a way to generate bonds from county equity, to use those to build housing. So if this passes, if the 55% to use bonds for housing passes, then we'll actually be successful in generating a lot more housing upcoming. So that's something that we really need. I know it's hard to get traction, especially with a lot of not in my backyard people when it comes to building housing, but it's desperate. We're really desperate. We really need it, and I think it's going to help a lot of people.
Thank you. Anybody else on public comment on our legislative update? And seeing no one else coming up to the podium, I'll bring it back here to the board for discussion, comments. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I wanted to thank Karen for the update. All of us up here have been following the legislative session. We'll continue to do so. As our constituents know, we kind of all have our issues that we follow with relationship to this, and certainly one of them is housing. I think that we're seeing some movement with relationship to that. There's even locally here where, I think Humboldt County has a role to play in the future with relationship to legislation around housing, especially. And I would say we're grateful that we have our Senator McGuire in the position he's in, and also his interest in that bill, or not in that issue, and his allies within that will be helpful. Some of the issues we've been talking about in terms of going into the next term are around how our jurisdictions can work together to work on our housing numbers, as opposed to just jurisdictionally, how to do that interjurisdictionally and work on legislation that might help do that. But also around workforce housing, there's a lot of challenges around what we call workforce housing. There's a lot of limitations, and those limitations around funding and doing workforce housing are all just limitations that are just written words in legislation and policy, both federally and locally, and and statewide. And I think we're going to be working on a lot of those. There is a very interesting bill, SB 584, which seeks to charge a tax statewide for short-term rental locations that make, I think, over $100,000 a year, but that would then go into a state fund for workforce housing. This is kind of, I'm going to say they put it into a 2-year bill. It's a bit clunky because we don't really have good language around what workforce housing is yet. And Karen, I just want to shout out, she's been really deep in these processes long before she worked for Humboldt County, and so she's been very helpful in those discussions. And so I just want to thank her for that, and let everybody know that there are a lot of folks in Humboldt County working on these issues at the state legislative level. We don't do that here in front of everybody necessarily, because that'd be weird. This is the time that we do that. We're trying to work on local issues. I also want to shout out to the work that was done to pass SB 704, which basically removed the exemption for oil and gas development from the Coastal Act, and so that's great. It certainly makes it much more difficult to do offshore oil development in California, and specifically in the Humboldt Bay region. We have 1,000 acres of coastal-dependent industrial lands or more on Humboldt Bay. In the 80s, there was land purchased to support offshore oil, and it never happened. But we still have that land in our inventory, I guess you'd say, in our zoning inventory. And so this is probably a good time to be rethinking how we might be moving forward with that. Although our county took a neutral position with relationship to the offshore wind bills, that is because I believe really all the yeoman's work was really trying to figure out ways to make sure, because the momentum is both at the state and the federal and level is to move forward with renewable energy. I would respond that nobody has everything in one basket with relationship to renewable energy and the shift in that regard, or the transition. Every technology pretty much is on the table. I would say. And I'd say nuclear power is probably the most controversial of that, but I would say everything beyond that is being looked at, and the legislation around that is important to this region. And I want to thank our staff and Karen and everybody else, and also everybody up here on this dais in speaking to our legislators on that issue. I think it's been really important. So those are my highlights, and I really appreciate these efforts. We're going to all do more to have our voices represented at the state level.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Bohn.
I can't remember when Karen didn't work for Humboldt County, so I guess that. But with that, I appreciate Karen keeps me informed. She works really well with RCRC, which I really appreciate. She has partners and friends that over there that rally and work really hard on issues we're facing. We have an insurance task force, because since this is a rural issue, they've got a group working forward on that. And so her representation is a pretty wide swath, but she looks out for Humboldt pretty well. I want to thank our CAO, who has kept the relationship up with Karen that our former CAO had. So I think you have business partners and you have friends, and I think when they can be the same, it makes for a much better working relationship. And I think we've had some great successes with the group. So thanks, Karen, for everything you do and how you protect us as well as you can down there.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I also want to echo my thanks. And when you were first elected, all of learning the path is it's a steep climb. And my first meeting with Karen was I didn't know what I was doing, and so walking me through that process was much easier with her guidance and Sean's guidance. So I really appreciate that. And I think now I readily call her and say, hey, I want to do this. How do I do that? And so I feel much more secure in representing my constituents and my county at that level. And I really appreciate all the help and the guidance that I get there. And even going to Sacramento, and I was able to speak this year. That was interesting, and appreciated that guidance as well. And so I just really appreciate all the advocacy that you bring through us for, and really helping Humboldt County. So thanks again.
Great. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. There's one question that I have, and I apologize for not giving you a heads up more before, but I know there was SB 544 that applied to state boards or state bodies around continuing to allow remote participation in meetings, but was there anything related to local agencies, special districts, anything like that around remote participation in meetings. And I'm asking because some of the boards we sit on have countywide participation. It's really hard for folks to, from say Willow Creek, to make it to the Redwood Region Economic Development Commission meeting, et cetera. So was anything like that put forward in past? I didn't hear about it, but I just wanted to check.
There were several at the very beginning, and there was so much hope for you, and then the legislature slowly whittled them down. I think it's worth noting for the public, the legislature themselves never got to go remote really during COVID, and I think as a result of that, there was like very little sympathy for ongoing like permanence of allowing you to do your local legislative function of voting on things remotely. I don't think the legislature wanted that to continue because they couldn't do it. They did do some things around the edges on more like advisory bodies. The big one, which was sponsored by CSAC for local agencies, was AB 557 this year. And it basically would allow you going forward, if there was another emergency, we wouldn't have to try to reinvent rules and guidances again on what to do in another emergency where you shouldn't be meeting in person. So it eliminates that sunset and allows you to do the teleconference meetings in an emergency only. That's AB 557. And then SB 411 by Senator Portantino also was signed by the governor, and I think it's more allowing sort of advisory bodies to meet with some folks participating remotely if there are enough people physically present there, and that it's been noticed that there's going to be someone remote. But it's nothing. I think if you got back in time and designed the perfect functionality that you would want to be able to do remote work as needed, or to allow folks to participate in meetings remotely, it's not perfect as far as making sure folks that don't have regular transportation or fuel costs are too prohibitive to be able to get to the meetings. But it's about 10% of the loaf is what actually got to the governor.
Thank you. I would just say that continues to be really important to me, not for us as much as for the people. I mean, it'd be great for us sometimes, but mostly for the people who serve on our, countywide boards and commissions, and for their participation, because it's so hard for people who are basically not compensated to always have that distance to travel. So.
All right, thank you for that. And I'll just throw in my 2 cents. Thank you, Karen, for all the hard work you do for our community. Very much appreciated. And, there's a lot of talk about these insurance rates and the fire stuff and all that. And it really is a two-way street. I appreciate that the insurers want to be able to base rates on future projections of risk. They've only been able to look backwards. But as consumers, we want to make sure those rates are based on actual current site conditions, right? For instance, as you mentioned, the 100-foot clearance, home hardening, water storage and supply, emergency evacuation routes, and what's the condition of the local volunteer fire department, because that has an impact on the ISO ratings that the insurers often use to make broad decisions. But, they're still making these really broad decisions about people's insurance. Oh, look, you're in the state of California, therefore you're high risk. I mean, if they want to have the leeway to be able to base rates on future projections of risk, we as consumers need to have those site-specific evaluations of our properties. And if we are doing all of those things, the clearance, the hardening, the water supply, et cetera, then we ought to be receiving some sort of reductions in our taxes accordingly. So fair is fair. That would be the really true fair plan, when we can actually base it on actual site conditions that exist today. So a two-way street there, and I know you're doing hard work there in the legislature to try and bring forward some sort of relief, because, as you said, the FAIR Plan is very expensive. I mean, we have horror stories of people going from $800 a year to $8,000 a year. It's like a whole new mortgage, and the rural parts of our county are affected more than others. But even in the edges of town, Sunnybrae, the edge of Arcata. Oh, there's a forest that butts up against you, so guess what? You just lost your insurance. So a lot of work to do in that arena, and thank you for keeping on that one. The other one I brought up before, I think we really do need to have some stewardship zoning and tax credits modeled after the solar tax credit approach, where landowners that are doing good stewardship practices can actually write off the cost of those expenses. So it's a way to try and incentivize all the good stewardship, and we'll probably talk about that a little bit more under our climate action plan when we get to that this afternoon. But at any rate, thank you for that. That's my input, and I believe at this point we're just looking for the board to have a motion to accept and file the report.
So moved.
Oh, we didn't do public comment. Okay. See, boy. Yeah, we did. We did public comment. So you guys are confusing me.
We did? Okay. I'll make a motion that we accept the report.
Thank you. Yeah, when it takes an hour to get through something, it's
Second it.
easy to miss. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on that motion. And thank you, Karen.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Imagine that. All right. All right. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate all the hard work by staff and keeping all the tracking on all these important bills. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. And I mean 5 minutes because I'm going to press the buzzer back there. So 5-minute break, and then we have 11 o'clock time set. And we'll be jumping into that here in 5-6 minutes.
Santa Claus game. His side job. I don't work all children.
Welcome back to our October 17th board meeting after our recess. And the next item on the agenda is our 11 o'clock recognition of appointment of Chief Probation Officer Coral Sanders. So, Coral, do you want to come up? There she is. And it looks like you have a nice little statement for us.
Should I do that before the swearing in?
Before CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Coral Sanders has been serving as interim for quite some time now. I'm trying to pull it up to see, since April of 2023. She has been doing a marvelous job. She's been a pleasure for me and my team to work with. And so we are pleased to bring before your board today that the courts have officially recognized Coral as their nomination and recommendation for the Chief Probation Officer. This is a unique position in the county structure in that the courts actually have the authority over the recommendation and appointment of that role. So your board's duty today is to just recognize the court's appointment, and with us is Judge Neal, who will deliver the oath to Coral. And I see we have a room full of people who are here to show their support as well. So I want to congratulate you, Coral, and thank you for your service. I think we were talking, Coral might be the first female chief probation officer in Humboldt County, so that's very exciting. Thank you. And so welcome to the team, and go forth and conquer. Do the oath.
Looks like we ought to turn our mics on first and then go ahead and do the oath. And once you're in place, it looks like you've got some statements, and I'm sure there's some folks here that want to also make comments. So let's go ahead and do the oath.
May I ask a point of
Yes.
order question?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt the process, but our agenda says to confirm the appointment. Do we take that action prior to the oath being administered or after?
I assume we take it after because it's really the court's appointment. So
Okay,
we'll
thank
do
you.
it that way. Judge Neal, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. From a personal note, I have known Ms. Sanders for many, many years, as I have most of you.
We'll need you to speak into a mic, please. Thank you.
All right, very well. I've had the privilege of working with Ms. Sanders and most of you actually in here for many, many years now, and I couldn't be prouder or feel luckier to know that Ms. Sanders and all of you here that work at probation, how dedicated you are to serving this community, how incredibly helpful anytime I have a question, no matter how silly it might be. Ms. Sanders and everybody is so receptive and so committed to doing their part in our community, and I'm just thrilled to be able to swear Ms. Sanders in. So Ms. Sanders, can you raise your right hand, please? I, Coral Sanders,
I, Coral Sanders,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies,
foreign and domestic.
foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter
as Chief Probation Officer.
as Chief Probation Officer.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion to the board to confirm the swearing in of Coral Sanders, and knowing fully well that she'll follow in the footsteps of what she learned from Bill and Sean and bring her own element to it to make the probation department
Second.
flourish as it has.
I'll second that.
Great, and normally we wait for public comment, but this is an exception, and we're going to go ahead and act on this motion right now, and then we'll also still have public comment. We do have a time set, 11:15, but we can bear with it.
I would recommend having public comment prior to acting on the
That's
motion.
true. Thank you very much. My streamline attempt. But that's not a place to streamline. So we do have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and get public comment, and then I'll ask you back up here for your statement, if that's okay. Thank you. So we'll start with those in Zoom, and there are no hands up in Zoom. So I'll go to those here in the audience today. Anybody that would like to make a public comment on this specific appointment? Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you again, Chairman and County Supervisors. And Judge Neal, I really think she's the character that a judge should be. She's compassionate and sincere. I had the honor of getting to know Coral by phone last year when I was making complaints about the probation officer that I complained about earlier while I was attempting to get help with domestic violence and intimate partner terrorism. I was terrorized for a whole day from 20 different phone numbers, 150 messages from a county probation officer, and I let Rex know. And I could not get help. And here lies an opportunity. Here's an opportunity to build on our strengths, because most of the men that end up in the probation might be victims of domestic violence. They couldn't get help. In fact, 85% of men that are victims of domestic violence have been sustaining the abuse. 60% of the ones that are charged with domestic violence reacted. And this is from the Bureau of Statistics. And we even have a further and more important obligation. It's to the youth of our community. Sexual assault victims in our juvenile halls are up. And unfortunately, the young men, the young boys are more likely to be sexually assaulted by the staff.
30 seconds.
Here again lies an opportunity to build on our strengths. And I couldn't be more disappointed in the fact that I walked into the county board chairman's office last year with grants and programs and all this information, and he said he couldn't help me. He wasn't even interested.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to make public comment on this appointment recognition here today? Please step forward. Welcome.
Hi there. Zach Ohannon, Director of Human Resources. Just want to make a quick comment. I've got a chance to work with Coral for a bit now, and in my role as a newly appointed department head, and I don't think there could be a better choice. She has shown to be a person with great integrity, and I really appreciate working with her, and I look forward to working with her more. So
Great.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to assume that many of you that are here today also want to support Coral, so we'll do this very quick little thing here of support for Coral, and we'll probably have more clapping happening here in a minute or two. But if anybody else wants to make a public comment, this is your opportunity for that. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board then, and we have a motion and a second on the table. And any further discussion? Supervisor Arroyo.
I just want to thank all of our probation personnel. I know that it's much broader than just the work that the chief probation officer does. So thank you so much for all of you being here today, and all of the folks who aren't here today, and the important work you do. I think it's one of the most perhaps unseen but meaningful roles within the county, and really. I couldn't thank you more for the hard work that you do in that department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the motion in front of us, and then we can bring Coral back up.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Imagine that. Please, Coral.
Thank you, Chair Madrone and members of the board, for this opportunity. I'd also like to thank Judge Neal. I've worked with her while she served Humboldt County as a deputy district attorney, a deputy public defender, and now as a Superior Court judge, and being sworn in by her is such an honor. My passion for the field of probation was sparked early on because of the innovative ways the Humboldt County Probation Department approached its goal of public safety. There was a recognition that incarceration couldn't be the universal or sole response to crime, because with that approach alone, those who broke the law would eventually return to their homes and families in our community, no better equipped to address their needs or remain law-abiding. Over the last 20-plus years, the department has been in constant metamorphosis, evaluating and reevaluating practices that are evidence-based and a good fit for our community to find the most effective ways to facilitate long-lasting behavior change amongst both youthful and adult offenders. Prior Chief Probation Officer Bill Damiano led in developing a clear mission and values for the department that championed improving community safety through offender rehabilitation. Values such as empathy, open-mindedness, and optimism and effectiveness were put at the forefront of how we approach our work. We began to consider these values more as we hired new staff and built a team of hardworking officers with not only the ability to protect the community by providing offender accountability through supervision and enforcement of court orders, but also a desire to help offenders become healthier, stronger, and more self-sufficient. The department's non-sworn staff are also special and unique in that they gravitate to the department out of a desire to be part of this important work. Under Chief Probation Officer Sean Brenneman's leadership, we learned that when we apply these values not only to our work with clients, but to one another, we build stronger teams and a healthier, more robust work environment. To be entrusted as a steward for a department with such a meaningful mission and a staff with passion and skill for helping their community is a true honor. I look forward to being challenged by my experienced management team, new employees, and everyone in between as we navigate this continuous journey to find ways to more effectively serve the courts, offenders, victims of crime, and everyone else who benefits from safer, healthier communities. Being an integral part of county government, especially the opportunity to work closely with the boards, the courts, and the CAO's office, fellow public safety departments, and the numerous community-based organizations that help make our work whole, is not a responsibility I take lightly. I will work hard to maintain the probation department's record of effective, responsible, ethical, and transparent leadership. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Great. Well, very exciting times. And so now we have a time set at 11:15, and it's an update on Habitat for Humanity, December 20th, 2022 earthquake recovery effort. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you.
Thank you all. give them a chance here to.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to get so lonely. All right.
Thank you through the chair. So I have City Manager Kyle is going to be joining us through Zoom. And thank you for the CEO bringing this forward. I have a lot of constituents from the Rio Del area that continue to call me and struggle to get their homes repaired or struggle with the process. And so through asking questions and not getting great answers, I have requested an update to see where we're at and with the monies that this board allocated out. So I look forward to a good discussion.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Bushnell and members of the board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kati Gallardo, and I'm the Public Information Specialist in the County Administrative Office. As you all know, on Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, a magnitude 6.4 earthquake struck Humboldt County. Following the initial earthquake, the county experienced over 200 aftershocks, one of which being a 5.4 magnitude on New Year's Day. As a result of those earthquakes, approximately 350 structures were damaged, with 90 of those structures deemed unsafe to occupy in the city of Rio Del. To assist Humboldt County and Rio Del residents experiencing earthquake-related displacement, on January 10th, your board approved and authorized staff to create a locally funded earthquake recovery and assistance program with $1 million from the county's allocation from the Federal Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, or LATCF. The $1 million in local assistance and tribal consistency funds allocated has been dispersed to the following. First being the McLean Foundation. On March 7th, 2023, your board authorized the CAO to sign an MOU with the foundation for fiscal agent services in the amount of $250,000 to aid in the long-term recovery of the city of Rio Del and surrounding areas. Specifically, the McLean Foundation has assumed responsibility for the administration of these funds in the amount of $250,000 to assist low-income residents experiencing earthquake-related displacement with meeting their unmet needs. Examples of unmet needs include funds to cover the cost of permitting expenses, funds to cover the cost of the installation of, say, a new water heater, or funds to place items in storage while earthquake-related repairs can be made. Funds were also allocated to the Humboldt County Emergency Shelter Voucher Program. Over $375,000 was spent on the Emergency Shelter Voucher Program. 95 households were served by this program from January to April of this year. Participants who took part in this program have returned home when safety repairs were completed or have secured new and safe accommodations. County OES has made 2 reimbursement submissions to the state to recover this funding. The first submission, totaling $315,250, has been made, and the county has already received $259,562 in reimbursements by the state for this submission. County OES has also applied for a second reimbursement from the state for this program, totaling approximately $62,475. Reimbursement for this submission has not yet been received, and currently the county is approved for 75% in reimbursements from the state. However, we're seeking 100%, and we'll keep you posted on how that goes. Funding was also allocated to Habitat for Humanity. $500,000 has been allocated to Habitat for Humanity. Per the county's MOU, the initial amount of $250,000 was paid to Habitat upon the receipt of their business plan. Additional compensation in the amount of $250,000 may be paid to Habitat upon completion of work described in the original business plan when the county deems the work is acceptable. Staff remain engaged with Habitat for Humanity and other local long-term earthquake recovery partners to help guide certain parts of the program. However, by having Habitat administer services, they are able to expend funds more quickly and efficiently in writing contracts and other administrative tasks related to granting funding to those impacted by the earthquakes. In addition, Habitat has contracts and expertise that allows them to leverage and access other opportunities for funding support. As of today, the city of Rio Dell has reported that there are approximately 200 yellow tag structures requiring repairs and 19 red tag structures that are still unsafe to occupy as a result of the earthquakes. It's nice to see the red tag number down, which we began at 90 and we're now down at 19. So we've looked at that as positive steps. The county's local earthquake recovery partners, in addition to these partners mentioned, include the city of Rio Dell, the disaster case management teams with Changing Tides Family Services and Arcata House Partnership, Pay It Forward Humboldt, the Humboldt Area Foundation, and the Humboldt Eel River Valley Long-Term Recovery Group. And the county and staff would like to thank all of our partners whose efforts have been critical on the road to long-term earthquake recovery. And now I would like to introduce the team from Habitat for Humanity, who will present a report on their progress and next steps. And please join me in welcoming Administration Officer Cammie Brenner and Deputy Director John Nicoletti.
Before we hear from them, Kati, there's an update on the staff report?
Sure, yes. To update the staff report, all of these numbers weren't reflected in it, and there is a typo that slated Habitat received $25,000, but in fact they have received $250,000. So I want to make sure that is clear to your board and to everyone watching today.
Yeah, the comma is in the right place. It was just missing a zero.
Exactly.
No big deal, right? All right, and so anything else before we jump in?
I do want to give the city manager an opportunity, and I think we could probably do that after Habitat, but could we see if he has anything to add first?
Yeah, Kyle, are you good after, or you want to jump in right now?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Madrone. I think I'll wait until after the presentation to comment. Thank you.
Sounds perfect. Thank you for being here. All right, welcome, folks. We got a couple of mics there. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning. So the presentation will actually be very short. We are leaving it to answer all of your questions. So it's just a really quick update. And then what we would like to do is really answer your questions and concerns. And so.
Sounds good. And then there's signing opportunities with Jimmy Carter out in the hallway afterwards?
Absolutely. He's out in the lobby.
Great.
All right, perfect. So, and my name is Camille Benner, and I'm our administrative officer. This is our deputy director, John Nicoletti. So our mission at Habitat is to end homelessness and substandard housing in the communities that we serve, and we want to do that in a fiscally and socially responsible manner. So it's really important to us that rising tide rises all ships. And our vision is to really just ensure those that are in need, that the value they have is needed in the communities that they serve. You can go to the next slide, please. So the partnership that we have with Humboldt, we engaged in early 2023, shortly after the earthquakes, and we worked really diligently with Amy, who is no longer on the disaster recovery team, and of course your disaster case management, which Arcata House Long-Term Recovery. They've been incredible to work with, to come up with a business contract. So when we very first engaged in February, we didn't complete that contract until May of this year, and that funding, the $250,000, was released to us on July 1st, or June 30th of 2023. So in that beginning, what the plan was to work with disaster case management on their low-income renters and get them to have their landlords qualify for this funding source to repair the home, and they would be offering it as units of affordable housing. And what happened after about 2 months is we realized we needed to pivot from that plan because we weren't getting the turnout that we were hoping to get. So now we are starting with the landlords that are coming to Habitat and applying, getting them to agree to produce that house as an affordable housing unit for 2 to 5 years, depending on the cost of the repair. And then getting with our case management team and ensuring that those that are going to be housed will be low-income individuals within your community. You can go to the next slide, please. And so who qualifies for the funding would be a low-income family that is 30 to 80% of the AMI, and they would be the homeowner living within the residence, or, as stated, a landlord that would be willing to offer their home as affordable housing to a low-income family to rent. But anybody that's applying, their repairs need to have been created by the earthquake and be red or yellow tagged. You can go to the next slide, please. I have blocked off here all the names and addresses, but I just want you to see the top 5 are actually landlord only. So those individuals are landlords that are willing to produce their homes as affordable units. And as you can see, the repairs vary. There is a green tag on there, and I think we're actually going to be sending that to the Unmet Needs Committee. But we can, with that, out of that $250,000, a big thing to note is that $50,000 of that is for administrative and project delivery. $200,000 is for the repairs. So as you can see, we have 2 that are at $150,000. So we're really just working with those landlords to get the P&As in and the bids in so that we can really determine which home is going to be the first to be repaired. Everything you see below that is actually, we have an incredible partnership. John is going to get into this after the presentation with USDA. And what we were able to do because of that partnership is actually bring in that funding source for homeowners that are low income, 30 to 80% of the AMI. So it won't go into that $250,000 that your board awarded Habitat for Humanity. We've currently sent out 3 applications totaling in about $120,000 of repairs, and those should be starting here shortly. There are 14 other applicants that are in process. This is a very, very difficult application process. We know that, but we don't make those rules and regulations. But because it is so thorough, the way that USDA does that, we're following this same process even with your funding because it protects us, it protects you, and it protects the homeowners. And John will be passing out a booklet so you can see just how in-depth this application process is. Next slide, please. And this is just really quickly going over those, everything I just stated, and the potential to just bring in more funding and repairs to the community that will far exceed the $250,000 or the overall $500,000 ultimately that was awarded. And next slide, please. So we know that this is kind of what people envision when you think Habitat's coming, it's disaster response. There's going to be a lot of Habitat vehicles, but we're doing the long-term recovery. Next slide, please. And so there's a big difference. That initial disaster response is handling those initial needs, getting food, getting people placed into hotels if they've lost shelter, supplies, et cetera. Long-term recovery is on average 2 to 5 years, sometimes significantly longer. And our contract with you is until 2025. So it is a process to get the repairs done, but in our knowing that, that's why these funds aren't anticipated to be expended until January of 2025 for a multitude of reasons. And one of those being, oh, you can go to the next slide, that's fine. And I would give you more information, but I think that you guys have a lot of questions, and I'd like to make sure that that time is useful for that. So thank you so much, and I'll let John.
Good morning. Supervisors, what we've done is we've kind of put together this booklet to keep local. I think probably one of the best places might be with Connie because she's in our regular meetings and she gives updates to CEO Hayes. This is the application process that a tenant needs to go through for the most part. And it's broken out in order, and what I would have asked and we've gotten done is we've put up the most current applicants and what their details are for their particular piece. And we're just going to leave a copy here with the board that you can look at and reference yourself from time to time to see where matters are and be able to ask continuing questions. I'm going to leave a similar copy with the DCM crew so that everybody has kind of the same information at the same time. We really thought that we would protect the interest of this resource and money by driving it forward with tenant assurances, and it would, the tenant needs a place to stay today, and so. That process of filling out information, pulling together documents that might be difficult to source after going through a disaster, There's a number of reasons that this can happen, but it is important because we're dealing with real estate, we're dealing with keeping titles clear, doing construction projects that are not only durable for the future incidents that may occur, but built in a way that meets building code standards, meets with the goals that I'm sure the Humboldt board has and definitely Habitat has. So we just want to be in light of day, be able to show everything in the most transparent way possible.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Bushnell? Want to go to the public, or Kyle next?
Please.
Okay, we'll go to Kyle next and add some more information and knowledge. Kyle, you're on.
Thank you, Chair Madrone, members of the board, CAO Hayes, and John and the Habitat team. You know, I wanted to be down there today, but I had a last-minute meeting that I really needed to attend to this morning, so I apologize. I'm appearing by Zoom. But one of the things I'm remembering from our initial community town hall meeting that Senator McGuire scheduled was talking about this overall disaster and how Rio Dell is not alone in this situation, that we have a lot of great partners, community partners, both from inside Humboldt County and from outside. You know, this board has been tremendously generous and helpful, starting with Supervisors Bushnell and Bohn, who were down here in the early hours, very value-added contributions without any reservation. I say that, really appreciate their support all throughout this endeavor, and also appreciate Chair Madrone, your board, your full board support in this process. There's a lot of different partners and community groups involved in this recovery effort, and so sometimes it can seem like herding cats, because it is a little bit of that process, and so I think sometimes there are you know, communication issues, but I know that everybody on the team is doing their best to deliver services and amend their processes where possible. One of the you know, certainly difficult situations is the limited amount of funding, because this was not a federally declared disaster. There are, you know, significant limitations on what the long-term recovery group and the disaster case managers can provide to people. But I think overall, as being really the first long-term recovery group set up in Humboldt County, we are blazing a pathway that can be used in subsequent emergencies and disasters in the future. And so specifically to Habitat, I know that they have a process that they have been willing to work on to make more efficient, and we appreciate that. You know, part of the problem is that because it's not a federally declared disaster, most of the other funding streams are really designed for other purposes, mostly anti-poverty program funding. USDA has been great, by the way, in terms of giving the federal government praise. They're willing to work with us and do what they can, and very responsive. But we have a lot of different programs that we need to make sure that all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted before individual applicants move forward in the process. And I understand the frustration. It's extremely frustrating to go through these long processes to access resources, and eventually leading to the unmet needs funding and the generosity of both our philanthropic partners and this board. You know, people, I give a lot of kudos to our disaster case managers. It's a very, very difficult job. Each situation is unique. And when they refer people off to, say, Habitat for Humanity, there's a lot of legwork involved to move these processes forward. And I really appreciate both the back end on Habitat side for, as cases get referred off to them of doing what they can to expedite it. Again, that Habitat was willing to change some of its processes to streamline and move applicants forward, get applicants in the queue. And so, you know, I don't have too much more to add, but I think, you know, one of the things that sort of brought up in this meeting is that this is definitely long term. And so, you know, 3 to 5 years is, for some cases, will be a realistic timeline. And that's common, and it can be even longer in other disasters in California. You look at Paradise and some of the others. These are long-term processes, and so I do think that we have a great team with Nick Bound Crawford, a long-term recovery group, great partnerships with the Humboldt Area Foundation, and also with Habitat and Hope Crisis Network and some of these other organizations that are not even in Humboldt County, and they're responding to disasters across the state. And we really appreciate that they're here, that they're working for this community. And again, Rio Del's not alone. We have great friends here with the county and with all of these partners to keep progress moving forward. So again, I just want to say thank you, and I'm also available to try to answer any questions that the board may have or the public may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So part of why I wanted you guys to come today is I hear, and I think probably Supervisor Bohn as well, and maybe some of my board, but you know, I don't think there's been, out of the $1 million, there hasn't been any money that's gone out to constituents for repairs. And we're coming up on a year of the earth, you know, in December, that the earthquake happened. And I hear the long term, but that's very frustrating for people that aren't in their homes and are struggling through the process. And I hear you say that the application process is, you know, difficult, but the message I'm getting from constituents is, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to do this myself. And they feel left behind, or they feel abandoned, or they feel frustrated. And it's heartbreaking to me. And this board gave $1 million, I think, hopeful that it would go out quicker, and that that money would be utilized faster than it has. And I'm not being critical of you folks. I'm being critical of the process. And so I wanted to have the discussion. And I understand originally that the application process wasn't working well, and so you guys changed that process to be a little bit better. And I understand now that you have some better, some qualifications that are working better, because you weren't getting people qualified to begin with, is what I've heard.
Yeah. Can I clarify that?
Sure.
So the qualifications didn't change. What happened was, and I want to echo, the disaster case management, long-term recovery, changing tides, have been incredible. We're in Yuba Sutter based, right? So they are our boots on the ground. They are working with these individuals and trying to get them through it, and we can't speak highly enough of them. So the qualifications didn't change. What changed was they're working with people that are low-income renters, and those renters are trying to go to their landlord and get them to say, yeah, I'll sign a deed of trust, and I'll take on this grant and give. They weren't understanding it going that directions, but we had people that were calling our organization as property owners, and so we've qualified them with the agreement that they will house people from disaster case management, because so it's the same qualification, it's just a different process. It's kind of cart before the horse before the cart. So it's made it, we were able to get those 5 applicants you saw on board really quickly since we did that pivot. So that would be the change there.
Great. Mm-hmm. So still no money's gotten out the door and no repairs have happened. Right. So that's frustrating for me when I have constituents calling me upset and they're crying, and that's hard for me. So and I'm not being critical again of you folks. I'm just wanting some clarifications, and I don't, since Amy left, I don't have an update from you. I haven't gotten any updates. So, and I can go to Kati, but it would be helpful if you.
I will reach out to you, absolutely.
That would be great.
Yes.
If you could email me,
And
that
I-
would be fabulous.
I will definitely do that.
And then also, so what would be the process from today? Like when do you anticipate that money would go out? And how, and I understand the long term, I do hear that.
Yeah.
And I did connect with Nick at one of the Riadel meetings. There was a young lady there that just, it was heartbreaking. And she has been trying through the USDA and is very, frustrated. She has no heat in her home, winter's coming. And so I just would, clarification too for her and other people with still having 200 green tagged and 19 red tagged. So that's what I'm kind of looking for out of this report.
Okay. So, real quick, did you want, I don't.
Go ahead.
So as far, I don't know which applicant you're speaking to specifically, and I wouldn't want to obviously address that in this setting, but I would say so we're meeting with the case management weekly, and there are all kinds of reasons that it may be difficult, that if you don't understand the process, it would be confusing, right? If they did an addition and they didn't get it permitted, we can't go in after that and put the funding dollars into that, because that puts everybody liable. There are a lot of different reasons. For the USDA, and I'm thinking this may be it, but you can only have so much in assets. There are just a lot of things that are outside of our control. So what is going to change or moving forward, I think we're going to keep the same. You'll see the momentum pick up, and your bids are coming in, and repairs will start this year. But out of that $1 million, the 250 that we have so far, not all of it was habitat, right? So that will probably be expended coming up into the year, depending on which of those 5 bids. As you saw, is probably $450,000, $500,000 in repairs. So that'll go very, very quickly. But we are obligated and excited to continue taking in applicants for USDA long. I don't think that contract we have with you, that money will be gone before 2025, what the long-term recovery is, but we will continue taking in applicants for USDA and continue providing affordable repairs to your constituents. And I don't think you're taking it hard on us. I really respect that you are the voice for your constituents, as you should be.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the USDA. I know that's something you guys did, brought that forward, and I do really thank Changing Tides and Humboldt Made and everybody, all the partners. I know it's just so frustrating for constituents 1 year later, and I know things move slow. It's just so hard for people when it's been a year and they just expected and a little quicker. And I have one last question before I let my board go. So the monies that we allocated out for getting people into rooms, which is around $475,000 or $470,000, and we've gotten reimbursed, and I think Ryan's here, $325,000, and that was part of that $1 million. And what happens with that money now that we've gotten some of it reimbursed? And I know Ryan's working on getting the 100% reimbursed, but that money goes back into the pot and goes where?
So we have 250,000 above the 500 that we're currently contracted with Habitat for Humanity, and the 250 that we're contracted with McLean. There's an additional 250 of the 1 million that's held for contingencies. We've used that to sort of float, I air quote, float the short-term housing. We have requested and we have approval for 75% reimbursement on those costs, but we are pursuing 100% reimbursement. So we are, cautiously optimistic that we will get all of those funds back from Cal OES, in which case that full $250,000 will then be available for repurposing to McLean or Habitat or another purpose if your board saw fit.
Okay, I think I'll follow up after the board meeting because I don't quite understand, because we already allocated $1 million, which part of that money was for the Go ahead.
You've allocated $1 million, but you haven't contracted and obligated it. Right now, only $750,000 is obligated to McLean and Habitat for Humanity. So the other 250 remains unobligated, but a portion of that is currently held for the short-term housing expense pending verification that we'll receive reimbursement on that additional 25%. Not the full 250. Ryan could speak to probably to exactly how much that 25% is, but we anticipate that that 25% will be available to be obligated for the purpose of earthquake recovery, should your board so choose.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then also one last thing for you folks. So you guys are supposed to give quarterly reports, and I know like July didn't happen, but you anticipate giving those quarterly reports in the future?
So the October 15th report is turned in, and the funding came in. I think there was agreement that one, since we hadn't really started, it was only 15 days in. So
Okay.
yes, absolutely. And I'll make sure that I include you in that moving forward.
That would be great.
Yeah,
Thanks
sorry.
so much. No, that's okay. Thanks so much.
Great, very informative. This would probably be a great chance to kind of plug the whole concept of having a personal emergency preparedness plan, right? Ryan Derby at OES has been getting these out in the community in various mechanisms through CERT processes and others. But I can imagine with something like this, if you haven't put something like that together, and if you haven't put your really important documents into a safe place, it can be really difficult to be able to get the documentation together to be able to even apply and go through that process. So great opportunity to encourage all of us to get that personal plan together and to put those documents in a safe place, right? Nothing better than being prepared ultimately. So Supervisor Arroyo.
Thanks. I'm just wanting to understand a little bit more about, since so much of the so much or all of what you're doing is in city limits in Rio Del, right? Is there much that's outside of city limits?
We've considered a couple of the properties that are in Fortuna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but most of it is in Rio Del, and then some is in the city of Fortuna, I'm assuming as well. So, are the cities the kind of the starting point, providing that information to people that come in, or where do people start in this process? I know a lot of folks are like in the middle of it, but how have people been accessing information about which programs they're eligible for?
So there has been a number of events where they've been public access moments, and people can come in, and there's really no wrong door. If they just get started, we are connected with our weekly meetings that we can kind of dedicate people forward. Where it becomes a little more tricky is maybe they have paperwork, but there are family members that co-own the property and are in disagreement, and you've got to get them to get in alignment. When we're working with just tenants, we're able to qualify that they are in that bracket of 30 to 80% of the AMI. When it's just a landlord, there is no qualification. It's a very simple, like a brochure kind of an application, because they have a big asset. They're not going to qualify for a USDA product. It's really for this Humboldt fund that you supported. And so we're kind of flipping the tables, and we're asking that they honor the agreement for affordable housing to ensure that. So in that part of that honoring of that agreement is going to be a lien to the property, only to ensure that if public funds are being expended, that they are meant to benefit the tenant in the end, and we'll monitor that through the entire process of the value of that investment to bring that back online. Where it begins to concern someone like me is when we're moving from a $16,000 repair or a $40,000 repair, and all of a sudden we're looking at a property, and we have a couple that we're looking at right now, that the list of repairs and the estimates that we have from contractors exceed the value of the house. Right. And so we're at that moment where should we spend $200,000 on a house basically replacing it, or can we take that $200,000 and move it into 5 different properties, and how many will be affected then? And we think that your board should be absolutely hands-on that, because in my experience, if we go into a single address and we raise the property and put something back under that funding, that's going to be news. That's going to be something we're all going to have to be on the same page on, because that's major. It's really big. And so I'd love to know where the board lies with those kinds of comparisons, because we see the whole range at all times. And so we're just getting to that stage where we have contractor bids, we have landlords in place, they've signed agreements that they'll accept a lien on their property. When we then will send in a project needs analysis, a third party from out of our pool, that will really identify, is the work we're talking about associated to this earthquake situation, or are we doing add-ons or pluses? So we want to manage that.
And to get there, a lot of people are starting with disaster case management.
All right.
Chair Madrone?
Yes.
Excuse me, we have Mr. Knopf on with his hand up.
Okay. Kyle.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. And that very last point, I just want to reiterate that the entry point for all disaster-related services really needs to be through the disaster case managers, whether you're in Rio Del Fortuna or any other affected part of the county. And that phone number is 707-382-5890. They also have office hours at the Rio Del Community Resource Center here in Rio Del, but that's really, we want as a starting point, all disaster-related assistance to go through those disaster case managers. There's even funding to pay for building permits that's looser than some of the other requirements. So we want to encourage people to access that as the first starting point.
Absolutely. And when we have individuals that will contact Habitat directly that are not landlords, that's where on our website it'll filter them if you're, to disaster case management. So that is the portal of which we try and get everybody to go through.
Okay, great. Being cognizant of the time, I think we're going to lose two of our board members right at about 12 o'clock.
Oh.
So that's kind of a hard set there, not to shut down discussion. But at this point, I'll just tell you that I think my preference is that the money go to as many homeowners as possible rather than to large projects that might eat up a whole lot of the money. You asked for some feedback on that. I would tell you that my preference is that. As a board, I don't know if everybody else wants to give their thoughts on that, but if we can wrap it up, and we need to take public comment before we move forward. Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn.
Well, I think because Supervisor Wilson and I both have to step out at noon, but I think the conversation could probably continue without us if we could get our input in. Supervisor Wilson hasn't spoke. Maybe he wants to.
What would your input be?
So my input would be also, it's hard for me to say, to pick, but I think that if the money could be allocated out to as many more people than just one to get those repairs done, I think that would be my choice as well. Hopeful that more money, especially with this, that this board could allocate more money with the with Ryan working towards getting the funds back for the motel funds that we put out, and hopefully this board will then move that money back into recovery. That would be my hope as well.
Supervisor Wilson, what's your thoughts on the question of one or many?
Sorry. I would, for me, it's just keeping as many people housed as possible. So that's really the strategy of which I will leave to others. But the emphasis would be on keeping the most number of people housed. With relationship on the policy about what we do with recovered funds that we've put out with relationship to the other part of this relief effort, I would have that come back to the board. I don't really want to set a direction with relationship to that today. I think we have a lot of budget issues we have to deal with and some other things too. And so our view of the budget today is not what it was when we allocated this first $1 million. And so I would ask that we talk about that separately at another time. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. And then Supervisor Bushnell?
So along with what Supervisor Wilson just said, I noticed that the $150,000 is a red tagged home, and the other homes that you qualified are green tagged homes.
Yellow
and
tagged?
Are you yellow
No,
tagged or green? Whatever. So I guess the issue would be, you know, what, the red tagged home is not occupied, and is that a renter tenant home, or is someone displaced? So could you answer that?
I can. I don't know that we should do that outside of.
I'm not
session,
asking
no?
specific
Okay.
names or addresses. I'm just asking, is someone not living there that needs to be?
In one of the homes that is 150,000. Yes, there is someone living in it, and that is.
How can they live there? It's red tagged. Okay.
I
never mind.
agree.
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree. We went by there yesterday. There's it's and took pictures. The other one, the other home, we're getting a bidder to go out there because the damage just looks so extreme, and the house is in such despair and age that I don't know that would be a just investment of your funding, as opposed to getting a modular on there that might be more cost effective, because the entire foundation is like the stairs are 13 inches away from the house. You go underneath, but there is somebody living on the other property, and we've spoken with disaster case management to let them know and engage.
Okay, so you know
Yeah.
that you know, when I play that through my head, also, you know, it's hard because you want to when you're qualifying
Yeah.
people, if someone's displaced, and that's how you're doing your qualifications, and if someone's living in the home and it's a minor issue, that so it's hard to make those decisions.
And until you come here and you see it, so that's the other thing, is coming out and seeing the property.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
At the beginning of the presentation, it was mentioned, I think by our staff, that over 75% of the red tagged homes are no longer red tagged. Does that mean that they were repaired, fixed, being occupied, or did we move them on to yellow tag status? Because we haven't expended any money, it sounds like, to repairs directly.
Those
but over
repairs.
75% of the red tags are fixed?
So that would be a question for your county staff. I would say we have not done any repairs, but I know that you have a lot of teams, like they've mentioned with LTRG
Well, I know
and the
there,
DCF.
there were a couple houses fixed the
Correct.
first weekend.
So you've got a lot
by
of
the-
people. Yeah.
By contractors without.
Yeah, and Supervisor, they tend to just get it from red tag to occupancy permits, so that may be an insurance, and a great share of those that were insured properties. We really are focused on ones that are either uninsured or unable to pay, that they're really held down by their economic status.
Because the big thing here is if we actually went from 90 red tag to 19. If we went from 90 to 19, then, and without your help and everything else, it seems like we made pretty great strides. But out of those 70 homes or whatever that are, you know, that have been repaired, are they repaired, or are they just changed a change of status?
If Kyle's on, he probably has that more
Yep,
specifically.
he's got his hand up, so we'll call on Kyle.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. So we are down to 19 red tag structures. So it's really, there is a difference when we talk about dwelling structures or dwelling units at 92 down, and I believe the number was, in terms of structures, which can include fourplexes and whatnot, we went from, I believe, 64 down to 19. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but yes, those are repaired, cleared, a lot of them using SBA loan funding, so people accessing that resource or having resources on their own. But certainly when we get down to these final 19, you're talking about these are people who either couldn't access the SBA funding, have not conducted the repairs yet, or whatnot. So we're dealing with the more kind of difficult subset of people who are going to need more assistance financially and potentially in other ways, linguistically, or other barriers to access resources to get that work done. So if that makes sense, yes, we are down from 64 structures that have been cleared.
Great, thank you for that, Kyle. And go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
And then the other thing is you're talking a unit that you can't even get anybody to bid on, and I think we get into the point now that maybe the earthquake created a situation that something that was inevitably going to fail, basically level of maintenance and things like that, when you get under there, and if there's rotten pilings and things like that, that basically it was literally the straw that broke the camel's back, but it was not the complete, it was the trigger, but it was, loaded up to go long before that. And I think we have to look at that when we're looking back and when we can put 6 or 8 people back into structures. I know a lot of the structures there was quite a few numbers that were mobile homes that were able to, we had the strapping program come in at the same time, and I know that we had one of the companies down there was putting those back on foundations fairly quick, so that was a fairly quick recovery too on a lot of the mobile homes, so which I think were probably red tagged too, that weren't,
I think that that's likely. We are actually staying currently in Rio Del, so we were here for everybody that we've spoken to, very small earthquake, almost an aftershock, but for us it was quite the shock and really added a whole new element and under a very small perspective of understanding of what the community went through. But the house that we were staying in, it felt, as we were saying, really sturdy, like we weren't going anywhere. And so what you're saying, I think, from the homes we're looking at, it may very well be exactly as you stated for the most part.
And Supervisor, to your focus, these are predominantly pre-1970 constructions, so modern building codes were not able to be applied to these facilities. And it's interesting, I think it was an amazing luxury to have this incredible wood mill right there in Scotia, but at the same time, when you have this huge supply of lumber, when we get into these houses, there were no Simpsons ties, there were no connections to foundation. In a handful of them, it's just big timbers with a house put on top of them.
Yep.
And that day came. And so, if you have a location where that's in plentiful supply, you think, oh, I'll just put another timber down there at some point in time. But those years went by, and these facilities either need to be completely lifted to get them right, which in itself is going to create oftentimes more expense than the property is worth.
And I think Kyle will agree, a lot of the times when you have a lot of the different income levels, and then you put something, without professional help in front of them and say, fill this out, it's like going to the bank for a loan. You've got to prove it to the bank that you don't need the money before they'll loan you the money almost. And you're getting into this situation here in a time of need. I think the frustration part, and I think Supervisor Bushnell said it, and I can echo it because I get the same thing every time I go down there. They just can't do the process. And so it seems like I know we had people down there helping with the process, but it didn't get delivered. And I think the frustration, or maybe they just don't meet the criteria. I don't know, but it's a pretty frustrating point when you talk about how many people that still aren't housed. The thing that drives me is $475,000 for motel rooms. You put a family of 5 in a motel room, you've got a recipe for disaster right there alone. So we need to, like Supervisor Wilson said, the main focus up here is to get people into housing and into their housing. And you're right, renters are screaming, and the landlords, some of them are absentee landlords and stuff, and they're taking a hands-off approach or waiting to see. They're waiting to see what we'll do and how much free money they can get, and they have a moral obligation to fulfill contracts of providing living that's habitable for the people that are renting from them.
And Supervisor Arroyo, we didn't hear from you yet on this particular issue of priorities.
Well, when it comes to priorities, I would echo that keeping people housed, making sure there's a roof over people's heads is the To me, the most important thing, obviously, people want to be back in their home, and I understand that. And it is. I'm not sure about this question that you posed around the value of the repairs exceeding the value of the structure, and I'd be curious what other organizations like USDA do to handle circumstances like that. I really would need a little bit more information and would want us to ruminate about that as a full board. When it comes to, returning back about, if we're able to see reimbursement of that final 25% of funds related to emergency housing, I would want to have that conversation as a board, but hopefully would see that going back into the recovery process in a meaningful way. Otherwise, I appreciate the report. I know it's messy. I'm glad to hear that so many people were able to take advantage of the SBA loan funding. I was a little disappointed that closed less than 2 months after the earthquake. I know you don't have any control over that. I just anticipate that people may have taken advantage of that as they learned more about their options if it was available for longer. But I understand it closed in mid-February or early February. So anyway, it's all good information. It's not the happiest news that it's a slow process, but I also appreciate that your process mirrors to some degree, or application process mirrors the USDA process. But if there's any, and I understand there's liability concerns and reasons that might protect your organization as well as the county by doing that. But also if there are any chances you see to continue to pivot to the needs, I'd be interested in trying to find ways, especially if we're able to get that 25% final amount reimbursed, finding ways to be as creative as possible with that funding to address folks' needs. And I appreciate City Manager Knopp being able to share the information about covering the cost of building permits and some of those other things that I did not realize were happening. So that's great.
And if I may, Supervisor, to two of your really good points. First off, in the beginning, we do have these grant programs through USDA, but they cap, and then there is more funding available, but it becomes a loan, and it becomes a 2 to 3%. Looks like the SBA product, and it also blends. It's not an agreement that can only be USDA money. If we could pair that up with another program or find another opportunity to make it free or 0% interest, that's really a Habitat Core mission. So that's what goes on with the really high-end expense construction that the property owner has to kind of reckon with. There are ways to kind of tier that up and bring as many resources as possible. To your last point, when we switched and went straight to the landlords to do these agreements, that is a leap of faith. That is not putting guaranteed money into the benefit of the tenant, who is in that 30 to 80%. So we're now taking the tack. No, let's get the place up. Let's get it rentable. Let's monitor this, because now the work is done, and now we have to go through a process of getting a tenant in place. And so many have drifted from getting back into their own place that we really were in discussions yesterday with Changing Tides about maybe we need to work with the Action Agency and have an interview process so we're sure to get a candidate that will, be very vulnerable, have a great priority of need, maybe single mom, kids, and let's really get to the person who's most vulnerable and really help them and best benefit this overall piece. But that was a leap of faith. It was to switch it over and get public funds and give it to just a profit-generating private enterprise is a risk. And we're trying. We really feel the need to take a little bit more risk and just stay laser focused on making sure the benefits reach the tenant and maintain that for the agreement for the period of the agreed time.
And one of the conversations yesterday also is if any of those 5 that you saw, if for some reason we can't do the repair, whether like they're living, you don't want all of that funding to go to one, or however that plays out is actually reaching out to the Section 8 landlords that may have had a been yellow tagged and seen since they're already providing affordable housing, right? And do they still need the repair? There's a lot of pivots behind the scenes. At Habitat, our leadership is incredible at really making sure that the funding gets to the people that need it. And if we have to pivot, but color within the lines, but go a little bit outside so we're following the rules, we absolutely will do that to make sure that we're serving the way that we're supposed to. So there's a lot, and also willing to take, like the constituents that are reaching out, if you would like, and I'll reach out to Bushnell, but find out who those people are if we don't know about them and see if we can pivot for them.
Yeah, and I appreciate this idea of, I guess a small silver lining in all of this is that we're sort of codifying in the longer term that deed-restricted affordable housing in Rio Del by doing it this way. So I think that is interesting because, folks can opt in or out of those programs unless it's something that is on the deed of their property. So that's an interesting aspect of this, an important longer term around housing affordability. One last thing, if I may, Chair Madrone, is I remember speaking with Mayor Garnes about some of the impacts of the earthquake, in the spring, and she was sharing a lot about water and sewer infrastructure impacts, and that the earthquake and its aftershocks really took a toll on those systems. And I wasn't sure if any of the issues related to livability of homes also have to do with connections to wastewater or water. I really don't know if that is one of the issues that's affecting many of these properties. Is that?
A few of them closer to the school, right, like down the hill from the water tower.
Okay.
There were a few, the basements were flooded, and the houses, I felt bad. One of the newer portion of the house was an add-on, and it was solid. And when the shake hit, the larger portion of the house, when they hit each other, they broke apart and knocked the larger portion of the house, separated the buildings. But it goes back to the Simpsons ties. It goes back to home construction prior to the 1970s, and not having those in place, it is devastating to look at those properties.
Yeah, it does make me wonder how many sewer laterals have been damaged, and we haven't yet seen the impact of that yet. And then, down the line, people may experience the impacts of that too. I don't know. I don't want to get too into the weeds, but I am wondering about that and the long-term impact.
I think an issue.
I don't know if Nick's here, but long-term recovery, they would be great ones to, because they probably have more information on the collective of what's going on. So we really only have the information on the people applying for our repair program.
Supervisor Bohn.
And I think right after the earthquake, it was already in the works, but I think they got 13, Coggin does, I think they got a huge amount of money to rebuild their sewer and water infrastructure right after the earthquake, if I remember right. And I'm not, Kyle would probably be the one to answer, but I think it was close to $13 million or something. I don't.
Kyle's got his hand up.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. So, the city has been working for over the past 5 years to secure a $12.9 million water distribution grant that was awarded and that we're working on and hopefully going to be putting out to bid here in January or February of 24. So that's water specific. There is a lot of damage on the wastewater side. A lot of it is, it's different obviously than the water side in that the damage is hard to detect. So we're working with the state to leverage some grant funding to do cammering of our system so that we can identify that. And in all reality, this is going to be a multi-year process. As we discover things, we will be applying them towards CDAA to do repair work. But again, as the county knows, CDAA only covers 75% of the cost. And so right now, Rio Del's on the hook for, potentially $5+ million of, at least, of matched funding for for various repair works on public infrastructure, and that's, you know, our lead and our charge to correct those issues. And we are actually, we had a recent meeting with USDA where they were interested in potentially funding a sewer lateral program. We'll be putting in some type of application here shortly to see if we can do some sort of citywide or large scale program to do the sewer lateral repairs, because as the news media points out, we do have SSOs here in Rio Del from inflow and infiltration during major rain events. It's something we have been working on for many years to get access to grant funding to do the repairs. In some ways, the earthquake has greatly increased that problem, and we're hopeful that our federal partners will be able to be creative and come up with some additional funding for us to approach those issues and minimize the cost to the actual homeowners and to the system, to the local system.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
May I comment on that one more thing, and then I'll.
Brief, please.
That is really, I appreciate you sharing that, and I really want to voice support for that effort. I know it's kind of hard for people to care about, you know, perhaps water quality when they don't feel certain that they'll have a roof over their heads, but that's sort of that next order of business. And I imagine that the part of the sewer laterals that are on private property are not in great condition, and most of them haven't been inspected, and, you know, probably a lower tier concern, but collectively that's a really significant impact. So that down the line, you know, I would just voice support for that effort.
Great. Okay, and we're going to go to public comment, but I have one quick question. How many of the affected properties in Rio Del had earthquake insurance?
We only have 2 in the county.
That's two people in the whole county that have earthquake insurance. I think there's something wrong with all that. At any rate, let's go to public comment, and we'll see where we're at on that and bring it back to the board. So we have in Zoom one hand up, 7718. And this is your opportunity for a 2-minute comment. Welcome.
My name is Kent Sawatsky, and I have boxes and garages full of Simpson ties. I know what they're for. Just to let you know, I have a house down a little bit below there in Scotia, and it wouldn't go over no matter what without a single Simpson tie. Stands up 7'6" above the ground, and it's anchored to a 12-foot redwood stump underneath the house. So there are other ways that, priority-wise here, definitely would not be doing the $150,000 projects. I think it should be based upon more heads in beds, I guess is what you'd say. I have a problem with the fact that a lot of these people who fall in the lower income categories, they did their own work, and they either had to borrow, beg, or whatever, encumber debt that they cannot pay off now. I really wish that you would take some of that money and let those people apply, and if they can show that if they can't afford to pay back the loans or however they got their money, do the repairs before you guys got ready to be involved. I'd like to see them reimbursed through grants or low-interest loans to help those people. I think, you know, time is of the essence on these things. If you come in a little late to the ballgame for whatever reason, it's not your own fault. But I think that should be a policy that you may wish to consider. I would ask that you run that by your board and then bring that back to the Board of Supervisors here to see if they support a project for those poor people out there who couldn't afford to spend the money but did it anyway because they had to get back in the home. They had no choice. Maybe they sold their car. Maybe they did something else
30 seconds.
To do this, but I would think it helped also. Thanks so much for your speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to kind of double up on what Kent mentioned, that, you know, people who have taken out loans, you know, them not getting any piece of the money it does kind of seem unfair. Maybe look for some kind of equal distribution where, you know, people who you know, couldn't qualify for loans could get like a co-signing thing while trying to equally compensate people who went through the loan process and were able to make the repairs. But just something there think about, I mean, with the state of the economy these days, you know, just because you're able to take out a loan and get a repair done doesn't mean you're, you know, sitting high on the hog, so to speak. Anyway, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, commenter, and we'll go to those in the audience here today, but first, back
May
to
I
you.
respond to both of those? Is that okay? Or am I going out of turn?
We don't respond to the
Okay.
comments, at least you won't be responding to them, but if there's a clarification you would like to offer separate from that.
I would like to offer a clarification as a question. What they both stated are really smart ideas, and that is something that we were talking about and bringing to the board is if they qualify. And one of those interesting pivots that we were talking about earlier, but it would have to, it couldn't be for paying Uncle Fred to do a repair, right? These would have to be qualifying, backup, documented things. But that is something that we are also looking into because, so I just want to know that your voices are heard and these are conversations we are having.
Great. Thanks for having your listening ears on. So with that, public comment, please.
Thank you. Darlene Spohr from Arcata House Partnership. What an amazing opportunity. Oh, sure. Darlene Spohr from Arcata House Partnership. What an amazing opportunity it's been for us to be part of this process. And I really appreciate the long-term efforts. But what we know is that there are a lot of short-term interventions that can happen, and our Unmet Needs Committee has expended all of their funds, is my understanding. And it's those funds that help people get more immediate response to their needs. And I hope if there's a way to fund more of the Unmet Needs Committee, that we'll be able to put money into people who are the most vulnerable right now and the most fearful. How do I get something that I need immediately? We know some of the things are going to take a long time. Let's find a way to support those needs that we can take care of right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, welcome.
No, it's afternoon. We kind of rolled right into it. Good afternoon, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate our partners at Habitat. I'm Carrie Venegas from Changing Tides Family Services. And I think we would absolutely appreciate having an opportunity. If any of you are interested, we can walk you through the actual disaster case management process and have you kind of see it through the eyes of the experience. And I want to recognize, too, Arcata House for being just amazing partners in the DCM. This has been a joint effort and with all of the colleagues and with the long-term recovery group. I did want to make just a few slight corrections. The Unmet Needs Committee actually does currently have funding, and that funding is flowing through the philanthropic partners, so HAF and McLean, and there's various funding streams, and I know it's very complex, and I know my lane, so I definitely just want to say that money actually is still open. We are actually getting people's needs met, and to give you some idea of what the Unmet Needs Committee actually covers, we recently processed 5 different households, things like water heaters and wall unit heater repairs, plumbing repairs, toilet replacements. Believe it or not, some of the most common things are water heaters and toilets being rocked off their moorings. Can I use that word for toilets? Any hoodle, time is flying. We want to make sure people do know that. So when we're working with clients, we do all of that. And we put all the funding together.
Great. Thank you very much for that update. Okay, and with that, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration of, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I worked for Habitat for Humanity in Florida, and we built houses for people, and we got donated all kinds of materials out there. I'm sure if you put it out there, we've got a really, really great community, and I'm sure people would be more than willing to spend their weekends trying to help these people get back into housing. With the damage to the sewer and water, I know over in Scotia they are also complaining about brown water, so that might also be more damage from the earthquake, and it's been a continual problem for the last several months. I just wanted to bring that up, but yeah, I really I like what Habitat for Humanity does. That's why I've supported them before, and I'm sure that we can find solutions.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll bring it back to the board for our consideration of a motion to accept the presentation, I believe is what we're doing.
So moved.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? No, she made the motion. Sorry. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Arroyo and a second by Supervisor Bohn. Let's go ahead and vote with the three of us.
All right, motion carries 3-0.
Okay, great. And just to give you a quick heads up on our rest of our schedule, we're going to take a break till 1 o'clock. We have a time set at 1 o'clock, but first, thank you for being here and for your presentation, as well as our local partners as well. So we have a 1 o'clock time set on our 2020-21 audit. That'll be at 1 o'clock. And then we go into closed session at 2 o'clock. Depending on how long the audit presentation goes, I might put the unmet transportation needs in there, but we'll see how that goes. And then we have a closed session at 2 o'clock. We have a couple closed sessions, and then we come back after that at approximately 2:30 to talk about Measure V, as well as our climate action plan. And if we hadn't gotten to it, then we'll do our unmet transportation needs at that point. But CAO Hayes?
Yes, just before we go into recess, for the benefit of the public, I wanted to offer clarification that the departure of Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bushnell was because they had a call with Senator McGuire that could only be held during the 12 o'clock hour.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, we're in recess till 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our afternoon session with the Board of Supervisors on October the 17th. And we are going to jump into our 1 o'clock time set presentation on fiscal year 2020 and 21 audit. Good afternoon, Director.
Good. Oh, it is afternoon. Good afternoon. This chair feels really short. So this afternoon we have the presentation of the fiscal year 2021 audit. And it's going to be presented by Clifton, Larson, and Allen. And this is Rich there, Nikki? Oh.
Hi, Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure Rich was there before I... So basically, the audit has been completed, and the purpose of this item this morning is to present it and accept it. And I'll turn it over to Rich.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Okay, can you guys see the slideshow?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Cheryl, thank you for having us here to present your audit. I'm here with Ricky Hegner, the senior on the engagement, and my name is Rich Gonzalez. I'm the principal on the engagement. So we're going to present the 2021 audit reports for the County of Humboldt. Okay, what's going on here? Here we go. All right, so in this presentation, we're going to discuss the purpose of our audit. We're going to briefly go over the audit approach. We're going to give you the summary of audit results by engagement. We're going to discuss the required audit communication to governance. And then finally, we're going to touch briefly on the recent GASB pronouncements, which I know Cheryl and her team are very much aware of. All right, so the purpose of our audit, it's to express opinions providing reasonable but not absolute assurance whether the county's financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. So when you look at the report, the financials belong to the county. You know, the notes, everything that's part of that report is the county. We're the ones providing the opinion on whether you can rely on those financial statements. Okay, so just a brief recap of the audit approach. It can be broken up into 4 phases. The first phase is planning. This is where you develop a timeline with the county to discuss deliverables and field work. At this stage, we do the preliminary risk assessment or account analysis of all the county's significant accounts. At this time, we also provide a PBC listing of all the items needed to perform the audit. And we do this using a portal, so everything is electronic now. The second phase is systems evaluation. During this stage, we obtain an understanding of the key controls of the county, and sometimes we will test those controls to help us with our testing. And at this stage, we'll design audit programs based on our risk. The third stage is the testing and analysis. This is when we obtain and review the trial balance from the county. We perform our field work, and then we also execute our audit plan. And then finally, the reporting. And this includes a review of our deliverables, which includes a review from our quality assurance reviewer. And then also at this stage, we communicate our findings and recommendations to management. Okay, so the summary of audit results by engagement. So for the audit of the financial statements, we had 5 material weaknesses. But this is much better than last year where we had 8 findings. Also, if you look below, there's a recap of the opinions on the audit reports that we issued. You'll notice we have an adverse opinion for the discretely presented component unit. Same issue as the past, just trying to obtain recent financial statements for Fortuna Fire District. My understanding is they are almost caught up, so we're hoping this goes away next year. But for 21, we didn't want to hold up the report, so we just decided not to give an opinion. You'll notice that the county received an unmodified opinion on the other opinion units, unlike last year where we had to modify the opinion for comp absences and also for the cash recs. So this is definitely, the county moving in the right direction. Okay, now for the single audit, we issued an unmodified opinion on compliance over the major programs, and also an unmodified opinion on internal controls over compliance on the major federal programs. We did have one significant deficiency for one of the programs. It's ALN 93.323, and that's a COVID-19 program. Down below, you're going to see the major programs that we tested. There were 5 in total, and I'll just go over them briefly. There was the home program, the highway planning and construction cluster. There was the COVID-19 coronavirus relief fund, and then there was also the COVID-19 epidemiology and laboratory capacity program. And then finally, there's the audit of the Medi-Cal assistance program. Threshold we used to identify programs that are major were $3 million. Okay, so now we're going to go over the results of the audit. So like I said earlier, we did have 5 findings. Most of these are repeat findings. So the first one is 2021-001, and this is has to do with the trust fund activity. The fact that the county maintains 140 trust funds with about $88 million in cash in these funds. The recommendation here is just to analyze each trust fund to determine if they're necessary. And the second recommendation is consider closing several of these operating funds that maintain, or closing these into operating budgets or funds that maintain budgets. I do want to clarify that the issue is not that the county has all these trust funds. The biggest issue is the accounting of these trust funds. So we're having to make a lot of adjustments to eliminate, intra-fund transfers and the double reporting of revenue and expenditures. Okay, the second finding is 2021-002, and this is related to the financial statements for Fortuna Fire Protection District not being available for the audit. As I mentioned earlier, the fire district is a discretely presented component unit, which is part of the reporting unit for the county, and because the statement's not available, we had to exclude it from the report. This is a repeat finding from last year. Okay, finding 221-003, also a repeat finding from last year, but much better than last year. The issue here was with receivables and revenue. We noticed during our testing about $3.3 million of subsequent receipts that were not accrued. So our recommendation here is for the county to analyze subsequent receipts, especially when they come in much later than year end or closing. and also to review posted balance by both the auditor's office and departments, including the analysis of roll forward balances. So if we have some beginning balance or any balances from last year, we want to make sure that they're being rolled forward properly and cleared out when necessary due to timing issues. Okay, financial statements finding 2021-004. This one has to do with interfund transfers, another repeat finding, and again, significant improvement over last year. We did have reconciliations performed, but there was still a $4.3 million difference, which really involved like funds that were outside of the primary government that should have been reclassified. For example, fiduciary funds. Recommendation here is reconcile interfunds prior to closing. And then the second item is additional training on interfund reporting. Knowing the difference between interfund loans, interfund charges, cost allocations, and transfers, as well as activity between the primary government of the county and fiduciary funds. Okay, and then the final finding for the financial statements has to do with pooled cash and investments. We saw major progress here as well, with all the accounts being reconciled. The only issue we found was with the schools fund. We found about $1.4 million in outstanding voided checks that should have been cleared that were not. So we're just recommending that the county develop formal procedures, which include the review of these outstanding check listings for all bank accounts, and then updating the ledger as necessary. Okay, so with a single audit, we had one finding as a significant deficiency, meaning it wasn't really material, but it could be material if not monitored properly. And during our review of the reports that were submitted to the feds, we noted one report that was not accurate. I believe there were some changes made that were not reflected in the report that was submitted to the feds. And our recommendation here is to review and reconcile quarterly reports timely prior to submission to the grantor. Okay, so in this section here, we're just going to discuss the required audit communication, just very briefly. Everyone should have received a governance letter. So this is basically summarizing those key points. For accounting policies, the county's significant accounting policies are described in Note 1 to the financial statements. The county did implement a significant new standard, and that was GASB 84 fiduciary activities. So what happened there was there were some funds that were previously fiduciary funds that ended up qualifying now to be part of the county's primary government. So those funds were moved to be rolled up with the general fund or existing special revenue funds. As far as the accounting estimates, we identified 3 significant estimates. There's the claims liability that's based on third-party actuarial reports. And then there's the net pension liability and the net OPEB liability, which are based on third-party actuarial reports. For corrective misstatements, there were several adjustments, and those are summarized in the letter that was provided. And a lot of these were covered in the findings I discussed in the presentation. There were a couple of uncorrected misstatements, which were also summarized in the government's communication. One was to do with updating the fair market value of the investments at June 30th. And then the other one was related to restating beginning comp absences balances. And if you remember last year, we had to qualify the opinion because the comp absences balance was not available for the audit. We did not have any disagreements with management, and we did not consult with any other accountants. Okay, we did not identify any fraud or illegal acts. There were no significant difficulties encountered during the audit. We knew going in this year was going to be a difficult transition, and we thought Cheryl, Michael, and their team did a great job pushing this audit forward to get it done. As far as other information and documents containing audited financial statements, the audit report includes required supplementary information under the standards, and that's basically your management discussion and analysis, and the budgetary information for major funds and the general fund, as well as schedules for the pension and OPEB. We also give, in relation to opinion on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, which is part of your single audit report, as well as the combining fund statements, which roll up to your financial statements. And then finally, management representations. The county does sign a management rep letter which we obtained prior to releasing the final report. And we did not have any changes to that letter. Okay, and then finally, we have a couple of significant standards that are impacting the county. The first one is GASB Statement 87 leases. So this will change how leases are reported in your financial statements. In previous years, there was just a footnote disclosure describing the future payments of leases. With this new standard, you're now going to see liabilities and assets that are related to these lease agreements. And then finally, similar to leases, there's what we call SUBITAs, or subscription-based IT agreements. This will be effective for 22-23. It'll be very similar to leases, except these are IT agreements. And I know the county is working hard on implementing leases as we speak. And that's all I have on the presentation. Does anybody have any questions regarding the 2021 audit?
Questions from the board? Seeing none here, I just want to express our great thanks for all the hard work getting caught up. Thank you, Cheryl, and all your staff, and Rich and your team as well. Anybody else?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I want to echo the same. It's been a while since we've had an audit, and I know that Cheryl's working on 3 of them simultaneously as she works through the gift of the audit department when she took it, but we appreciate that. But I think we're making strides. I appreciate Clifton Allen being there and hanging in there with us. It was not an easy thing, so it's nice to be moving forward and at least know where we are and at least have actual numbers so we can actually get funding through the state and through the federal government that we weren't allowed to get before. We haven't heard anything about the roads department not getting any of their money. We haven't heard from DHHS not getting any of their money, and it's nice to be able to work in a fluid situation. So thanks to all involved.
Great. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I know this is the 2021 audit and that the finding around the trust funds has been there before. So I was just curious if you could kind of share how that process is going, just with the identification of which of those can and can't be closed.
I have not started it.
Okay.
Actually, departments have started it, and they've been sending me information, and they've been working hard to identify ones that they can close, and we've probably closed maybe a dozen.
Okay.
But I haven't done a thorough review.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when talking with them about their budget, some of them were bringing up, ones that were in existence that had a specific, reason that they were there, and it wasn't an exhaustive review of all of them, but it was clear that they were already starting to really identify those. So thank you. Appreciate it.
So I noted in the presentation that it discussed figuring out which trust funds could be eliminated, which ones could be brought into a better status where there was actually, it's part of the budget process. Or in other words, here's some revenue. How does the board want to see that revenue spent for the coming year? Is that the basic concept?
Yeah, so basically there shouldn't be any unbudgeted funds. So they either need to be eliminated and rolled into an existing budgeted fund, or they should start having budgets within those funds.
Great, versus what we do now, which we didn't do 4 or 5 years ago, which is require at least a supplemental budget request when funds are going to be expended from the trust funds. And we saw a lot of those on the agenda today. And those basically, for the most part, don't affect the general fund. They could occasionally, but they generally don't affect the general fund. Is that correct?
The independent auditors classify every one of the trusts is considered a general fund trust.
Okay, very good. Well, I look forward to that process where it becomes part of the standard budget process. That seems like a massive improvement over what we've been doing. Any other board member with comments before I go to the public? All right, we'll go to the public, and I see 2 hands up. 7718, this is your chance to comment on the 2021 audit findings. Go ahead and unmute yourself again. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, Cheryl. How you doing there? I do have a question for Cheryl, and I think it's very pertinent. We're obviously going in the right direction, which I had faith we would be. One of our biggest problems in that department was not having filled positions. So that's something that, of course, is a very important question. I think I would appreciate you asking that of Cheryl and her answering how many total positions she currently has and how many are not filled at this time. And then, of course, the corresponding thing is what can we do to help Cheryl make sure all of her positions are full so she can do the best job she can with her skill set. So that's a question that the public would like to hear about. Congratulations on going, I think, from 7 to 5 findings. If I understood, my IT down here is not top notch right now. I can't. You go on your, watch the whole process. But I got most of it, and congratulations, and I would appreciate an answer on that if you have time. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116, *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yes, Ash Teeter again, Los Coast Populous. In a previous meeting, I commented on how much the county had spent on COVID funding this year, and I believe the presenter mentioned that in the audit. So I wanted to talk about how the chief of the FDA, Paul Offit, recently declined to take the most current booster because of risks of myocarditis, and play a short clip about from him on that.
Ash, is this related to our audit?
I think yes, it is. With the CDC, because we're spending money on
tell us who is getting hospitalized this year, specific who suck. What are their ages? What exactly are their comorbidities? Did they get a vaccine to know when was their last dose? Most importantly, did they take an antiviral, which I think Dr. Griffin on his clinical updates consistently makes that point about how we tend to overlook that. And who are they? And then
Ash, excuse me, Ash.
I would like to see.
Mute. Ash, that's not really related to the topic at hand directly. I know you've made a very indirect connection, but I would appreciate it if you would make a direct connection. Otherwise, we're going to move on. So I'll give you a chance again. I'm going to unmute you. And if you can make a direct connection to our audit findings and our audit report. Go ahead, Ash.
Okay, the audit discussed that the county spent said amount of money on COVID, correct?
Understood, but that's an extremely indirect response to what I'm asking you to do. It's not wide open to anything, anywhere, anytime, any place that we talked about some funding related to some part of our budget.
It's about ongoing funding of COVID.
I understand, and you could
promoting
certainly
vaccine.
comment on that, on public comment on non-agenda items, Ash. But do you have a direct comment related to our audit?
I believe this is directly related to it, but apparently you do not. So I guess that's it.
All right, thank you, Ash. Okay, anybody here in the audience here today who would like to make comment on the audit findings and report?
Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. I just want to thank Cheryl and her staff and our outside auditors. This has been a long time coming. As Supervisor Bohn alluded to, this has huge financial implications for the county, and this was a lot of work for the auditor's office to pull together. So thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, your team. Thank you, your outside auditor.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Mattson. And anybody else? Welcome. It's you.
Thank you, Gordon Cloworthy, running for First District Supervisor. 2019 audit and 2020 audits both had material weakness in internal control, including some problems with funds getting wired out that weren't covered, $1.9 million out of the Children's Fund, the last meeting we actually gave them more money to cover because apparently they've been losing money since 2019, 2020. They lost $500,000. But I was really pleased to see 2021 that there weren't any erroneous wire transfers out from the different fundings. So I think that says a lot about the past auditor controller. who just recently was, all the charges were summarily dismissed. So I'm proud to see that we're stepping in the right direction. We're moving in the right direction with control over our funds.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll bring it back here to the board for any final comments, thoughts before we consider a motion. Supervisor Bushnell?
I just want to thank Cheryl and her team for moving everything forward and being so responsive to any questions that come from myself and from my district. And just, you know, it's been a lot of work for you since you've been elected, and I just really appreciate the effort. And with that, I'll make a motion to accept the report.
I'll second and speak to my second, which is just a heartfelt thank you to everybody, Cheryl and your staff, and everybody who helped your staff and you get this together. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Wilson. Any final comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote on this motion.
Okay, I will go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay.
So we will start with you, Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for all the hard work. Please pass that on to all your staff. And perhaps Mr. Skwatsky can communicate with you directly on vacancies and staffing, unless you would like to answer at this time.
I can, 3 that are currently in recruitment.
3, okay.
And 3 vacant. And I would like to thank all the departments for their support and cooperation in getting the audit done and continuing to help us get things moving forward and done timely.
That's great. All right, so 21-22 is what, next week, or? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. You've done great work. Thank you. Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
I just was going to echo what Cheryl just said. It really does take the entire organization and feeding that information to Cheryl and getting and answering her question and her team's questions as well. And I know that it's taken a lot of cooperation from everyone to get that done and caught up. And so I just wanted to echo that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you, Rich. See you again soon.
All right, thanks, everyone.
All right. So we have a time set at 2, but we're going to go ahead and do our unmet transportation needs at this time. And it is a public hearing. So I believe I will open the public hearing and welcome Director Mattson to present.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone, members of the board. Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. Yes, you're right. This afternoon is our transit needs assessment. I do need to note that HCOG is requesting we change it from unmet transit needs to transit needs assessment, just for the record. As you know, this is the responsibility of the Humboldt County Association of Governments, but all the cities and HTA offer hearings so that as many members of the public as possible can provide input. So with that, I would just jump into a short overview of how things are improving in transit over the last few years. As you recall, going into COVID, the transit numbers dropped drastically. Since that time, they have been recovering. Going into COVID, the Redwood Transit System had approximately 363,600 customers, passengers a year. That dropped to about half of that in COVID-19. We are back to about 280,000 this year. And I do need to note that Willow Creek has actually surpassed where they were going into COVID. So that service is definitely a success. Arcata Mad River is still struggling to get back. They are slowly increasing, but they are still significantly behind all the other riderships, and I don't know the exact reasoning for that, but I do know with the university shut down, that took a lot of their passengers away. But now that the university's back up, I think that we'll see better results from Arcata Mad River Transit. One of the exciting things coming up this year is the introduction of microtransit. This is like Uber or Lyft for public transit. Dial-A-Ride will be opening this service to the public in Eureka for a pilot. If it works there, we would like to move it out to Samoa, McKinleyville, Arcata, and potentially Bayside and Fortuna. This is shown to be very cost-effective in rural areas rather than running a large bus. We expect about a 15-minute pickup time wait, which is rather good for this kind of service in this kind of area. So look forward to that rolling out. We also, during COVID, we lost KTNet in the northeast portion of the county. Just this May, the Yurok tribe restarted a transit service in Wichipec, Orleans to Willow Creek, tying in with our Humboldt Transit Agency in Orleans. In Willow Creek. So now people from Orleans can go all the way down to the Bay Area if they get on the right buses. And that is the next service that is going to be expected in January. It's the opening of the service from Humboldt County all the way down to the Bay Area. That's been a long involved process led by HTA, and we'll see how that goes out. But like I said, at that point, you can ride a bus from Orleans to the Bay Area. We know we have some transit needs already out there that we already know. See, these don't need to be reiterated, but whatever comes up here that is not these needs to be sent over to HCOG for their consideration. So we know we need more frequent service. We know we need Sunday service. We know we need later night service on Friday and Saturday, and earlier later service on both the Redwood Transit System and the Eureka Transit System. Those have come out consistently over the years. However, we are open to anything that may have come to you or comes today to this public hearing about other unmet needs that we can forward to HCOG for consideration. Thank you. That's my staff report.
Great. Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions, Supervisor Bohn?
Wasn't there a grant just given yesterday for combination grant for We Are Up and McKinleyville for micro busing to start sooner than any of them?
That I don't know. I wasn't made aware of that. I know we have a plan for McKinleyville that we did a study and recommended it, but I did not know we got the
I read
grant.
somewhere they got it. Well, actually, I read it because I'm involved with We Are Up, that there was a $3.4 million grant with, I think, 1.3 or 1.4 going to We Are Up, and the rest working with transit to do micro busing to the main line from the offshoots. And
Yeah, that would be the implementation of the plan we did, and that's even better news than I brought to the hearing.
I think you got it. So,
good.
My email said we got it, so I got to. So.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go ahead and do public comment next. And in the Zoom, we have 3 hands up. We'll start with 5603. 5603, there you go. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Colin Fisk, Executive Director of CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. I just wanted to quickly point out that the primary purpose of these particular hearings is to hear from transit-dependent folks about needs of theirs. And in order to hear from more of those folks, I would just encourage you in the future to have a time set for this hearing and have it be pretty well advertised. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And next we've got 7718. Welcome.
Kent Sawatsky, I approve going to the Bay Area. There's an unmet transit need depending on where you're going and what time you're going. And the unmet transit need is when our airlines are not able to leave or able to go back. It'd be really nice to be able to have a transit system that went down and went all the way to SFO, that arrived down there, probably a red eye, that would get down there in the morning so we could catch all our flights out. And then also one coming back that would be an evening red eye or whatever late in the day, so that if we missed our flights or whatever, or we came in late, we'd be able to also get on a bus and head back to Humboldt County. That's instead of all these individuals having to rent cars, carpool, find some other way to get home. And that's been an unmet transit need for a very long time. In the day, I went ahead and I did bridge loans to KT Net, which was going in the Willow Creek area, sometimes to keep them going. Right now, there's an unmet transit need, as you're probably aware. The Blue Lake Rancheria has ceased to operate in the Blue Lake area, so we no longer have bus service for the people who desire it. It didn't pencil out. Apparently, they weren't getting the fare box, and this seems to be a problem throughout Humboldt County. For people who want people to ride transit, you're going to have what I call a four-wheel bus with schedules that work for people. And I strongly suggest that unmet transit need regarding the shuttle systems, as was mentioned by, I think, Rex in the McKinley
30
area.
seconds.
I think that's the future. Either using Uber or else using those small buses for transit to connect. I think these are things that need to be dealt with in HCOG, and I strongly appreciate you bringing those forward to them as far as unmet transit needs. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 0116. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ash.
Yes, Ash Teeter, the Lost Coast Populist. About transit needs. I think it would be good to consider the upcoming transit needs that will come if the state's projected to go like all electric by 2035. I think that's the projection. I don't know if that's going to ban people who own existing gas vehicles. I guess that's just the sale of new vehicles. But that leads to the wintertime activities of people with electric vehicles, and that the batteries just don't really function in the cold. And if anyone remembers last winter around here, it gets pretty cold in the winter these days. And despite all the global warming that's being preached, it's there's a cooling trend during the winter, it seems. So I guess if we're going to be pushing the electric, all electric program, we need to pretty much expand the public transit to encompass just about everybody is supposed to be driving, or I guess there's the housing thing where you just get people herded into cities, which is the plan of the kind of globalist agenda. But yeah, we need to account for all the people that aren't going to be able to drive their cars and have readily available public transit because of the poor performance
30 seconds.
Batteries during the winter, and that also goes into our buses too. And if we have all electric buses in the wintertime, we need to account for battery performance in cold temperatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll bring it back here to the audience here today. Anybody that would like to speak on this transit needs assessment, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Gordon Clatworthy, running for First District Supervisor. I think this is a great idea. I live on Walnut, and Walnut is terrible when it comes to bus participation because the nearest bus station from me is about 3 miles away. And I know there are a bunch of people that rely on different means to get where they're going. So having like a ride-share Uber style system for people to just call and get picked up is amazing. I think we do need to expand it to places like Petrolia along the Madrone Valley. There are places that are really, really far out of the way, and people need transportation to get to resources. And I'd also like to say that batteries statistically work better in the ice and snow, more so than diesel. All right.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to make comment here today? Director Mattson.
If I could comment quickly on the Blue Lake service, yes, that was a loss, but HTA has shifted their service around, and they will be providing a pickup with their Willow Creek run in and out of Blue Lake. It won't backfill the entire service, but HTA is working to try to fill that void.
That might mean leaving just a little earlier from Willow Creek so they're not late in Arcata, right? But I'm sure they'll work out all those details. Thank you for that, Director Mattson. I will say that weather is what happens day to day or in a few short years. Climate is something that happens over decades, if not centuries. So just for that definition. Anyway, anything else by the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Sure. So being one of our reps for HTA, I just wanted to add that, one of the, so some of the unmet needs that we've heard, or transit-related needs that we've heard many times, include earlier and later service on weekdays for people to get to and from work. And that was one of the top most heard needs. And we've been struggling to attract and retain drivers for some time, but recently we're able to pay them more. So now we have a lot more applicants for drivers and a lot in training. And so that is wonderful news. And that was one of the first actions we plan to take to address transit needs, was to put on that earlier and later service on weekdays, specifically for folks who have a weekday work schedule. Not to dismiss the concern and the request about later weekend service as well and Sunday service, but that was one of the first orders of business. And then we will have 2 stops coming westbound in Blue Lake. And I believe it's one eastbound, but now I can't, I wish I had it in front of me. But anyway, we will be meeting that need through a few stops a day on the Willow Creek route without really dramatically changing the timing. So they're 2 very quick stops. One is, there's one option to stop in Valley West by request only. So if people request of the driver to make that stop, we can do it. So it's not as extensive as the previous service was, but it's going to be something that could fit into the existing framework of what HTA offers while still getting some of the most prolific riders of the Willow Creek route are high school students getting to and from Arcata High. So they are, the schedule was really intended to make sure that they could still get there on time.
Great, thank you for that. I know, for northern Humboldt, the routes out of Trinidad coming into town and wandering around McKinleyville with 4 or 5 different stops before it continues to Arcata is absolutely a detriment to those that are trying to use it for commuting. So sometimes when we try to cover too many bases with one system, we take something that's a really efficient transit system and convert it into a neighborhood collection system. And there's a time and a place for that, and I appreciate it may only be 1 or 2 stops, but when you're a rider on the bus, sometimes that one stop can be 10 minutes, frankly, to pull off into Blue Lake and get over to wherever it is, and then back on, or even getting off of Valley West and back on. It's not a 1-minute detour. So I'm sure we're thinking about those things at HTA and how to cover everything, but I hope we don't lose the efficiency of that direct route that we've had for some time. It's really people depend upon. And I want to thank the county, Tom, and your staff, as well as HTA staff and the board, and the Yurok and Hupa tribes for their work with HTA to bring back this service out there in that Orleans, Wichpec, Hupa area. It wouldn't have happened without all of those partners. And I also want to thank KTNet, for years as a nonprofit who kept this thing alive when nobody thought it could happen, but the volunteers there on the board really worked hard to keep that around. And I know they're very excited that we've been able to replace that when COVID kind of gave that a big hit. Any other thoughts? Supervisor Bohn.
And I'd love to, we keep talking about the power of the electric and what it's going to do to it, but could you give just a quick update, I don't know if follows in unmet, on our hydrogen facility and our hydrogen bus order? And because I think you guys have about $15 million you're spending on hydrogen, so it might be worth talking about.
Yeah, happy to. Is that?
Please.
So the design is still underway for the hydrogen fueling facility. I believe we'll be issuing it's a design build contract, so we'll be moving forward with the building. I don't know the exact timeline, so I could come back with that. But in the very near future, we'll be moving from the design to the early stages of the construction phase. So that is moving forward. The design build contract for the hydrogen. So we have two two components of the bus order. So we're going to have those local hydrogen buses. They've been specially designed to have a greater range than the existing hydrogen fuel model that the company made. So there was an update for a newly engineered, essentially larger tank to be able to have a more than 400-mile range. And then we also have funding through the Transit Intercity Rail Connect program for an over-the-road coach that will service that route to and from the Bay Area. So one of those like kosher coaches, for longer distance travel. So those are essentially the three components of that hydrogen project that are moving forward. So a lot of it really is in that design and engineering phase right now, but we'll be moving to construction and fabrication of the buses pretty soon. Definitely in 2024 for the fabrication of buses. Mike, did you have anything to add that you recall?
And then I'll come to you, and then Michelle.
All right, and then the only other question I was asking, are they still doing the plan to do both service their own vehicles and put a card lock facility in, so some of these FedEx, UPS, some of these people that are switching to hydrogen already, they'll have a source?
Yes. Okay. So HTA Humboldt Transit Authority will be providing what we call over-the-fence fueling, so fueling to outside customers. The goal is to get it up and running as soon as possible for HTA vehicles, and then that other customer base as well. But all the projections for the amount of hydrogen that we plan to buy include those projections for local fleet vehicles and private business as well.
Great, thank you for that. Supervisor Bushnell, and then back to Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. So my question is, I thank you for the report and the updates, but there weren't any reports of ridership from the southern Humboldt area, and did I miss that, or?
No, I probably just skipped over it. Southern Humboldt before COVID was about 23,000. It's been creeping back up. It's back up to about 14,000, and it is on an upward trend.
Okay, thank you. I was curious about that.
Perfect. All right, I'm closing the public hearing, and it doesn't change. You can speak. Go ahead, Supervisor Wilson.
Well, it seems like pretty much everything's been said. I just want to thank the county, HTA, our CEA, and SHOTS Energy with relationship to the hydrogen fuel efforts for all our public transit. We are really on the forefront, just nationally. This will be the over-the-coach, over the carriage, I guess they call it, hydrogen fuel bus that will be the long-distance bus. We'll be the first in the nation in this technology, and so we're really leading the pack. This is a really big deal. So there is that, and just reiterate, it only, within 2 weeks basically of HTA having been given notice that the service from Blue Lake would not be available from the Blue Lake Rancheria. The city of Blue Lake and the Rancheria, as well as HTA, work together to put that schedule together and make it work, and I think it will work and it is a stopgap at the moment. It's just really just to make sure there's some service with relationship to that, and so I'm very happy about this. And I will say it was some years ago when I first heard about the concept of the what some people call microtransit current, and places like West Sacramento were just beginning to try this out. There's just so much technology between what is an Uber and how Uber works and what we have as a traditional bus system, that there's a lot of space in there to figure out how to figure this out. And I will say that we are going to be experimenting with it here, but communities all over the nation and the world are experimenting with this and figuring it out, and we're all working together on this. And while we will have a pilot program just starting up here in Eureka, I really do expect that to expand, and I will ask that we have a presentation come to our board at some time so that people can kind of grasp this new technology and how it can be used to meet a lot of these needs. So in the Bay Area, it's becoming very functional, used a lot, especially among folks who have mobility issues, mostly elderly folks, and then as well as others, in helping them get to appointments and other things like that while using public transit systems. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of it. I'm very happy about that. Sorry to extend this as much as I have, but I just wanted to emphasize that as much as we are getting requests for things that we need to do more of, and they're all real, but I also want the public to know that we, as a community, are really on the forefront of a lot of really interesting and amazing changes for public transit. So, and I thank everybody's efforts in all that, because it's not just one agency or one person or anything. It's really a whole community. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Just to touch on a couple more highlights from recent changes at HTA. We are working on, and there'll be more information coming soon about this, about how this will be. Right now, it's sort of in a beta testing phase, but we'll be working with CAE Transport and the dial-a-ride vehicles that are currently in operation to have a more, I think you touched on this, but more microtransit based approach to filling gaps in transit needs. That is going to be a little bit complicated on our end to administer, so it's got a bit of a soft launch right now, but that's happening as we speak, or it's at least being kind of rolled out in the very near future. And then if folks want to see the stats and financial statements, which does show the number of riders and information about how many people are riding this system, it's usually a couple months behind because it takes a while to compile all that data and make it publicly available in a way that's digestible. But that is at hta.org. And then if you go to the very bottom of the page under board agendas, it's an attachment to the board agenda. The last one that's published online is from May. But those should be, a few months behind, but updated regularly. And that shows the ridership for the Southern Humboldt route and the Willow Creek route. And to Supervisor Madrone's comment about that not wanting to make too many stops so that people have that direct route, that is a great point, and that's why there's not a lot more stops on that route, is because it's technically an intercity service, not an intra-city service. So it's really meant to connect one destination to another. The same is true for Sohum. So, it's really meant to connect like one hub of population to another. So there aren't a ton of stops on the route for that reason. And that has to do with funding and operational planning. And intercity is something that we have to maintain by not essentially having an extensive number of stops, so it's more efficient for riders. So, and lastly, we have the transit app that's working where people can see real time where their ride is, and it works on all of the systems in Humboldt County at this time. And then the tap to pay, so people can pay with a credit card by tapping now on a really easy to use interface, and people can ride for a couple hours with that one tap, and then there's fare capping that happens as well. So if people are riding and tapping to pay and they reach what would have otherwise been the cap for their type of fare, they won't be paying more than that. So working on really making it up to speed in those regards and easier for people to ride.
Great, thanks for all those updates on our transit. And one last comment, Supervisor.
Yeah, and I'm ready to make a motion to close this. Oh, you already closed the hearing, right?
Yep.
To file and report. But yes, the transit app. If anybody wants to use transit in Humboldt County, use the app. It's just called Transit App. It's amazing, but you can use it in anywhere in the United States or North America. I've actually used it in Mexico as well. It works almost everywhere. It's amazing. Use this app. It will tell you where the buses or the trains or whatever it is you're using. It'll tell you how far it takes to walk to certain places, how far it takes to bike. It's amazing. Use it. It's great. But one last thing, in terms of the inner city transit and related to legislation that we helped promote in 2019, SB 742 passed with a lot of promotion from our delegation, and that bill allowed Amtrak buses to pick up and drop off in inner city. And so it just came online, fully and robustly here in the last few months. And so now you can take the bus, basically, you used to be able to take it from, Amtrak only to the station in Martinez. Now you can get on and off at bus stops all along the way, which is very, very helpful. So it's another resource for those traveling in between here in Santa Rosa or anywhere else that it goes. So we have another option that's available through that legislation that this board helped to promote. Thanks.
All right, and so we have a motion to direct the clerk of the board to forward an action summary of the meeting to HCOG. I believe that was your motion?
That was exactly what my motion
That's
was.
what I thought. So do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Supervisor Arroyo. So voting tabs are up. Let's go ahead and vote. There we go.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we are going to go into closed session, and it is almost 2 o'clock, 3 minutes early. We need to wait till 2, yes? So in the meantime, I'm going to go over our schedule again for those here in the audience or listening in on Zoom. And that is that we have at 2 o'clock, 2 closed sessions at 2 o'clock. We'll read that into the record in just a couple of minutes. And then after that, we're going to come back here, probably only take about a half hour in closed session. That's our estimate. So we would be back here at about 2:30, and we will jump into the Measure V discussion. And then after that, we're going to jump into the Climate Action Plan discussion, and I believe that will do it for the day. So good job, everybody, on your brevity today, including our speakers on Zoom and other places. So very much appreciate that. And I'm watching the clock here, and ding, 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 ding. Yeah. So I think we're just going to stick around and read it in here in a minute and a half. Stretch, do whatever you need to do, because there's no other business to attend to other than me talking. I'm not watching the clock, I'm watching my computer clock. We're good. County Council.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in one potential case regarding the claim for damages submitted by American Family Connect Property and Casualty Insurance Company. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of John Lee Casali et al. Versus Juan P. Cervantes, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301608.
Great, thank you very much for that. And so we will take public comment at this time on the closed session items that have just been read into the record. And so I'm looking at my Zoom, and I have one hand up. 7718. Welcome.
Thank you for my opportunity to speak on your closed session. It's a very sad day today when you have a group of people who feel it's necessary to sue Juan Pablo. I strongly recommend you find the best attorney you can to support him. I think he's done his due diligence. I think this is a frivolous lawsuit, may end up with malicious prosecution charges. I think that the county owes the elected people here the right to have a qualified person like Juan and to back him 100% in this litigation. It's very upsetting that this would happen. The other people in that litigation have not even been served or named. It's a publicity ploy as far as I'm concerned, and it's shameful. I did wish to make comment on also your closed session reporting out. Last time you had a closed session meeting, a special meeting for about 7 minutes. Do you report out things that are taken during closed session or not, decisions that are made? My understanding is the county dismissed the Cindy Day Wilson part of that closed session, and nothing was reported out of closed session. We, the public, are entitled to know if you take an action. If that wasn't taken, I intend to be corrected, but my understanding it was taken. And when you make a decision, my understanding is you have an obligation to report that out. And so failure to do so is possibly a violation of the law itself. So if you opportunity to speak, go into closed session, obviously settle as much stuff as you can, and protect our election department and Juan Pablo, please.
Thank you, commenter. And see no other hands up, I'll go to those in the audience here today. If anybody would like to come up and make a public comment. And seeing no movement towards the podium, we will go ahead and go into recess, and we will be back approximately 2:30. Welcome back, everybody, to our October 17th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And we have next on our agenda, Measure V, Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance Implementing Guidelines. And before we jump into this, we're going to have a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. With regard to item G7, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to execute a release of claims under which American Family Connect Property and Casualty Insurance Company agrees to release the County of Humboldt from any and all demands, actions, causes of action, and claims related to certain vehicle damage that occurred on December 8th, 2022 in exchange for the total payment of $30,938.48. With regard to item G8, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Colantuno, Highsmith, Watley, PC for defense of the case of John Lee Casale et al. Versus Juan P. Cervantes, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2301608.
Great, thank you very much. And once again, I appreciate board members for helping me keep on track. So with that, we will go to the Measure V item, and I believe we have two presenters here.
That is correct. John Ford and Karen Minnell with the Planning and Building Department. I want to introduce Karen Minnell. She is the new project manager.
Chair.
Yes, and before we get started, excuse me, we're going to have Supervisor Bushnell has a statement to make.
So I thank you. Concerning this item, I own a mobile home in the Fortuna area that is in the incorporated area, and as it is in the incorporated area, it is not subject to this ordinance. However, I do claim it on my Form 700, and so I, in transparency, would like to disclose that item, and it is exempt from this ordinance.
This ordinance only applies to mobile home parks in the county.
In the
unincorporated
county.
Okay. And
Great.
so thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So now we will go ahead and begin the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. As I was mentioning, John Ford, Karen Minnell, project manager with the Planning and Building Department to present the Measure V guidelines. This had appeared before the board once before, back in 2019, and concern was expressed that there hadn't been public engagement associated with the development of these guidelines. And so we did go out and conduct a series of 4 meetings with the public to really go through the document, to refine the language, to try to achieve consensus. And one of the things that was agreed to was that there were a couple items where there could be no consensus, and so two of the decision points before you are spelled out in the staff report in terms of alternatives, and Karen Minnell will present that.
Great.
Good afternoon. So this ordinance was developed to control and stabilize the rents charged by owners of residential rental properties in mobile home parks, while at the same time allowing those owners to realize a fair return on their park. So as Director Ford mentioned, there was a previous item before your board in 2019, and the direction was to go back to the public, and we did do 4 public meetings. And utilizing the input during those 4 meetings, we redrafted the implementation guidelines. Their purpose is to assist staff and park owners and tenants in understanding the ordinance and addressing areas of ambiguity. And it's also to document agreed upon methods of implementation. There's some specific points of clarification in the implementation guidelines. That includes the registration and verification of those mobile homes that are affected by the ordinance, the election of the resident representatives, and how the hearings might be conducted should there be a challenge to the amount of rent increases. So the areas that we could not build consensus around, I'm going to ask Director Ford to share his screen. The first area is around conduct of hearings and burden of proof. So there's 2 ways that a complaint can be brought forward. A complaint can be brought forward by a park owner, and that's called a return of fair. I lost it.
Fair return petition.
Thank you. A fair return petition. And so that's when a park owner is making a case that they need to increase their rent beyond what's allowed by the ordinance in order to realize a fair return. A complaint brought by the tenants of the park or the mobile home tenants is called a service for rent reduction. And this is when, for instance, they're saying that some level of service that was previously provided is no longer being provided, and therefore the rent should be reduced. And so the areas that we were trying to build consensus around and we're bringing before your board for a decision are regarding those 2 items. So under the burden of proof, for the petitions of fair hearings, which are brought by the park owners, the burden's on the landlord to prove that they need to raise rent for some reason. That's not being contested so much as in the complaints for the service rent reduction, the complainant, which are the affected tenants, shall have the burden of proof beyond the preponderance of evidence, unless the complaint seeks to enforce something that is established in a lease. And in those cases, then it's the landlord's burden of proof. And so we have it written in item P2 there as readings such as the tenants would be needing to bring the burden of proof. But if it is an item that is within a lease, then it would be the landlord. An alternative before your board would be in those situations, if it's a complaint for a service rent reduction, then the burden of proof would be on the burden of the affected tenants and not the landlord, even in cases where the lease has something specific in it that they're bringing forward. So that's the first area, and if you have questions about that, we can answer those at the end of this. The second area where we were trying to build consensus is for the attorney fees. So it's standard practice when you have parties going before a hearing that the prevailing party would be entitled to reasonable attorney fees and costs. And so that's how we've written the implementing guidelines, is that the party that is the prevailing party would be entitled to those fees being paid by the party that's not prevailing. An alternative to that is to, instead of having it be the prevailing party is entitled to those fees, to have it be each party is responsible for their own attorney's costs. So that's one alternative there. And there's like a part B to this one, which is in complaints for service rent reduction. Right now, well, not right now, but it's unclear in the ordinance, which is this is trying to clarify, is that the petition that the tenants sign, is it just those tenants that sign the petition that are responsible and liable for fees if they're not the prevailing party, or is it all the tenants in the park? And so in the copy of the implementing guidelines in your packet, there was a sentence there. I have it crossed out in the in the screenshot because it wasn't supposed to be there. So the way it's supposed to read is in complaints of service rent reduction, all affected tenants shall join the petition, meaning that those that signed and then even those that didn't sign, the affected tenants are still part of that petition. And so they sign regardless of whether they signed it at the onset or not. An alternative to that would be that only those affected tenants that signed the petition at the onset would be liable for those attorney fees, and then the benefits should they be the prevailing party. So I know it's a little bit complicated. So we're available for any questions on that. Before I conclude, I wanted to bring up that you may have received some public input regarding this ordinance, and I just wanted to clarify a few things. If you could scroll down just a little bit. So there is a clause in the original ordinance that says that there can be one return of fair, I've lost it again, return for fair return petition, thank you. That there can be one fair return petition each 12 months by the park owner. And that's what it says in the ordinance. And it also says in the ordinance that in cases, and in cases where there's extraordinary circumstances, that there's only one per 12 months, except in cases where there's extraordinary circumstances. And so with what we've put in the implementation guidelines are that if the existing park owner does a fair petition return, but then ends up selling the property during the course of that going to hearing and getting decided, that petition gets tossed out, but the new owner is allowed to start a new petition before that 12-month span would be up. And so some tenants, some of the affected tenants don't agree with that, and so that's something that has come up. Another item that has come up is that the attorney fees being, it's not fair because park owners, I think there's an assumption that park owners have more resources and deeper pockets and can hire attorneys, whereas the affected tenants who might want to contest that might be relying on, representatives that aren't attorneys or volunteer attorneys or something like that, and that having the parties be responsible, the prevailing party being entitled to attorney's costs isn't fair both ways, because the cost of the attorney for the park owners would be greater than that for the tenants. And then the last item that was brought forward in public comment that we received was that, let's see, what was it? That when a hearing officer is hearing about a petition or a rent, these terms, it's not the rent return position, it's the return, it's the, these terms escape me, I'm sorry. It's the reduction in rent for service. When a hearing officer, for these would be the affected tenants that bring up a item saying that, there's been a reduction of service and we want a reduction of rent, that the value is going to be decided by the hearing officer. And the ordinance specifically talks about the different areas where the hearing officer should consider, what the items that the hearing officer should consider. And one of the public comments was talking about that if a change in service was instigated through an agreement with a homeowners association, that includes tenants that are or are not part of the affected tenants of the park, should that agreement with the homeowners association be allowed to be evaluated by the hearing officer as part of that value of that service reduction. So, do you want to add anything, Director Ford? Okay, so that would conclude the staff report, and if you have any questions, we're available.
All right, so basically, throughout the last several years with the hearings, you seem to be able to come up with consensus for all the issues that came up. Those are reflected in an amended guidelines, is that correct?
Yes, all but the alternatives that we're showing you.
But today, have we already approved all of those other changes? No, okay. So those are consensus built, so our assumption is that once it comes to this board, we would follow through with the community, and they all agreed to it. But there's these two sticking issues that you could not get consensus over.
Correct.
One was on the burden of proof, whether or not that was shared by all complainants, or it was split based on the complaint basis if it came out of the lease arrangement, for instance. The second item was a change to where right now the prevailing party would get their attorney's fees and costs, but the change alternative to be considered by this board is whether or not each party would bear their own costs, and whether or not only those tenants that signed the petition or not would be liable.
Correct.
So I boiled that down? Is that
Very good.
okay? Just trying to comprehend. All right, questions, clarifications from the board? And then we're going to go to the public. So I don't see any at this point. Good. All right. Thank you, Karen. And so at this point, we'll go to public input. We'll start with Zoom, as I usually do. And we are 2 minutes per comment today because we have such a huge agenda. As you can see here, it is 3 o'clock. We still have a couple items. I've got 3 hands up in Zoom. We'll start out with Andrew Ditlefsen. Ditlefsen? Not quite.
Yes,
Sorry.
good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew. Welcome, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you for your time. I am an attorney, partner with Hopkins and Carly. I represent 300 or 400 park owners throughout the state. I do this on a pretty regular basis, and I participate in the public comment. I just want to briefly touch on burden of proof, which is on page 13 of attachment C. The simple way to do this is if the park owner brings a petition for fair return, it's their burden. If the tenants bring a rent reduction petition, it's their burden. To, as written right now, effectively takes a lease obligation and assumes that that breach has been shown without any proof, and then requires the park owner to allege an affirmative defense and prove that up. That turns it on its head. It's contrary to Evidence Code Section 500, all California case law. So really that is not the correct or legal way to impose burden of proof on the parties. With respect to the attorney's fee provision, that is certainly a situation where only affected tenants that sign petitions are typically subjects to rent service reduction petitions. Those that don't sign are not parties. The alternative that they're seeking for your consideration is that basically every rent reduction, no matter who signs, is turned into a mass action. That would be a brand new one to me, and I do these all over the state. With respect to the attorney's fees, the prevailing party certainly encourages only meritorious petitions for fair return, as well as meritorious petitions for service reduction to be brought, and those who sign that should be liable for the loss, and they should experience the benefits. It's a pretty standard setup. And then with respect to fair return petitions, I just want to make the board very clear that those are highly uncommon given what needs to be proven by park owners and the amount of documentation that has to be given. And the service reduction with respect to the evidence of an HOA agreement, this came up with Ocean West, who I represent, some communities. We went and did a deal with the HOA to change some things and then got sued by a group of residents. So in those circumstances, we want to encourage the park owners to work with tenant representation groups and not be punished by a small faction of other residents who may disagree.
Excuse me,
with their own.
your time is up for the 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Apologize for that. I wasn't watching the clock close enough. Thank you. Didn't hear the buzzer. Thank you very much for your input. That's what was happening out there. Somebody was saying time. I didn't quite catch that. My apologies. How long did we go for that speaker? Almost 3 minutes. Okay. All right, in fairness, I'm going to allow almost 3 minutes for everybody that speaks because I allowed that to happen, so that's on me. I think we'll be fine time-wise here. Okay, next in the Zoom is 6542. Star 6 to unmute. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Guntram Wolski. I'm representing a park in McKinleyville. I had a question about the administrative fee, a clarification I'd like the board to consider. It's on page 3, section 6, subsection C, subsection 2. It says that the affected tenant doesn't pay the administrative fee. They must be informed that they're no longer covered by the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. Does that mean that their rent can be raised independent of whatever the annual increase is? I'd like to get some clarification on that paragraph before we publish this. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll answer these questions at the end. I think staff will be happy to answer these questions at the very end. Okay, and next in Zoom we have 7718. Welcome.
Hello, Kent Sawatsky. I own a small mobile home park. My tenants don't pay rent. It's one of my gifts to some people who can't afford it, and they pay for their water. That's what they pay for. I would go whatever the first speaker said. I would say do the opposite. The Humboldt County Taxpayers League was approached by all the big mobile home parks, and they wanted us to come out against this measure. We came out in favor of it because a lot of the members had family members, their mom, their dad, whatever, living in these parks. Whatever you can interpret this thing to do the benefit of the small little people that are there that need representatives, do it in their favor. That's my ask. As far as I'm concerned, the park owners are the ones with the big pockets. They can sue the heck out of, they can defend forever. I think any costs on litigation should not be borne by the people who can't afford it. It is very important to many of us out there that these big owners, if they want to do a legal battle, then if they win, they pay their legal fees. If they lose, they pay their legal fees. If they lose, they pay the poor little people's fees that need to protect their rights. So I strongly support you tabling this or continuing this and continuing public participation, because so far we've heard of 2 attorneys for them and just me speaking for these other people. I think you need to give them more time to have more people come. Otherwise, they would be here speaking, I think. So please go ahead and continue this public hearing. Allow additional public comments to happen at the next meeting or the next meeting after. The notification this was minimal. Obviously, otherwise you might have 50 people, 60 people here wanting to speak. And since that's not happening, I really strongly support you being willing to listen to people and giving all the proponents of having their trailer rights preserved the chance to speak and to come before you. Maybe the chamber's full. If there's 60 people there right now, I'll retract that. But otherwise, please give the people a chance to understand what's happening, be informed by their committee, and table this, and I'll continue this to another time and let them speak. That's my request. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And we have one more in Zoom. That's 5253. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Yes, I'd like to draw your attention to the mobile home residency laws, section 798.31, which indicates that a homeowner shall not be charged a fee for other than rent, utilities, and incidental reasonable charges for services actually rendered. So utilizing the park owners to collect these fees appears to go against the California mobile home residency laws, section 798.31. I would implore your county council to look at this section prior to adopting. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. I'm assuming that was in reference to the annual fee that each park or each resident pays. Okay, we'll answer those questions at the end as well. Okay, that's it in the Zoom, so we'll go ahead and go to those here today in the audience. Welcome. You will have almost 3 minutes.
Hello. Since I have an extra minute,
3
I want to
minutes.
thank you all for being here, all of you. Because, man, I don't know how you do it. I couldn't. My name is Hillary Mosier. I'm a resident of Ocean West Senior Village in McKinleyville, and I'm the regional manager for the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League. 8 years ago, the Board of Supervisors had an opportunity to participate in crafting an ordinance to meet their housing element responsibility to preserve affordability in mobile home parks, like the city of Arcata and scores of other municipalities have done. They turned their backs on us because we were only trailer trash. Rex remembers. They wouldn't even place the issue on the agenda, no matter how often we begged. We had to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours and thousands of hard-earned dollars to pass a citizens' initiative to stop multi-billion-dollar out-of-state corporations from raising our lot fees to the point where many would become homeless. Now the planning department, under the guise of creating guidelines for our hard-won ordinance, is recommending that you violate the law by adopting at least 3 significant modifications to the spirit, the intent, and the wording of the ordinance. How is this a violation? Pursuant to Elections Code Section 9005, it states, laws enacted by voters through a local initiative can only be modified by a subsequent voter-approved local initiative. There are 3 areas of the so-called guidelines that you're being asked to approve that come directly from the public meeting input of the highly paid attorney for the park owners. I mean, this guy makes like $1,000 an hour. 1 is modifying the administrative hearing process to include requirement payment of attorney fees by the non-prevailing party. The second is restricting rent reduction awards to only 1/3 of the residents of a park who are experiencing the service reductions instead of all the park residents. And the third is allowing park owners to usurp park residents' rights to vote by working out a deal with an HOA instead. Because the planning department only sent the required notice regarding this agenda item to the elected resident representatives yesterday, mid-morning, on my urging, there was inadequate time for the reps to disseminate the notice, and consequently, there are very few park residents in
30
attendance
seconds.
today who can speak to the issue. We believe this is a valid reason to table the issue for a future meeting. And I believe you're all in receipt of an email that I sent with more specifics. I have these notices as well. Is there somebody who passes these out to you guys, or I'll do it? And thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to comment here today, please come forward. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Ellen Corey, and I reside at Ocean West Mobile Home Park in McKinleyville. And I have to address the notification of this hearing. The first that we even had a clue that it was coming before your board was, for me, it was Sunday afternoon. We were not notified by our representative from the park in terms of this even going on. So it is true, we were not able to gather the people that might like to come and speak to this issue. And I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here today who would like to speak to this issue, please come forward. Okay, seeing no movement towards the podium, I'll bring it back to staff to answer those couple questions that came up.
Okay, thank you. One of the first callers mentioned the monthly administrative fee, asking if the fee is not paid, then they are not protected by the ordinance, and that is true. You do have to pay the monthly fee in order to be, realize the benefits of the ordinance as far as rent. One of the other callers mentioned, it came up a few times about notification. When we knew that this item was going to be coming to the board on this date, we did send an email out to our contact list, which includes park owners and resident representatives. We do not have the names and addresses of every person who lives in every park. That's not information that we are privy to. But we did send that email on October 5th saying that we think it's going to be going on October 17th. Of course, a lot of things can happen between when we schedule something for the board and when the day actually comes. So we did put the caveat that it may or may not happen, but that was our intention to do that. The agenda item was posted legally as it's supposed to for the Brown Act 72 hours ahead of time on the county website, which was mentioned in the email on October 5th. That's where the information could be found. And then yesterday, I sent emails again to the contact list with links to the meeting and all the attachments of how to participate either in person or by Zoom. So we did fulfill our notification requirements for this meeting and for this item. Regarding the monthly fee collected by the park, the park does collect the monthly fee and forward it to us. The item of the monthly fee is something that isn't, it wasn't something that we were bringing before you today. That's kind of been an item that was decided already. I don't know if County Council has anything to comment on that, but what I'm being told is that tenants, if they don't want to pay that monthly fee to the park owner, they can pay the county directly. So if they want to circumvent the park owner and not have to pay the park, they can just pay the county directly. That is an option.
If I could just add to that real quick, one of the other elements of that is that the park owner is not charging a fee. They're collecting that on behalf of it's really a charge that goes to the county. They're collecting it on behalf of the county, and that is enabled by Measure V.
Okay. Thank you. Hang on, let her finish, and then I'll call you.
And then I think I've covered most of the questions. I think one of the speakers said something about being in violation of a code by changing the ordinance. I don't think any of the changes that we've made are changing the ordinance. They are clarifying and clarifying that so that everyone knows the intent and how things will work moving forward. But that's all I have. Director, do you have anything to add?
Just like to clarify that a little bit. I think Ms. Manel's absolutely correct. Part of the thing that we discovered with this initiative is that there are holes in how to implement it. And what these guidelines are really intended to do is fill in those holes where there's ambiguity in how to do that. We greatly struggled with working with the resident representatives, with the park representatives, with resident representatives. There's two different sets there during those meetings in terms of how best to fill in those gaps. And so not everybody was in complete agreement, obviously, but this does represent our best attempt at a consensus.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And Supervisor Bohn had a question.
The parks collect is it $5 a month or $5 a month? But if they don't pay the $5 a month, then they can't be involved in the program. Is that okay? So in turn, if we don't know their names, how do we know if they paid the $5 I'm just saying the mobile homeowners. I'm trying. How do you relate the name to the $5 that's collected or the $60 a year?
There actually is a very robust discussion of how that all gets reported and conveyed to the county within the guidelines. I mean, it's spelled out how it's collected and what the alternatives are if they don't want to pay the park owner, to have the park owner pay the county, that they can write the check out directly to the county. So it is spelled out within the guidelines how that happens.
I was just wondering about notifications. It was said we didn't know who the...
So each park has a number of spaces that are eligible for participating and paying the fee. And so what the park owner does is collect those fees and tells us which space is paid.
They go by space and not name. Okay.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions from the board? Supervisor Arroyo. Actually, we're in discussion at this point.
So thank you for spelling out these alternatives. And this is, this is very I can tell there's been a lot of backstory in this that I haven't participated in. So, however, getting to alternative 2, with the parties bearing their respective costs, that's what's spelled out here. Other than complaints for service rent reduction, then those costs would be borne amongst those who signed the petition. Sounds like collectively. So it sounds like this is in line with what one of the commenters said about whoever brings it forward should pay for the costs, right? Is there some nuance that I'm missing there?
No, that's exactly it. And that was the point of disagreement, is that
I see.
Some people felt like if they're not participating, they shouldn't be held responsible for any costs. And the other side of it obviously thought that everybody should be responsible.
Gotcha. And then alternative 1, the burden of proof. Can you help me understand that a little bit more? I felt a little thrown off by some of the comments. So could you just say again how you would get to that burden of proof?
Well, it gets, so the burden of proof is the petitioner has the burden. No, that's the first concept. And so it has to be by a preponderance of the evidence. So it's not the person who's the respondent, that it's not their burden to prove a negative. It's up to the petitioner to prove that there is a violation there.
And so this would look like something like, there used to be communal washers and dryers and a swimming pool, and now those aren't there anymore, so the rent should be reduced accordingly because these services are no longer being offered. Something like that. That's what it would look like in the real world, and they would show that that had been taken away.
Correct.
Okay. And is there, I mean, I see this definition of burden of proof here. It just seems, yeah, I mean, I guess there's legal definitions for these terms that just, I would assume there would need to be like clear documentation, photographic or otherwise. And I'm not seeing that in here. It probably exists in some definition elsewhere. Did I miss it?
I think it's a term that's used among administrative hearings.
Sure.
So this would be something that goes before a hearing officer, and so a burden of proof, and in this case, the preponderance of evidence is the threshold, and that's something that the hearing officer would be looking for. And so that's, you're right, there is a legal definition, but that would be up to the hearing officer to decide if they met that threshold by establishing that burden of proof.
And these are terms I have certainly heard before, but I'm thinking about people who are seeing this and using these guidelines. I guess these guidelines are more for us internally and not designed for the community to, like if I read this and I was just a resident, not just a resident, but if I was a resident and I'd read this, I'm not sure I would understand exactly how to meet these criteria. So that's what I'm kind of getting at here. Is there, I found reading this to be very not user-friendly, but I can understand how it would help you define the roles that you need to fill.
Yeah, the intent is to clarify. However, when you start getting into the weeds of exactly what needs to happen, you do have to rely on the legal jargon,
Sure.
which does make it less user-friendly, but it does make it clear, even though it's not user-friendly. So I understand where you're coming from, but that's how it got there.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think that's all I have for now.
So I want to suggest a process for this board to get through this muddy water of confusion around these two alternatives, as I understand it, that we're being asked to consider. And I would like to, on each of the two alternatives are two subjects or issues. There are stick with what we have or adopt an alternative. And I'm just thinking that if we separate these out and I do a straw poll vote just to see where we're at on each of the individual issues. It might allow us to more efficiently get to a motion of how this board feels about the subject. Is that something the board would feel good about? Supervisor, okay, more questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Bushnell, go ahead.
Well, probably none of us were here at this time, but if I could ask some clarifying questions. So currently, is that okay?
Yes, and Rex was here when this went through by the voters.
16, okay. So currently, the ordinance is working without these things in here? Correct? And so we're considering these things because it says we were to bring these back to bring this scenario back way a long time ago, and we're just now getting around to it. Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and there were a lot of public hearings, public meetings.
I don't want to say we're just now getting around to it. There
were workshops.
There were workshops, and then frankly, we had a disruption within the unit that's been working on this in terms of staff turnover.
When were the workshops?
It would have been last year.
And they were done where?
I think they were done by Zoom. Yeah, thank you.
What was that?
They were done by Zoom.
Oh, okay. Okay, so one of the options, and thank you, Chair, one of the options could we do nothing?
Yep. Well, yeah, you don't have to adopt the guidelines, but one of the things that is represented here is that there are some ambiguities in this initiative that then it leaves staff to figure out a process how to implement it without any guidelines adopted by the board. So certainly not adopting these is an option, but there are ambiguities. You can adopt what's presented without the alternatives, or you can adopt what's presented with one or both alternatives.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mean to confuse it, but
that's why I want to break it up into a couple parts just to see where we're at, because otherwise we're dealing with a few different moving parts.
Chair, if I could ask, it sounds like you may want to start with a more simple question is, how does the board feel overall about just taking action on the guidelines? And maybe that's a more basic question to start with, and then work into some of the more difficult decisions.
I have another question though.
Supervisor Bushnell.
How many people attended the public hearings?
Or workshops?
Workshops.
There were, I would say somewhere between 15 to 30.
Okay, and so this coming today, you said you sent out notices to, you're not able to identify who are in the mobile home parks, so you identify, how, public notice went out how?
So it's not a public notice, it was a notification of each park elects or has the option of electing a resident representative. And we keep a contact list of all of the park owners as well as the resident representatives. And so we emailed the information on October 5th and then again yesterday.
And did you have responses from those representatives?
A couple, not, everybody, but just like, thank you for the information, or, let me know if anything changes, that kind of response.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also, can I ask, so this is a Humboldt County ordinance and not a state thing?
That is correct.
And mobile home parks are formed by the state? Can you explain that to me?
So the thing that this does is it sets some limitations on rent increases, preserves tenants' rights. So this is in addition to the normal regulatory structure that the state provides for mobile home parks. So this is an ordinance that only applies in Humboldt County. It talks about what a reasonable return is in terms of how much the rent can be raised. It talks about how to regulate that through a resident representative, and then what it identifies a process for contesting that. And part of what we're trying to do here too is clarify that process.
And one last question, and I apologize, but how did this get on the ballot?
It was an initiative.
From us or from signature?
From signatures.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, so you made a suggestion, Director Ford, that maybe we would consider adopting the whole guideline changes that are in our package, and then separately perhaps consider these other changes. Is that
Well,
what?
yeah, just basically whether or not the guidelines are something the board wants to adopt, just cluing on some of the questions. And then whether or not, if the answer to that is yes, whether or not just choosing alternative 1 or alternative 2. And those are two different sections.
Versus staying with the existing language for issue 1 and issue 2.
Correct.
So, yes, Supervisor Wilson.
And I don't mean to, I kind of actually was on the fees. I just want to, you're right, this is an initiative process, right? And so in the details, right, and we're administering this. I want to point out that at the cost of the county, that we administer this. And I was just wondering, we collect a fee, or well, like a fee is collected from the tenants. Is there a fee from the park owners?
No.
So I find that to be a bit strange, but I don't know. There's nothing we can do about it now necessarily, because I think that was that not enumerated in the. We can change the fee though, right?
The fees established by the ordinance.
As $5.
Yes.
Forever.
It's up, yeah, it's up to $5.
With no fee to the park owner, and I just at some point I really would like for us to have a number at some point of what it costs to administer this program, and not because I don't think it's something that we shouldn't do necessarily, but I think it's something we need to understand at some point. Part of this is because in the future, when we talk about issues around housing, and there's been discussions around where do we get funding to support housing, whether it's these STRs or vacancy taxes or all these other things that we talk about. We have to remember that we also administer some of these programs, these basically unfunded mandates that we've created for ourselves as citizens, and I want to be clear about that. So I just want to get that out while I can, kind of put it to the side, just say, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, through the chair, we do that $5 a month fee is collected per space, and that $5 fee does pay for the administration of this program.
I get that. So do we feel like that the administration is completely funded through that there is nothing left that we're
It covers our costs. To date, it has covered our costs for administration.
Okay. Yes. I appreciate that. To date.
Yes.
And that's great. Well, then we know the number of what it costs to administer this program. Correct. Great. Okay. So moving on to the next thing in here, which is I do think we do need some guidelines, whether they're perfect or not, or whether everyone agrees with them or not. They will be helpful if we are in the position of having to administrate and frankly adjudicate these issues as they happen. I'm going to say no matter what we do here, it's probably not going to be perfect from any one person's perspective, but it's going to be better than nothing. The one piece of this that I was a little bit unclear about was if there was an amenity that was in the lease versus not in the lease, and then the responsibility with relationship to that. Do you see what I'm saying? So if it was an amenity that a tenant claims is missing that they once had, what's the difference between if that was enumerated in the lease, or if it was just something that they thought was there and wasn't enumerated in the lease.
That was a point of great discussion as part of the guideline development. And part of the thing in Destiny Valeska, County Counsel's office can probably explain this better than I can, but the lease would be a presumption of evidence.
Okay.
I mean, if it clearly articulates that this is to be provided and it's not there, then obviously they're paying for something they don't have.
Okay, and so if it didn't exist in the lease, and the presumption of evidence would then, could be, or being proposed to be, would be on the tenant to like prove that this thing was there that is now missing.
It was something that was at least implied that that was an amenity that you had as a tenant of the park, right?
Like maybe it was advertised some other way
Yeah.
or something like that. Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And like I said, I think that the process being put forward here, which is to look at it in totality and go through these items, seems okay. I'm going to say it's probably will be. I can tell you right now, whatever decision we make, there will be people critical of that decision. So be prepared. Thanks.
Okay, again, I want to suggest a simple pathway forward, but first I'll go back to Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, looking at the two alternatives in more detail, I mean, it sounded like there was, perhaps not universal, but general consensus around a lot of the other elements of this from those workshops, at least, which is the method that, this board set out to address them. I guess alternative one about that burden of proof and who that falls upon, the language you're proposing as an alternative is a little simpler. I do appreciate the, because you're saying that the lease would be one of those forms of evidence that people would use. However, I do appreciate that in the original language, it's saying, well, if you have a written lease, and then the landlord has to show that amenity has been preserved. It's their job to show it, and not the tenant's job to show, that it's gone away, I guess. So I kind of like the original language, to be honest, in that one. Although it is a little wordier. On alternative two, I also somewhat favor the original language about the prevailing party. Whoever's determined to be in civil court, essentially, well, I guess it's not in civil court, it's coming to you, right, to make the determination?
Actually, it would go to an administrative hearing officer.
Okay, thank you, back to the hearing officer.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for that reminder. But essentially, that process would determine who prevails and who doesn't, and that seems like a very common thing for the prevailing party to. So the original language, I think there also makes the most sense to me. I don't know how others feel.
Through the chair, may I make a comment?
Yes,
please. Alternative number two almost has like an A and a B to it. It has the prevailing party versus splitting and being responsible for your own costs, and then it also has the part about whether or not all affected tenants are going to be part of the petition, whether or not they signed. And so there's kind of two parts to that alternative. They can be decided independently of each other. So, but it's because it's for the same clause that we included it with the same alternative. But just wanted to clarify that.
So is it staff's perspective that alternative two would be easier to implement? I mean, we really do want this to be clear and implementable. It's a little briefer.
I don't think that there is a staff preference for implementation.
So again, I'm going to make a stab at trying to simplify this because we do have a very large agenda item still on our plate, but I want to make sure we give this due diligence as well. It seems to me it would be better to go ahead and have this board weigh in on issue 1 and issue 2 first, because that then adds a change, or maybe not, to the overall package. Rather than improve the overall package and then come back and decide whether we're making any modifications or not. It seems cleaner to me to decide on the modifications first. And then if we have those done, then we've got a whole package that there's consensus built around and there's no issues around any other issues. Well, to put it very simply, issue 1 is about burden of proof. Currently, it is split based on the complaint basis. If the complaint is based on items that are in the lease, then the burden of proof is on the landlord or on the park owner. If the issues have nothing to do with the lease or other proof from the landlord, there's simply complaints from the tenants, then the burden of proof is on those tenants to show that it has not been adhered to. That seems pretty simple and straightforward to me, but I've been reading this a lot and trying to get up to speed with it. So for me, that's a pretty straightforward issue. I think the other one is fairly straightforward as well, although there are, as you mentioned, 2 parts to it. But all of the alternatives suggested, from my perspective, add increased burden to the tenants. And I'm not inclined to go there. I'm just not. I mean, I really, frankly, think tenants, need as much protection in these mobile home parks as they can get. So if it were up to me, but I'm not going to make the motion because as chair I usually wait to see if somebody else will. But if it were up to me, I would make a motion to stick with it as it is in both cases, on both issues. All right, I will make a motion to stick with both issues as exactly as it is in the current guidelines and to approve the entire guidelines as stated.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion from the board? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
Hearing that there was some concern about wanting to see how this works out for folks and, wanting to be responsive to resident concerns, could I ask that we get a report back about this about 1 year from now, and just how it's working, how the implementation of it is working, and then that would be an opportunity to change implementation guidelines at that time if we need. That would give an opportunity for us to all see how it shakes out.
I would include that in my motion. 1 year reporting timeline to come back.
I was the seconder, right? I would also include that in our motion.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go up. Supervisor Bohn.
You had me more confused than I thought I was. Are we not changing anything, or are we implementing both?
The motion, as I understand it, would retain the recommendation as it is without the alternatives, with the exception of the modification that Karen presented today, which was a typographical error. A typographical error.
And the topographical error was, just for clarity?
Oh, go ahead.
So that was under the attorney's fees for complaints of service rent reduction. It would be that all affected tenants will join the petition regardless of whether that tenant signed the petition ahead of time. And then the alternative would be that only those that signed the petition ahead of time would be liable for attorney's costs and benefits of that decision.
Thank you for that clerical correction. Appreciate it. Supervisor Wilson.
Just as a sort of a point of order, when we do these, making a motion on the original language is pretty common. This is where we would use the amending motion option. And so, like, if somebody wanted to bring forth one of these amendments or both these amendments, they would make a motion for an amendment to this, and then you would hear and vote on those amendments and then vote on the original. But it sounds like there's not enough interest in bringing either one of these things, amendments forward for discussion. And in that case, then we are where we are. So.
I would agree with your interpretation of the rules. And I'm looking at County Council. I don't see any concerns there. Okay. Very good. All right. Well, let's go ahead and vote on the motion with the friendly amendment.
Everybody have it up?
Everybody? Yes? No? We can do a roll call.
While we're waiting,
Okay.
can you clarify that last part of the motion? So you're approving staff recommendations essentially, and then
There's no staff recommendation. We're approving the amended guidelines as have been worked out
Okay.
with full consensus, and we're not accepting any of the alternatives to be changed.
And what are we having come back in a
And then
year?
it comes back in 1 year.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate that.
Could I just add a clarification to that? It's
Yep.
not the amended, it's only amended to correct the typographical error. They're not amended guidelines. This is the
We've
first time-
already approved those earlier guidelines. No?
No. This is
That's
the
what
first-
I'm saying. We're approving the guidelines in whole.
Correct.
Yes, okay. Okay. Let's just
The
keep it
origi-
simple
the
at that.
original guidelines.
No, the ones that have been amended by consensus in the workshops with the staff working with the community. There were no other changes.
This is the first time the board has seen these.
Very
They've not
good.
been adopted, so you're not amending anything.
Very good. Thanks for that clarification. We're just clarifying that we're not making any changes, and we're coming back with a report in a year. Okay, trying to boil it down here. Yes, please.
Director Ford, so we're not adopting any of these suggestions. The ordinance stands as it is, and we'll get a report back in 1 year.
No,
With the topographical amendment.
So to be clear, you said the ordinance stands as it is. Yes, the ordinance stands as it is. I understand the motion to be that the guidelines as presented without the alternatives the motion is to adopt those today. And then to bring a report back in 1 year discussing the success concerns with implementing these guidelines.
Well, when you say adopting these today, that suggests that we're doing something new, and yes.
So let me just say my understanding. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. So we have an ordinance that's already in place. These are the guidelines to implement that ordinance. These are new. So these are the guidelines that spell out how our staff will implement the ordinance and how the hearing officer will do their part and all that, should there be disputes. Staff presented us with two alternatives, and our motion was to not include those alternatives, but to implement the new guidance, and then to come back in a year and say how it's going.
That is how I
Understood.
understand it.
That was the way
So
I
this is
understood
new.
it initially too, that we're actually adopting these guidelines today. So that's where there's some unclarity, because didn't we already adopt these guidelines before? We never have adopted these guidelines.
There may have been some very, very small guidelines.
Right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate that were very minor.
Okay, so this is the first time that this comprehensive set of guidelines has been brought before the board for consideration of adoption.
Right.
Okay, are we clear now? I guess I was the one that was unclear, so I'll own that. All right, so let's go ahead and vote.
So I'm going to do this one more time for my brain. The recommendations 1 through 3, right? We're voting on, correct?
Correct.
Staff recommendations
So
1 through
can I-
3. Yeah.
Thank you. We are not voting on subjects 1, the alternatives, 1 through alternative 1 and 2, correct?
Correct.
And we're voting on the clarification of what Karen said for the typo.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
To bring back 1 year with an update. Yes?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, so have we all voted? Okay,
That's
let's do a
okay.
roll call.
Might have been on me. Okay, Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
And Supervisor Bushnell? Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, staff, for your time, and members of the public. Appreciate it. Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. and that is the climate action plan. And completion of the countywide climate action plan. Yeah, if you need some water, go ahead and get it. We're going to go ahead and jump right in, and we have Director Ford once again along with staff member. Hi.
Thank you, Chair Madrone, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford and Megan Acevedo with the Planning and Building Department, to present a revised approach to implementing the Climate Action Plan. And I wanted to say that there's two actions that you're being requested to consider here. First is to allow us to rework the draft of the Climate Action Plan that was accepted as the project description for preparation of the EIR in 2022, and allow the money that's dedicated to be used to prepare the EIR to be used for reworking the CAP. So in July of 2022, the Board of Supervisors accepted the draft Climate Action Plan as the project description for preparation of the EIR. The draft CAP was presented as a qualified CAP. A qualified CAP, simply stated, is a climate action plan that achieves the state objectives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Achieving a qualified CAP is extremely important because it allows development projects who comply with the CAP to not be required to prepare separate analysis for greenhouse gas emissions associated with the CEQA compliance with their particular project. This becomes important also. This becomes really important for entitling new housing amongst other development projects because it does streamline the review process. I want to also point out it could have funding implications as local jurisdictions seek grants and other funding for climate adaptation projects. As the EIR consultant began the process of assessing the CAP, they asked the county, who is facilitating this on behalf of all the jurisdictions within the county, that we provide substantial evidence to demonstrate that the measures contained within the CAP could be achieved. Substantial evidence is a technical way of saying that they wanted information to show that the measures were feasible and that there was evidence that could support the likelihood of their being achieved. An EIR cannot adequately be prepared or cannot adequately analyze a climate action plan if it can't be demonstrated that the measures can be complied with or can be achieved. So as we began the effort to provide the needed information, it became clear that the measures were ambitious, and unfortunately ambitious beyond our ability to demonstrate that they could be achieved. We then took this finding to the staff of the cities in the county who are our partners in this endeavor. The initial thought by the group was to proceed with the CAP even if it resulted in an unqualified CAP, simply because of how long it has already taken to get to the point that we're currently at. As we began to work in that direction, it was discovered that the grant obtained through the Humboldt County Association of Governments was issued based upon the premise that a qualified CAP would result in streamlined permitting of residential development or housing, and so the money could not be used for a CAP that is not qualified. This left us in a position of having a draft CAP that does not meet state objectives and lacks the funding needed to prepare an EIR. So in order to address this, staff asked for Rincon, who is our EIR consultant, to provide a proposal to refocus the existing draft to become a qualified CAP. Rincon prepares EIRs and also prepares climate action plans. They have a whole climate division. They're knowledgeable about the existing draft CAP presented for the Humboldt County region, and they have the qualifications to prepare a CAP. So their proposal seeks to do some very helpful things. First, it seeks to take advantage of recent legislation adopted by the state affecting climate resiliency, including the state scoping plan adopted in 2022. They propose to use 2022 emissions data to develop a 1990 baseline so that the greenhouse gas inventory is consistent all the way through, and there are state metrics for doing this. This will allow for a more complete baseline data set, which will also provide better data to forecast what the likely greenhouse gas emissions would be in the future, and to then be able to measure and understand how effective the measures and the goals are in achieving greenhouse gas reductions. Part of developing the 1990 data will be to remove from greenhouse gas emissions inventory things that the county either has little control over or items in which the state has identified as being something that is something that can't be quantified. An example of something that the county would have little control or the jurisdictions would have little control over has to do with point source emissions. So point source emissions would not be included in the 1999 or 1990 inventory. An example of something that is very difficult to quantify is agriculture, and so that would also not be included within the baseline inventory going back to 1990. That brings us to an important point here that the existing cap is entirely weak on, and that is differentiating between those areas where there is the ability to quantify the measures and use those to be the qualified cap, and those measures that can be a little bit more aspirational and look into the future and look to achieving the net zero requirements in 2045. Developing measures around agriculture, timberland, carbon sequestration in forests and wetlands would be examples of that. The current cap is weak in setting the stage for moving beyond 2030 and into 2045, and that is something that the proposal intends to address. Another item that the existing cap did not confront well is transportation-related emissions and the land use implications associated with that. So the existing draft cap relies on converting to zero-emission vehicles, but as pointed out in the staff report, those numbers are not achievable. The recent legislation by the state is increasingly placing an emphasis on reducing vehicle miles traveled. This has implications in how we structure land use. It also has implications on how we encourage live-work environments and encourage alternative forms of transportation. The City of Arcata is confronting this with the proposed Gateway project, and the county has an opportunity to address this also with the town center proposal in McKinleyville. I must acknowledge there has been some opposition to this approach, but it's vitally important to adopt an adequate climate action plan that is qualified and can be defended. We're not undertaking this approach to achieve something that is unnecessary, but rather to put all the jurisdictions in the county in a place to have a plan that allows us to effectively adapt to climate change. Looking ahead, the cap alone is not sufficient. It also needs to have the resolve to implement the plan and provide the staff and resources to accomplish this. I just would point out that the county is currently looking at developing a climate resiliency officer as a step to accomplish this important implementation. I know there's frustration with how long this has taken, and this proposal will take additional time. I do want to present the following very rough schedule because I really haven't had a chance to talk to Rincon about it and confirm this, but I think this is doable, although it is highly aggressive. So we have until basically March of 2024 to use the grant money that's available, so revisions to the draft, all the work contained within the Rincon proposal would need to be accomplished by that date. Coming right on the heels of that, we would begin preparation of an environmental document. The preparation of the document should be complete by September of 2024. The public review of that would occur in October of 2024. And then the preparation of the final EIR would be complete by the end of the year, with public hearings on the CAP beginning in January 2025. We will look to shorten this time frame as available and do commit to bringing back quarterly reports to the board to give a status update, as I recognize that this has been something that has been languishing. The project cost for this work by Rincon is $126,839. This can be met with the grant money provided through HCOG, and then we're also in the process of finding funding to pay for the cost of the environmental work which will need to be done. So the request today is simply to allow staff to move away from the existing draft cap that has been accepted as the project description for preparation of an EIR, and allow the funds for the REAP money through the Humboldt County area or Association of Governments to be used for reworking the draft cap. Upon approval by the Board of Supervisors, this proposal will be presented to the partner cities within the county, and their councils will take action on this as well. This concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Ford. And do you want to introduce your staff member?
Yeah, this is Megan Acevedo. She's an associate planner in the long-range planning unit.
Great. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Did you have anything else to add, or does that complete the?
I would like to just add that throughout my review of the draft cap and trying to make the measures more realistic, it had become very apparent that the goals and targets within the current draft cap are highly aspirational. As I tried to make them achievable, the numbers did come down significantly. Yeah. And so I definitely want that to be aware on your part. Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, questions, clarifications from the board before we go to the public? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. So I appreciate the chance to communicate with you that I've had recently around this, and my understanding, just to recap, is that we really need our data to be defensible in order to do the monitoring moving forward. But my understanding from you is that we are still going to focus on those areas that you mentioned, like agriculture, like forestry, carbon sequestration through preserving wetlands, things like that. But that since there isn't in all of those cases a clear state methodology for documenting existing carbon sinks, for example, in those land uses, that we will aim to do that in 2045, but add those as things that we are still pursuing, and and that those types of actions would still be things we're undertaking and seeing as beneficial. Does that capture it fairly well?
That captures it fairly well. I think one of the nuances there is that some of those can't currently be quantified under the state metrics, but they are recognized as being important. So when we start thinking beyond 2030, it's important to set up the framework to be able to capture those as we go forward, and we absolutely will do that.
Okay, and then one more before, and I'll be done for now. I think my concern, and I have a concern and then a question around it. My concern is that it is more feasible for people to reduce vehicle miles traveled, for example, if they live in town, essentially, where there's more availability of transit, perhaps shorter commuting distances, that kind of thing. If people live far out, then I guess they're reducing more vehicle miles traveled if they're able to make those mode changes, but in transportation. But VMT reductions, vehicle miles traveled reductions, and things like electrification are going to be more feasible in the cities, and I'm concerned about placing, while it makes sense that those communities are more able to meet some of those goals, perhaps where electricity is abundant or more abundant, et cetera, and so electrification can happen, that kind of thing, and there's more programs in place for that. I'm a little concerned that we're putting the burden of getting us to our targets on actually placing more burden on urban areas. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that and what your thoughts are around that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that actually was one of the items that I intended to address as part of the presentation that I left out. One of the weaknesses of the existing cap is that it doesn't recognize the difference between rural areas and urban areas. And so some of the things that you mentioned, VMT, electrification, those are far more easy to accomplish in urban environments, as you mentioned. But that's not to say that other things can't be done in rural environments. And so there will be things that will be applicable to rural environments that are achievable, are feasible, and will accomplish the climate adaptation goals, greenhouse gas emission reductions.
Like what? Could you give an example?
Well, so like one of the simple things that have been talked about is that for people who are off-grid, and rather than saying that they need to extend electric lines out and convert to electricity, it may be important just to get the needle moved, going from maybe a propane generator to a natural gas generator. If there's the ability to obtain and provide grants to convert from generators to solar power, it may be important to then begin to find ways to consolidate trips, to minimize trips, because our greenhouse gas emissions still are the largest contributor is still transportation. And so that has to be the biggest target that we have. But it's not going to work the same in rural environments as it does in more urban environments. And that has to be a recognition that we struggle with.
Well, thank you. And I do appreciate that our 2045 plan is going to be able to include wind and hydrogen, expansion and some of these things that aren't, and hopefully methodologies that address some of the, because we know there are carbon sinking opportunities in a lot of our landscape, but that's not, it sounds like there's just not a great methodology accepted by the state for that. But I really appreciate that you and Rincon both agreed that excluding the point sources is the correct way to go.
Supervisor Bushnell, you had your.
I kind of lost my thought.
Sorry.
Can I clarify what you said about the rural and the urban? So when Supervisor Arroyo asked about examples, and you said converting from propane to natural gas.
Yeah, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that come from different sources of fuel.
Yeah.
It would be like one of the things that could be done to achieve greenhouse gas reductions.
Okay. So most places that are off the grid don't have natural gas. So we're going to have some kind of a realistic thought about that.
Well, and that may be where it comes down to finding solar, and it may be that what we need to do is really work to obtain grants. I mean, I recognize that this is not something that everybody's just going to be able to go out and do this elaborate process. And that's part of the problem that we're currently having, as Ms. Acevedo mentioned, is that if the goals are too aspirational, they don't get done.
Well, wouldn't it be an aspiration to get a stock of the rural living to see if that is making a difference first? If it would, like, how many off the grid living do we have in Humboldt County, and is that making a difference in the greenhouse emissions?
I gave that as an example, not the cure-all.
No,
for
I
things.
just want that to be a thought process. Most people that live off the grid, I'll use myself as an example, have solar, have panels, I have hydro. So I think that would be a good thought process before we put that in the document to figure that out.
Okay.
You good? Great. I appreciate the revisiting of this whole process and trying to figure out a pathway forward that's actually going to be effective and get things done. I think that's what everybody on all sides of this issue want to see, is action that actually leads to greenhouse gas reductions. In the rural environment, which I also live in, a lot of our forest stands are, 30, 40 years old or so, and they are very prone to fire. And so the more forest health work we do in those areas to help those trees become even larger, while we make use of the small diameter stuff we take out of that, is a piece to this puzzle. So I absolutely think that the ag timber part of this is going to be very important. Most of the things we're talking about in the plan currently and as it will be developed are about how to reduce reductions. But then there's how do we increase carbon sequestration, right? Because if we're sequestering more carbon than we're using and creating gases, then we're in pretty good shape on many levels. We're never getting to zero emissions. It's just not happening. There's always going to be something. Everything you bring up, no matter how green it supposedly is, has pros and cons, with impacts and stuff like that. For instance, if you're doing forest health work and thinning, what do you do with all those thinnings, all those limbs and everything else, all that slash, right? Chip it, burn it, or let it all burn up in a catastrophic fire, basically, which is a massive amount of emissions, frankly. And so there are all kinds of new technologies that are coming online at the local level, at the neighborhood level, and the household level, where you can chip your limbs and material and keep them dry and then put them in a gasifier and actually produce electricity rather than using a gas or a diesel generator, right? And what you've done is kind of close the loop, at least on your own property. You're not just doing a burn pile. That burn pile is turning into electricity, right? So there are little things like that. I mean, there was a time not that long ago in this country where most hospitals and most schools were run by boilers. That's how they heated the schools and stuff, was with steam generation from fuel-fired boilers and things like that. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to, continue to work on our forest health work and sequester even more carbon, while also kind of closing some of those loops in terms of how we go about managing those small diameter materials. We heard it earlier today, gas prices are going through the roof. And so as gas goes higher and higher, what do? We start planning more efficient trips. And you mentioned that rather than 3 times into town for a week, you go in once every 2 weeks and you plan it really carefully. You get all the things you need and stuff like that. We're already seeing those kinds of behaviors in people when it's $6, $7 a gallon. For God's sake, you start asking each other, what's your schedule tomorrow? What's your schedule? And you start trying to link those things up. So I think there's a lot of great opportunity there. And I've been saying it for a long, long time, stewardship overlay zones. When we talk about what does the county actually have influence over in terms of encouraging certain practices that might sequester more carbon or reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, in the economic world, we always did these enterprise zones. Now we call them opportunity zones, where we create these investment opportunities for reduced taxes and other things if you invest in those zones. And so by creating stewardship overlay zones where we provide tax credits to landowners who do all kinds of practices that benefit the public trust values of carbon sequestration, soil protection, wetlands, wildlife, the rest of it, then we're going to see even more people get involved in even more of those practices. Now, can the county influence that all on its own? No, but we would be the ones that would create the overlay zones through our zoning practices. So that's fully within our hands to create those kinds of overlay zones. What we then need is the state and the federal government to match that with tax code changes at the state and federal level that allows you to write off the cost of doing these things, much like we've encouraged solar panels to go on roofs. The reason is solar tax credits. It's not super complicated. So there's been a lot of discussions about these, and now with all our forest fires and catastrophic stuff. There's a lot of discussion about how these forests and our ag lands are a piece of this puzzle in our climate action plans. And I think a lot of it is far more reachable than 2045, frankly speaking, if we were to get more engaged in those things. So I'm hoping that we can not put that off, but actually engage in that as well. So there's my little soapbox. Anybody else on the board? Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm sorry, I just remembered what I was going to ask originally around what Supervisor Arroyo said, Director Ford, when she was asking about the how would you implement ag back in the future? How would you do that? What does that look like?
So it's really about, part of the struggle right now is the state doesn't have accepted metrics for measuring how successful measures are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions relative to ag. So there is just looking at some of the things that can be done and that are really aspirational, and providing goals in there. Could be manure management, you know, it could be, in a lot of our dairies have already gone organic. There's a lot of things that people are already doing probably that we haven't gotten credit for, but it's really looking at things that are best management practices that change that. And rather than doing it in a way that you're saying you've got to do this with a numerical value, it's more of a, these are the things that we're requiring you to move towards. And I don't have specific examples off the top of my head, really, other than beginning to use like manure and the gas off that to provide a source of fuel.
Would those suggestions be placed in this cap?
Yeah.
For suggestions in the future?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
And so when you're saying that, then the rural living that you're talking about as well, those suggestions would also be placed in this cap as well?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Yeah, where they're achievable or reasonably achievable, aspirationally achievable, I guess,
Well,
in the future.
And that's, I'm trying to draw a distinct difference between metrics that can be quantified, and I'm using quantified as something that you can apply a numerical value to, and
Right.
that metric is accepted at the state level.
Yeah. So as an example of that, the state has a carbon credit program that ties into greenhouse gas emissions directly and actually provides a multi-million dollar, if not billion-dollar tax revenue that the state is then utilizing to do all kinds of things like water storage and other kinds of programs. The problem with the program is that you have to be a several thousand acre landowner to qualify for the carbon credit program. But those that do qualify, they have excellent data on not only what was the baseline storage of carbon, but how is that increasing over time, because that's how the carbon credits get placed,
And
right?
part of the problem is I don't think they're quite, the state is
No.
not quite ready to give the county credit for encouraging those programs.
I understand that, but data is being collected, and it won't be there very long before those carbon credits are brought down to the small level of a 5-acre parcel owner. I don't know if folks know this, but in Humboldt County, the vast majority of forest land is owned by non-industrial forest landowners, not corporate, not even government. In Del Norte County, it's different, in Trinity, but in Humboldt and Mendocino, it's mostly small, non-industrial forest landowners, even up to the ranch landowner size and stuff. So it's only a matter of time before we bring those carbon credits down to that small level, and then we will have much better inventories, and we'll be able to actually track how that carbon is being stored over time. So it is something that's coming more rapidly than some of us may believe. But anyway, others. Supervisor Arroyo.
And I want to sort of make clear that it's not, I guess for the public watching, that it's not that these things aren't, some of these management actions aren't shown to be climate friendly or greenhouse gas reducing or, carbon sinking actions. It's that we need to be able to show the data that the state will accept. So I think it's a bit of a wonky issue. It's not that there aren't other actions that we could be taking that are climate friendly. That's certainly abundantly true, and we have lots of information about that. But I'm hearing that we need to be able to show that these are accepted frameworks for greenhouse gas reduction in a quantifiable way. I will say, I think that since the California Department of Conservation oversees resource conservation districts who all have, no, not all, but I know certainly many within the Humboldt RCD system have, manure management plans. And similarly, CAL FIRE has folks using a greenhouse gas methodology for forest management projects. I do find myself wondering if the state will provide funding for those based on a greenhouse gas calculation. Like, can we turn around and work with those partners and with Rincon to say, hey, this is already an accepted methodology. Can we apply this in the county and kind of compile that information? Because that seems like, giving us credit for things that are in fact moving us towards that future that we all want. So I don't know. I know we're crunched for time, but if we can document those existing, or maybe not existing actions, obviously we don't want to, we're not trying to cook the books here. We want to get credit only for things that are actually happening to move us towards that in real time. But a lot of folks are under those agreements already. So I guess my point is those seem to be existing methodologies that the state will accept.
Excellent. All right. Seeing no more thoughts from the board at this point, let's go to the public. And we'll start with Zoom. And I've got 5603. You're up. 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Colin Fisk with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. We very much appreciate that the idea of including industrial point sources in the inventory has been abandoned. However, we do remain concerned that part of the proposed scope of work here is to alter the inventory in other ways. And while updating the inventory makes sense, there also seems to still be room for some of that creative accounting, which could provide a false sense of complacency about the scale of needed action. We also, of course, have concerns about the additional delay. Just want to remind everyone that this plan has been in the works since 2018. It was intended to be adopted in 2020. And meanwhile, climate pollution is increasing. We're seeing the effects locally from sea level rise to floods to wildfires, all of which is just to say that delay here is frankly deadly. So we have the following 3 requests. One is to clearly direct the consultants to use inventories that cover all areas that the county and cities have influence over, and to come back with a plan that achieves the needed reductions through real climate action and not accounting. To be clear, that will require, among many other things, significant reforms of transportation and land use policies and funding programs to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Number 2 is to establish a firm deadline for final adoption, along with regular scheduled updates to ensure public transparency. And finally, to begin budgeting now for staff positions to implement the plan and monitor progress towards meeting key targets, because no plan is meaningful without implementation resources, and this plan will require resources to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And next we have 0116. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Today, I would like to talk about doing the wrong thing for the right reasons. Many people I've talked to, including local elected representatives, have stated that their concern for the climate change is grounded in what is left to children and grandchildren, and so on. I'd like to consider the impacts of what a one-world totalitarian government will have on your children and grandchildren. As the same people pushing the climate fear agenda also push for a one-world government, a world in which the lives of your children and grandchildren can be turned off with a flick of a switch, driving electric vehicles, having only digital currencies, living within a totalitarian surveillance state, a smart city, if you will. How is this beneficial when looking 7 generations ahead? I was watching a recent interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, where he claimed that scientific consensus was more important than the pedigree of the science in question. This becomes dangerous when a consensus can be purchased, when the same corporations pushing the agenda are also paying for the studies and funding the universities that form the consensus that Tyson speaks of. If we're going to have an honest conversation on climate change, we need to have defensible data that accounts for the most significant factor, which I believe is the sun itself, solar cycles. Without the sun, there is no significant heating of the planet, aside for a little geothermal.
30 seconds.
Within. Until comprehensive studies weighing CO2 versus the impact of the sun, what impact they have, are completed, then all we have is an emotional consensus based on selective data approved by the state and federal government. I'm sure there are many other impacts of the climate that must also be addressed moving forward with a partial understanding of one issue diluted by monetary interest and social engineering is selling your children and grandchildren.
Thank you very
short.
much.
Thank
you. All right, next we have 7718. There you go. Welcome.
Ken Sawowski. I claim to be a autistic savant psychic. And I find this a very interesting conversation. I personally believe, being that category, the human race will downsize by 95% within the next 10 years, probably. Very good chance. So I think this will all be moot, but I strongly support everything that Steve Madrone said. There's a reason Steve Madrone is sitting in that chair, because I believe Mother Nature wanted him to sit in that chair and bring forward things to you to consider. Converting in the general plan process that happened, but started for all these years I involved in, I wanted to see people awarded to go ahead and climate change-wise convert their property into old-growth forest. I could not get any of the environmental. I only talked to a couple people. I talked to Epic. I didn't talk to Larry Glass. I didn't talk to other people, but I could not get them to want to do that. And that's kind of a little irritating. So I think the main thing you need to look at is that the future is based upon following Steve Madrone's prophecy, his suggestions, and converting this to the best we can, because I call it Mother Nature's nest, a place where we will all survive or
30
not.
seconds.
And I have other places down in Mexico. I appreciate the time limit I have here, but I strongly support the staff recommendation and moving forward with it. I don't think there's any negative consequence within the world in which you're living right now. We'll address this in probably 5 or 10 years. Hopefully I'll be alive and you will be. And we'll see what happens then. So thank you for my opportunity to speak. Please go with John Ford's staff recommendation on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 4756. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Hello. Hi. This is Caroline Griffith, the Executive Director of the North Coast Environmental Center. And like a lot of folks locally, I've been watching this plan over the last few years, and frankly excited about the prospect of having a climate action plan that has achievable, measurable, strong emissions reductions goals in it. And it sounds like that is the plan, to take this back and rework it so that we have all of those things. Honestly, the comments submitted by my organization in conjunction with a lot of the other local environmental orgs on the draft cap, we had a lot of the same criticisms that Rincon did. So it's good to see that those have been heard. I think one of the concerns, and this was brought up earlier, is that we've already been waiting nearly 5 years for this to happen. So although we do really strongly support having actionable items that will result in a qualified climate action plan that will actually reduce our emissions by using measures that will do it versus just accounting fuzzy math, we want to make sure that it happens in a timely way. So hope that the board can commit to not just achieving emissions reductions through actual measures, but doing it in a timely fashion and setting a deadline for that to happen. We know that there's a deadline for this reworking, but then we also have to go through the EIR process.
30 seconds.
So it would be great to have an adoption deadline Also, as has been mentioned, as technology changes, as methodology changes, as funding sources change, it will be really important to have staff who are actually working solely on this to make sure that we can implement it and that there is coordination happening between municipalities and that there are funding sources for all of this. So committing to having staff positions to implement the cap is also super important. We can look at this as
Thank you,
an
commenter.
opportunity to do things.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And so we have one more hand up in Zoom, and that is 0920. Welcome.
Yes, hi. This is Martha Walden. I belong to the steering committee of 350 Humboldt, and we have reviewed and commented on the cap ever since its inception, and we do support strengthening it. It needs realistic, deliverable measures to produce the promised emission reductions. A climate action plan which meets the CEQA standards of being effective and enforceable. It has to be more than a mathematical exercise. So on the matter before you today, we support redirecting the EIR funds to revising the cap, and we also have the following suggestions. Since there are only 7 years left until 2030, there's got to be a firm deadline set for the plan's completion. The revision should take into account state and federal actions that have occurred in the interim, which increase regulatory requirements and emissions reductions targets. And fortunately, there's more available funding now, which should be helpful. The CAP 2.0 should include biannual milestones and evaluation, along with the process for revision if the milestones are not met. So action on the accelerating climate crisis won't be a tick down the road. The process
30 seconds.
could include a citizen panel of local experts to assist in identifying opportunities and determining what is feasible, and to continue after the plan is complete to oversee implementation and evaluation. Finally, while recognizing the large contribution that agriculture makes to Humboldt greenhouse's greenhouse gas emissions, we do support removing it from the emissions inventory just because it's not under control and hard to quantify. So
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much for your comments. And next we have 5099. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Louis Neuner. I'm with the Environmental Protection Information Center. I want to first off thank you all so much for your hard work on this. I know it's been quite the headache. I'm happy to hear that we are all on the same page when it comes to industrial point sources. We do share the concerns of our fellow environmental organizations that have just previously commented. I do, however, want to emphasize the need for the county to push forward with a deadline for approval and final draft of the EIR with some degree of teeth in it to ensure that we meet our deadlines. 2030 is right around the corner. It would be irresponsible for us not to just pass something soon, and implementation will be hard. It'll be harder than getting this thing approved, and that means that we can't wait much longer. A hard date by which we can get things rolling needs to be a serious part of the conversation if we are real about meeting our 2030 goals. So thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, commenter, and that's all we have in Zoom. And I just want to point out that with those 6 speakers, we just saved over 10 gallons of gas by having a Zoom platform. So at any rate, every little bit counts. So with that, we'll go to those here in the audience today and see if anybody would like to come forward and offer us their wisdom, their comments.
Holly Klingel, representing only me and the trees. Let's have data versus verbiage. Thank you.
Very, very sweet. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes. Welcome.
Afternoon, I'm John Schaefer from Arcata. Thank you for everything that you all do. It's a fire hose of issues that you have to deal with. I know the problem with the existing CAP plan is not that it's too ambitious. The problem is that it doesn't include specifics for carrying out any of the necessary policies. And let me say that we shouldn't be shy about demanding more ambitious climate policies. It's not just sea level rise or our grandchildren that we should do this for, but because it'll lead to a healthier economy. We need a sensible business plan if we're going to prosper in Humboldt County. So I suggest, first of all, that the existing plan is indeed inadequate because it doesn't have suitable policies. So it needs to be stronger. And here's just perhaps a wild card, might I suggest. It appears that the planning department has been less than eager to take on the climate action plan, and perhaps it would make more sense to put it in a different department, maybe economic development.
30 seconds.
And there certainly should be a deadline for adopting the plan. The sooner the better.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Hi, and I just want to say I carpooled with Mr. Schaefer in his electric vehicle, so we too did not utilize any gasoline. My name's Joanne McGarry, and I live in Arcata, and I have chosen to live without a car since last May. It has been a challenge and an opportunity, and I have been involved with the Climate Action Plan since around its beginnings, and remember sitting in on a meeting with a young man named Connor with 350 Humboldt, and one of the things I brought up was the fact that maybe we need to look at having mobile abattoirs for our livestock and a way of saving some energy instead of carrying heavy cows to a slaughterhouse. You know, you do the deed where the cows live and they die there. And, you know, so I guess what I want to talk about is data is really important, I guess, in some ways, and I want clear data and honest data being used. But what I really want is for us to hurry up about this because it has been taking longer than it should, and I'm just really disturbed by that fact. And I picked up on campus today a book, it's a sociology book, but it's about the real world, and we live in a real world, and it's not just about numbers, and it's not just about fantasies, but what John Schaefer suggested about being ambitious.
30 seconds.
There's nothing wrong with being ambitious and visionary about what we can do in Humboldt County. I never forget to say that we can be in the vanguard and show the rest of the country what can be done. We have the beauty of this area and its inspiring nature to tell us what we need to do. So let's get on it and model, everybody here, model what you can do and yourselves for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else here today? Nope. Okay. Well, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I'm supportive of staff recommendation, and I'm also supportive of a lot of the suggestions with relationship to a timeline. And I know that you had mentioned, and by you I mean Director Ford, had mentioned that you had, come up with one, but you really need to consult with the consultants on that and get back to us. And I think maybe if we could just receive a memo of some kind, maybe in the next 6 weeks or something, if we choose to approve this, that gives us a worked on timeline that we can all look at and understand, and so that would be great. I don't think we need to bring it back to the board for approval necessarily, but we should understand that maybe it comes as a consent item or something like that that just gives us a timeline we can all understand and see it, and that would be great. I want us to have a plan as soon as possible. I was, around when we started in 2018, and we were chugging along pretty good, and then we had COVID hit. I mean, we were even at that time considering a renewable energy bond for the infrastructure bond for the county at that time. That just poof went away under the cloud of the pandemic emergency. I'd love us to rekindle and talk about that again. I think there's a lot of potential with relationship to that. I do understand too that there are a lot of really sort of larger land use opportunities associated with sequestration and carbon reduction around agriculture, timber, restoration, that we're having a hard time getting our hands around with relationship to understanding both the data on that, but we know empirically that these methodologies do exist, that they can happen, and I do believe that the next round of our CAP will be able to really take those things into consideration. I really actually believe and understand, Humboldt County in general has some intellectual and application firepower around a lot of these issues, and we have been on the forefront of a lot of that, and I believe that we can continue to do that. And I think this plan is only a piece of that. It will both help us move forward with those things and be informed by those efforts, and I know that there's some consternation around sort of what the application is in terms of the rural element of what we're talking about. But I also want to remind ourselves that this was the rural community of Humboldt County was the vanguard of the development of home solar power in general. I mean, we have to understand, like, in the 80s, the second largest consumer of solar panels in the United States next to the U.S. military was Humboldt, southern Humboldt, and northern Mendocino counties. So there's a lot of room, and I think there's a lot of innovation. And I think we have, in general, actually a populace that may help us in those moving that forward. That doesn't, that doesn't mean that we don't put things in writing and have things that we need to move forward for in terms of goals and those sorts of things. But I think that we're gonna see some opportunities around that. And around the ambitious part, or too ambitious, I'm more interested in a plan that's inspirational as well. I think that's where we need to be. And with that, I think we have been talking about how implementation is going to be really important around this. This is why I have been advocating for a climate resilience officer position within the county. We're seeing that position all over the United States in so many jurisdictions, and even down to this size, specifically and around and sort of the opportunity created by the Inflation Reduction Act and the amount of money that is being invested and potentially invested into communities. And we need to create the leadership position within the county that works with all of our jurisdictions to help leverage that funding and bring it in so that we can do even more of those efforts. That's kind of where my sort of jam has been in this, is the kind of the implementation part of this. I trust that we will have a plan. I will trust that we will have a plan that will have a lot of the components that we need to move forward to legally meet our obligations with relationship to the state, but then also be inspirational so that when we have someone in a position like this that can lead our community of leaders around these things, that we're able to do that and that we can leverage that. That's part of the deal. I mean, a lot of that funding is basically predicated on you having a plan. If you don't have a plan, you can't reach out and grab that opportunity. And I think that we have to look at this plan as an opportunity maker, not an obligation. And I believe that we have the capacity to do so. So that's all I have on this. I'm happy to just move what we have here today on the staff recommendation, knowing that we have a cadre of environmental groups and advocates who will keep helping us and push forward and be inspirational around this. And I think that we're going to come back with that. Within that plan, a lot of those suggestions are going to be discussed around community advisory groups, around timelines and those sorts of things. I want you to really digest what was given as suggestions today as we move forward with the plan. I don't want to bog down the motion today with those things, but I do want to say that they are important, and I want to see them as we move forward. And with
Okay.
that, I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. And I don't know how many of you remember the ad valorem tax that Humboldt County had back in the day, back through about the mid-1970s, before we ended up with a yield tax. So the ad valorem tax taxed landowners on the standing value of their timber. And all around the bay, you can see all kinds of places that were literally clear-cut in order to lower the tax burden on those properties. It's called the ad valorem tax. When that tax was in place, the county mapped all of the forest stands in Humboldt County on an annual basis by age of tree stand, density of stand, and growing capacity of the site. So there's that history of where we collected tremendous data here in this county in regards to our forest stands. And basically, the older the stand and the better it's managed, probably the more carbon's being sequestered, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some really great examples that have occurred here in Humboldt County in the past that gave us some of those parameters we're going to be looking for. We might need to go back to something like that. I don't know exactly, because you're right, the state hasn't gotten to the point of valuing carbon sequestration at the small level, right? Even though it all matters. So great discussion here. We have a motion and a second. Final comments, Supervisor Arroyo.
It's actually a request to consider amending the motion to include an additional item. I wanted to propose, and I apologize, I did not ask Director Ford about this idea, but I will put it out there, see if you have any thoughts. Recognizing that this is a quick timeline and we're going to have subsequent action. So obviously the timeline for adoption of the cap is in the spring because the money will run out and that's the deadline, and we're repurposing the money from the EIR to finish the cap and make it a qualified cap. But then after that, we'll need to develop the EIR, seek funding for that, work with our partners on implementation of the cap moving forward. The EIR will cover some of their actions, but some of them are already underway. So anyway, there's a lot of moving parts here. Plus, we talked about the desire for some staffing to coordinate climate actions in the future. So all that said, I want to propose that we have a climate action ad hoc, and that we appoint 2 board members to work with you on that moving forward. Is that acceptable to include that in this item, given that it wasn't on the agenda? To appoint an ad hoc. I'm looking at Scott.
Doesn't say other actions.
I feel as though we should probably bring that back at a future date.
Okay.
Probably at the same time that we bring back the timeline that Supervisor Wilson referred to previously.
Okay, I think bringing those back at a future meeting sounds good. Any thoughts on that, though, Director Ford? I know we can't really debate the merits of it, but is that okay with you to
Yeah,
work
that's
closely
fine with me.
us? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Bring it back. Okay, great. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on.
Do roll call.
Okay, let's do roll call. We closed down.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Affirmative.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. Okay, and with that, I believe we are adjourned. Woohoo! Thank you, everybody.